So it truly is 7-foot distance. That's it.
Okay. We go into executive session. Anyone have any comments to start with?
I'll start. I respect the gentleman who appealed it, and I understand his concerns, but I think I have to agree with Jordan. I mean, everything on the north side fits easily. The head of the dock is being moved closer in towards the seawall. I don't see any reason not to deny the appeal, personally, based on what's in front of us.
Well, as usual, I defer to staff, especially when it comes to docks.
Amen.
And I agree. I mean, we're looking at something that definitely meets the setbacks. There was an earlier email in our packet that indicated that I think the appellant thought that there was a code violation, and obviously that is not the case. So I'm just wondering, at that point, when he found out that it does meet the setbacks, then you cut into a safety issue, which is way out of my purview. That's a very wide channel. I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Walker, but I just measured it on Google Earth, and it's about 300 feet after the end of the dock. So there's plenty of room to maneuver. I just don't see an issue here.
Other comments?
How's the motion go?
Yeah,
You move to approve the appeal.
Gotcha, okay, in the affirmative. Right.
Just as a reminder, so approval of the appeal is denial of the application. Denial of the appeal is approval of the application.
that
Right.
clarifies it.
I'm not dyslexic.
So that it's worth saying again, though, especially for people in the audience. So everything on this board is affirmative. So the motion will be for a yes. So it would be yes for the appeal, which would deny the original application. So a yes vote denies the application, and a no vote approves the application. And I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'll move approval of the appeal of a POD approval of a dock variance to reduce the required setbacks to allow for a new dock and wet slip.
Second.
Kiernan,
No.
Stowe,
No.
Walker,
No.
Singleton, Clemens, Reale,
No.
Flint.
No.
All right, the motion to appeal has been denied.
You have this one again? Okay.
Good afternoon, Jordan Elmore again with Planner with Development Review Services. Subject property is located at 720 Pinellas Point Drive South. The applicant is requesting approval of a variance to the maximum square footage to install a new dock. Property is zoned NS2 Neighborhood Suburban, has a lot width of 107.5 feet, a lot area within the Greater Pinellas Point Civic Association boundaries. There's an existing single-family home constructed in 1973. The homeowner is requesting 1,680 square feet. It's an increase of 920 square feet beyond the maximum, which is a 121% increase in size. We've received no comment from Kona or Greater Pinellas Point Civic Association. No signatures of support were submitted with the application. We did receive 4 emails in objection to the request, as well as 1 registered opponent, and additional phone calls just requesting additional information on the application. Here we have the subject property in yellow. 1 email and objection came from the neighbor to the left, the west side. The remaining objection emails and registered opponent are from the property to the east on the right. Staff is recommending denial of the variance to the maximum square footage to install a dock, and that is my presentation. Any questions?
Any questions for staff?
Tim, go.
So, in the applicant's variance narrative, they note that there's a number of other docks in the area that have similar sizes and lengths. And I know length is not a criteria, but just area.
Correct.
But area consists of length times width, so it's, even at 4 foot wide, eventually you're gonna get up to 760 square feet or beyond, right? So I'm looking at an aerial photograph, and that does appear to be the case. Have our zoning rules changed such that these other docks were perhaps legal at the time they were built, but now would not be legal today because of the condition of having to extend so far out into the water?
Yeah, so some of the docks are grandfathered situations. I did a review of several of the docks in the area. Most being, from 10 by 10 to 10 by 12 heads. Some of them had a 3-foot lower landing on the end. There was one, a few properties to the west, I believe, received a variance through Pinellas County. It was a long time ago when that was approved. Staff's stance was based on, are they minimizing their request? Could they have narrowed the walkway down? They didn't show that they could narrow the head down to something, similar with what's already existing in the area.
Okay, thank you.
And Jordan, several questions. It seems like here on the Dock Review Commission, we seem to look at a lot of situations where if the property owner on either side approves, you guys can approve it administratively, but that seems that typically that deals with setbacks more than the actual space.
Right.
So that's a long way of asking you, had you not received any objections, could you have approved this one administratively?
Not based on the square footage.
Right.
So our setback waiver is strictly for the setbacks.
Okay. In looking at the aerials, and I kind of know this area a little bit decently well, at least, that it would seem to me, and defer to Kevin on this because he knows boats more than I do, but to get to navigable or usable water, they have to go way out. It seems like looking at what they're confronted with. So my question is this: did they explore with you a means by which making and you may have already addressed this, the footprint smaller to comply with the allowed square footage, if you will, to get out as far as they have to get out? I guess making it skinnier, or narrower. Is that doable? Has that been discussed?
In the pre-application meeting, I did discuss, when they were requesting it, we're going to look at, are you minimizing the ask to either narrow the walkway, reduce the head? So it was brought up in the beginning.
And did they? I mean, is this the?
No, this was what was originally proposed.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. Is it an issue how far out they're going? Meaning, does the property line extend that far into the water?
Pinellas County, I believe their maximum length is 300 feet. So they would be going out the maximum distance the county allows.
Okay, so it's a factor of that's the maximum distance, but also you have to take into account the width of the waterway.
Right.
And there's no particular width to contend with here.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're basing our 4 square feet by the 107.5 width of the lot.
Okay, thank you.
Based upon other docks variances similar to this, seems like, I believe we had one off of Park Street several years ago, and the city legal said that there's no guarantee of navigable water, that you can have a dock that is not necessarily navigable. So there's no guarantee that we provide a dock of sufficient length to get to navigable waters. Is that correct?
That's generally correct, because even if something is approved, there's no accounting for natural accretion or erosion. So something that may have been built navigable, we can't guarantee that, and that wouldn't be a criteria for someone to come back and get extensions automatically because they're no longer navigable.
So in other words, more of a,
Yeah.
call it common sense, that, hey, that's 2 miles out to get navigable water. No, you can't get a dock 2 miles out 4 feet wide, essentially is what they're saying. So city has established the width of the lot times 4 square feet, and whatever that gets you.
And then the length, as the planner said, is based on allowability from Pinellas County, that 300 feet out, and that's a base mark that's based, all of this is based at its core at the common law right of riparian rights and what you get, but the ownership of the seabed of navigable waters is transferred to the state, and they use the county, and that's why they're the ability to permit that out. So you don't, your property lines may extend for riparian rights, but you don't own the underlying seabed in most cases, including this one. It does not appear that they have submerged land ownership.
So they have water available at 50 feet out. It won't fit the Titanic, but it'll fit maybe a jet ski, and doesn't matter. It's what you got.
Whatever they can fit within that 300 feet line that's established by the county permitting, and what they can do based on our criteria.
Okay.
Yes, but no, we do not guarantee that you will be able to get a boat of any size in and out at all times.
Okay.
The county's criteria, I think, is more strict on, where the lift can be with depth, and the city's not really considering depth. Is that correct?
Right, yeah, the county's going to look at the water depth more, seagrass beds, which there are there, so it could go through the county review, and they say, you need to go out a little bit further, we can accept this, and you move out a little further for seagrass protection, and then they're requesting even more square footage at that point.
Other questions for staff? Okay, does the applicant have a presentation?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Nancy Simpson. I'm acting as agent on behalf of the property owner and the marine contractor who was hired by the property owner, Anderson Dock and Lift. Thank you. So the property is located at 720 Pinell South. Oh, sorry. My name is Nancy Simpson, and address is 1811 Palmasola Boulevard in Bradenton, and I have been sworn. All right. So we've had a bit of discussion about the water depths, and we've seen several aerial photographs. I wanted to show you some historic aerials from Google Maps. As you can see, the dock at the property was existing in about, let's see, it's, okay. Here, there was an existing dock as far back as 1994. And as time went on, it degraded to today, which now has nothing. This is a wider aerial shot with the survey overlaid on top of the property to show the property lines. And a little bit closer up. As you can see, the water depth there is quite low. There is seagrass present, and we are well aware of that situation here. This is prime area for seagrass growth because of the water depth in that area. And if we go back to the historic photos, you can see that this sandbar has been there since at least 1994. So to be able to reach water depths to ensure that there's not prop dredge that affects seagrass is why we are proposing the walkway be extended as far out as it has. And as Jordan mentioned, we did discuss during the pre-application meeting narrowing the walkway. However, 4 feet is the standard, and also just for safety concerns, the property owner has parents who use wheeled medical devices to ensure that there's enough space on each side to get them out to a boat to enjoy the water with their family. And this would help improve property values for this specific property. And we did entertain reducing the platform size, but we went ahead with the original proposal just to see, but we are amenable to reducing the platform size to help with the overall square footage issue. And as you can see here, we have 2 neighboring docks, one to the east and one to the west, that are quite large. So the one to the west goes out at least 240 feet and is right about 932 square feet. And the one to the west is the property neighbor immediately to the west of the subject property, and it is at 1,458 square feet approximately. And the walkway widths on those are right around 5 feet, maybe up to 6 feet. And the terminal platforms on each of these are 10, 12, 16, somewhere around in there. So we would be amenable to reducing the platform size to help accommodate the issue of the square footage problem. And just a note as well, this blue line here is the water line, the high water line, and their seawall, for whatever reason, is further back at the furthest point here, around 31 feet further back than the high water line. So justifications for this variant, they previously had a dock that previous owners did not maintain. It fell through, would have been grandfathered in if it had been maintained. And it is smaller but similar size. It is oversized for the current codes if enforced strictly. The shallow water does go out for at least 240 feet from the high water line, just from what I can tell from Google Earth, because we have not done an actual bathymetric study out there. But the other reason too would be property rights enjoyed by others. As you can see from other aerial imagery, there are docks that do extend at least 200 feet out and have these platforms that are right around that 120 square foot platform size. So that's my presentation. If Adam, did you want to add anything? You have to come stand and do the things. Okay.
And if you're going to speak, please say your name and address.
All right. Name's Adam Bartram. I have been sworn in. Address 322 73rd Street, Northwest Bradenton, Florida. Just to add to Nancy's point, my apologies. I did want to comment on that we did take a study off of the NOAA site, and as you can see, you know, the water depth does get, we have to go pretty much the entire length in order to get to the water depth or navigable waters for most vessels. That's pretty much it. Any questions?
Any questions for the applicant?
I have one question. In the justification, it says nearly 40 linear feet of seagrass. So, A, does that mean linear feet north to south or east to west?
From waterward to, or I mean, so from landward to seaward. So essentially, where you see the platform here to here is approximately 40 feet.
And is that this, and that's where you've identified the location of the seagrass, you're saying?
Correct. Just from aerial imagery. I work in land use planning and am a floodplain manager, and I do a lot with seagrass monitoring. And so being able to, I can identify from aerial imagery what seagrass looks like, and that is an established seagrass bed. And to make sure that we're not prop dredging that seagrass, the platform does need to come out that far.
So I don't want to, although I do it all the time, I'm trying to avoid pretending like I know more than I do. Seagrass usually was something like 6, 7, 8, or 9 feet, where when the depths get beyond that, it's too dark then at the bottom?
Depths beyond 6 feet.
6 feet. And is there a minimum depth for seagrass?
Minimum depth, I think, is about 2 feet. Otherwise, it'll get sun bleached because it needs to be staying underwater at low tides as well.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. How much is the applicant willing to decrease the size of the dock at the end?
I would say as much as needed to have a dock that would accommodate motorized craft. We haven't discussed directly, but I would think he would be amenable to a 10 by 10 as recommended by staff. It should be sufficient to accommodate the 2 lifts and other things you may need for your boat.
16 feet out to get
Okay.
navigable, but the width. say-
Here comes help.
Sorry, just to add to that, ma'am, you got the platform, which is 16 feet long. that helps get into the waterway. We would like to keep that if we can, but the 20 feet wide, I think he would be amenable if that's your, judgment that he needs to do that, reduce that to hopefully about 12.
So 16 by 10 instead of 16 by 20?
I was going to say 16 by 12 or 10, whatever.
So, yeah, so like Adam was saying, to accommodate the seagrass as well, to ensure that the props do not dredge the seagrass, the 16 feet of the platform goes from the landward side to the seaward side. That adds the additional depth to accommodate the motors of the craft. So the walkway ends basically at where the seagrass extent would end. So if we pushed in further by narrowing the platform, we would have to extend the walkway. So there would have to be a give and take there. I mean, we can discuss like exact design, but if you wanted to do an approval with condition that the square footage needs to be reduced by X amount, we can work that out.
It's fair to summarize your comment there to say making it narrower but not shorter.
Correct, yes.
In other words, the south end of the head needs to stay where the south end currently is, otherwise the boats would start to encroach into the seagrass.
Correct, yes. The way the bows are situated now, they are facing north, and so to accommodate the seagrass bed and to make sure that the lift doesn't drop into the seagrass as well, we have to have the platform that far out.
Right.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So the seawall on your property, you mentioned, is 31 feet behind the neighbor to the east seawall. Is that what you said, 31 feet?
Yes, and
Is that a
that's
relatively new seawall? Why was it constructed where it was constructed?
I have no clue. It seems that the seawall has been there for a while. If we went back and looked at the historic imagery, you can see where it was installed. I did not look into the permitting on it. So yeah, you can see.
Yeah, so there in like 2002, it looks like it lines up pretty closely with the neighbor to the right. And then same as 2007 and 2010, it starts working its way back. And then when you go to the current aerial, you can see the jog very clearly.
Right, you could, yes, so the seawall is back here.
Yeah, the seawall's way back now.
Right, and so the current property owner, as Jordan said, purchased the property in 2021. So whatever happened before that, I don't know the previous owners.
I understand. And the reason I'm asking is
Might have wanted a beach.
31 feet times 4 feet wide is an additional roughly 125 square feet of dock that
Right.
Left the wall where it was.
if you'd have just left the wall where it was, the variance really isn't as pronounced as.
Right, and so I guess maybe for the legal counsel, a little clarification on the ordinance where it says seawall and or high water line. Does one take precedent over the other, or is it whichever one is more waterward?
So I will let the planner elaborate a little more on that, but I think generally the city's past practices and prior applications have been if a seawall is existing, then we take the measurement from the seawall.
Okay.
Correct. So my interpretation and review of this was, so we don't do a site visit. I'm going based on aerial imagery. To me, it appeared there was no longer a seawall there. So I'm taking it from mean high water. So that extra 31 feet is not included in their request.
Oh, so that's an additional 125 roughly. Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, we have a registered opponent. Please state your name, address, and that you've been sworn.
Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Keene. I live at 650 Pinellas Point Drive South, number 228. I come before the commission today as not a member of the...
Sir, can you confirm you've been sworn?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And that
I have been
podium
sworn
will
in.
come up. There's a switch on the side that will raise the podium for you, so you don't have to hunch over.
It's okay, I can get it. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Thank you. I come to, as a member of the, I'm not a member of the board of the Velvet Cloak condominiums, which are two properties down, one property down from the applicant. We basically have two reasons for our complaint. One of them is how it would obstruct our view. If you look at the geography of how the point goes, this dock will protrude way further than any dock and will obstruct our view of the water, of the Skyway Bridge, and everything around it. But the biggest reason we have is historical with the owner, and I'm impressed that he's not here today because I would like to talk to him. There's been a lot of problems with his property with respect to respecting other neighbors. Approximately 11 months ago, either him or someone, his kids or something, had a bonfire on that beach of palm fronds, and I believe it was stuff after a storm. Instead of bringing it out to the street and having the city pick it up, they burned it on the beach, which if you ever burn palm fronds, they flame, but they really smoke, causing all the smoke to come over to our dock and, our enjoyment on the dock. We had to call the fire department. I actually went down to the fire department yesterday to get the documentation, but they couldn't give it to me at the time. I only, one of the things I failed to do for this meeting was that I don't check my mailbox regularly because I'm retired and, everything's online. So I didn't really understand, when it came to us about the dock, and the picture that I got and what we talked about was, oh, they're going to put in a dock. And we're like, well, that's kind of like a formality, and, they just want to put in a dock. But when I came down and talked to Mr. Elmore about it, and when I saw how huge it was and how far it went out, some of the residents, we talked about it, and we were not real happy about it. Last Thursday, when I spoke to two members of the board who were on vacation up north, and they told us how big this was going to be, and that the church next door was opposed to it, the county is opposed to it, and I guess whatever the city used, they're opposed to it also. There's just been a lot of problems with cutting down mangroves, and I believe he cut down a live oak and a big pine tree on the property, and I don't believe that it was permitted. And there's just a lot of things that are going on over there that, this is a retirement community. We like to keep things quiet, and we really enjoy the pier that we had rebuilt. We have the park on one side, and, on weekends, that's kind of loud. And then what was going on over there was, we're just concerned about it. What else? Now, I know he has a boat. I've seen it. It's probably about a 24, 26-foot single-engine center console boat. Now, this is calling for lifts of a 24,000-pound and a 13,000-pound. Now, I've owned boats, and I've looked up on the computer, and 24,000 pounds is a 32-foot Grand Banks trawler, I think. That's a pretty big boat. A 36 Yellowfin with 3 400s, about 12,000 pounds. Those are some pretty big boats. There was a dock there. Believe he moved in there 3 years ago, so why he's starting this process now, he could have maybe looked into grandfathering what used to be there. And, you talked about shifting sands. What's to stop this sands from shifting even more, requiring him to build his dock out further? And the dock directly next to him and directly next to us is not really looking too good either. So, it's just, it would have been nice if he would have contacted the board, and we could have had a sit down, and we could have maybe found some middle ground to how we, you know, because I would never, you know, I love boating. I don't do it too much anymore because I'm retired, but, you know, there's plenty of boat ramps. There's one next to us is a boat ramp at Bay Vista Park. There's boat ramps at Maximo Park. There's a boat ramp at O'Neill's. He has plenty of options to, you know, launch his boat and use it. But this just seems to be too much to us. And we hope you will not allow it to go forward. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for our opponent? Nope, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Get this order right. City, would you like to cross?
F waves.
Sir, you have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant or the city. Do you have any questions? And applicant, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Applicant waives.
All right, and city, any closing?
F waves.
And sir, you now get the opportunity to close if you would like. Yes, sorry, the registered opponent. Yes, sir.
Well, this one was found in the grass, which means it had to go over the trees 3 weeks ago. This one was on the dock. Now, if you look at the Google Earth, he has a putting green and I guess a net where you can drive balls. There's nobody at the Velvet Cloak now that's who plays golf. They're all on vacation, and I haven't played since May. So somehow these balls ended up on our property. And again, it's just one of those things that, you know, no one ever came over and said, hey, sorry about that, we won't. It's just one of many things that have occurred just in the 3.5 years that I've been there. So just out of respect alone, I think you should reconsider if you're going to approve this or not. Thank you.
Applicant, any closing remarks?
Should have worn my stilettos today. Yes, so I do appreciate when neighbors do get involved in the process. However, I would say that some of these comments were extraneous and not relevant to the conversation. As I said, we are amenable to reducing the size of the dock, especially since the adjacent neighbor to the west has an oversized dock as well. If we redesign to be closer to that size, so then it's, you know, similar sizes right next to each other, and then that would provide property rights enjoyed by others to the current landowner. And I would ask that the commission take into consideration the facts and not complaints by neighbors. Thank you.
Any more questions from, well, we can do that in executive session. So we're in executive session.
And I do have a question for Mr. Elmore. So we saw evidence that the previous dock, which is now gone, was 1,525 square feet, was 5.5 foot wide, had a 10 by 12 platform at the end. If they had come in a timely manner to rebuild that, would they have been allowed to rebuild that without variance?
If there was record of the previously approved county permit for that dock, that is correct. I did do a search and wasn't able to find that specific dock permit through Pinellas County's Acela website.
So in your experience in dealing with these types of cases, is that not unusual for older properties to have not had a permitted dock? I mean, for how long have we been permitting docks, I guess, in Pinellas County?
I mean, I think I've seen, you know, 70s, maybe late 60s I've seen. So it's
Thank you.
a while.
And I'm just looking at the property appraiser's website. The house was built in 73, so that's in that range.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely agree with staff, and actually, I think the applicant agrees as well, that we do not have the minimum variance. but I have a horrible feeling we're going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what that number is. So I'm going to throw it out there right now that maybe we can do a no greater than, and then let them play with the design. And instead of trying to come up with a number, because I don't think we can come up with a number. I have a problem with a 4 foot wide. I'd love to see 3 foot wide because it is so darn long. And if you do that, and if you go down to a 10 by 12, but what I'm not playing with that. I'll throw out the first number. The first number I'll throw out there was no larger than 1,250 square feet.
So, speaking to that, I was doing some math.
I've done a lot in fact.
Yeah. So just doing some real quick math. If you went down to a 3 foot wide walkway, added the additional 31 linear feet.
Oh,
to
I
get
didn't-
back to
I
the
didn't do
seawall, and then went to a 16 by 12 head, you're looking at 1137. And so,
And what's the target number again?
well, right now they're at 16.
760s.
Yeah, right now they're at 1620, I think, and they're at
1680.
1680. They're at 121% variance. This would get them down to 49% variance. So my thoughts on this is not to reinvent the wheel. I can't support this, and I am going to vote no. And it doesn't matter how we try to reconfigure this. I'm going to vote no and let them try to figure out a plan that they can make amenable with city staff and the neighbors, and we can look at it, or y'all can look at it after I'm gone from this board in a few months. So, but you know, I agree with Commissioner Stowe on this one. I got to support staff. I do think there's a solution that we can get to that works, but I don't think we can get there without substantial changes, which allows them the opportunity to come right back in anyway. And so, you know.
So,
Well, I was going to hold my comments at the end, but they're in response to that. I don't think the code contemplates this at all. I think this is exactly why with the variance process, and I actually would support it completely as proposed. If we want to reduce the size some, as long as they can still get to the 300 feet, I could consider that. But this is just, the code can't consider this. And if the code considered this, you would have monstrosities on properties and canals. And so we're asked to look at what's reasonable. I think it's a relatively reasonable dock. If you're going to go 300 feet out, you know, I wouldn't want it to be much more narrow. And frankly, I think that, you know, I appreciate the neighbor coming out, but that's just not competent substantial evidence. So, you know, I think that it sounds like the concern from the first, you know, two that spoke here is magnitude. And, you know, I'd like to at least discuss what other members of the commission could support, because I could support it as is.
I'll chime in right now and say the same thing. I think they have a right to have a dock. This is a very unique spot in the city of St. Petersburg, in our geography. Look, Jordan's right. I agree with you guys as the code is written, but I also say I don't think the code contemplates this unique predicament. And I look along here, every dock looks like Long Pier to me. They're all huge, because they have to be.
They're varying in length, but they're all going right beyond the shelf.
That's exactly right, which is what they're trying to do. And, you know, and I respect the neighbor for coming in, but I'm sorry, those comments are absolutely of no moment to me, that we're not a neighborhood dispute program here.
And I agree with what you're saying in principle. It's just, they have taken no effort to minimize the variance requested.
But going from 4 feet to 3 feet?
I understand, I'm just saying.
I mean,
that's where
at the grand scheme of things?
They did in their testimony.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the head, you know, yeah.
Commissioner Fellows.
Who's next?
I lost my train of thought there for a second. Just kept going.
I'm ready.
No, I think the comment that getting them out just beyond that shelf where you have the seagrass, as we all are aware, seagrass has an immense value. That we are in a way protecting that seagrass by allowing this dock to go out as far as it is. Otherwise, you'll get jet skis coming in and going through there. Now you have natural destruction of seagrass, which we want to protect. And I agree, the code didn't contemplate this. This works on all your little canals that we deal with all the time. It works perfectly fine for that. But this is an unforeseen type of situation. Now, if they want to go out 2 miles, I'd say, nah, come on, that's ridiculous. Since we have all those others along there, they're very similar in length. And then as you look further west on the aerial, you'll see that once that sandbar goes away, everybody goes back to your standard dock.
I'll go back in.
So it's only due to this sandbar right here, which is subject to change over time, but you know what? Docks go bad, and it might have to be redone at some point. So I would be in support of it, and if they can live with a 3-foot on it, that'd be great. I can understand the request for 4 foot. When you're walking a narrow sidewalk for a short distance, not a big deal. You're walking a couple hundred feet, now it's getting to be a little bit more of an issue for safety.
I need to sit down and take a rest.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even permit sidewalks at 3 feet, and it's so long. Commissioner Clemens?
I do learn things here. I mean, I had never, or see things in new light. I had never really thought about that we talked earlier, there was some comments earlier about, well, there's no guarantee just because of your property's condition that your dock may get you out of shallow water. But in reality, we don't want the docks in shallow water where there's a potential for seagrass to be growing. So that's something I had not calculated or thought about before. I'll defer to other people on widths of dock. I'm not convinced by the need, don't take a person on a wheelchair 300 feet out, whether it's 3 feet or 4 feet, that just seems like a bad idea. So I'm not convinced by walkers and wheelchairs, but just even able-bodied people, I think 4 foot's a safer or a more reasonable width. And then lastly, on the platform, I don't think a 16 by 20 foot platform is necessary. The previous one was 10 by 12, maybe that's a little small, but 12 by 12 or 12 by 16 is the most. So now I've heard what Commissioner Walker said, and Commissioner Stowe. I am willing to sort of do a little bit of math and come up with a number and see if there's something that we can approve today.
I'd like to ask the applicant a question. Have you submitted any permitting to the county yet?
Not yet. We were waiting for the decision from this body.
So, the permitting is not done, right? They're gonna have to deal with seagrass with the county, and they're gonna have to deal with the length of the county. We just have to consider the variance and consider our code, which, as we see these applications all the time, is many of the docks that there's consternation over, the county would permit, correct? Yeah. So the county may or may not permit this.
Right.
We're concerned with this AEP code.
So actually, I just did some quick math, and I'm coming up with around 1,500 square feet. The previous dock was 1,525. I know that that's sort of neither here nor there because the previous dock doesn't exist. And may not have even been permitted, but maybe 1,525 is a number that gets them. That 1,525 would allow for a 4 foot wide dock. It would allow for the additional 30 feet, and would allow for about 160 feet of a platform. So that's 12 by 12 or 10 by 16. So that's what 1,525 square feet would get you.
When you're talking about seagrass, is having that smaller head casting a smaller
better too.
shaded area is better for the seagrass area.
But also,
Would that be acceptable to y'all? Would that be acceptable to the applicant, the numbers that have been suggested? Sorry.
yep.
1525 sounds great. And the
Commissioner
smaller,
Vandelope
the smaller platform makes sense for casting shadow as well. And we would be amenable to redesigning to accommodate that.
I know Commissioner Vadalo's been waiting patiently.
That's fine. I'd just like to chime in that I agree that reducing the magnitude of the variance would be warranted because, maybe we don't take issue with 20 by 16, but what if they came in with a 20 by 20? Is that the moment we take issue with how much bigger it is? I think if they're looking for a variance, they need to create as minimal of an impact as they can. And I feel like perhaps reducing, since it's been stated publicly now that they're willing to reduce the size of the dock, then I would agree that is probably a good idea.
And just to reiterate, standard number 5 says variance proposed to be granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of this property.
Yes.
So they gave testimony they were willing to go down to 3 foot wide. They gave testimony they were willing to reduce the size of the dock head. They gave testimony that said very succinctly that they were willing to help meet the minimum variance necessary to meet what they need. And this board is still sitting here saying, yeah, let's just give them an extra 400, 500.
I didn't hear them say that they were willing to reduce to 4 feet, to 3 feet. I thought they said the opposite, that they wanted to maintain the 4 foot.
They did.
Did they?
In the head, yeah.
What I heard is they were willing to, they didn't want to shorten it. They didn't want to shorten it for reasons of getting beyond the grass. They didn't want to reduce the width, but they were willing to reduce the platform. And at 1680, the difference between 1680 and 1525 is 155 square feet. So that takes you from a 20 by 16 to a 16 by 10. It basically.
It's also at the seagrass.
Right. Yeah, it still needs to still stay out where it was. And that's for them to kind of figure out the final configuration, but.
Any other comments on this end? No. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Sure, I'll make a motion, but I'm not sure, since I want to make a motion, but I want it to incorporate the maximum square footage we've talked about, the 1525.
Well, add a condition.
So we just add it as an added condition then? So I forget, we need to vote on that? Or the condition?
Yes.
Let's vote on the condition, adding the size maximum condition first, please.
Okay.
Is the variance in the packet, does it give a square? No, it doesn't. It just says a variance to maximum square footage. So yeah, we should put a condition.
I think they're giving him a max.
Chair, I'll make a motion then to add a condition.
Well, read the first condition, and it's going to say right away that site plans have to be identical too, so we don't want that.
Okay, so 1 second.
Thanks, Darren.
So I would recommend, I think we do, if the plans are changing, I think it's probably warranted to modify condition number 1. I do think, though, that since the request is changing, that the motion should include the square footage as opposed to that being in the condition. So, right? Or, I mean, yeah, I guess you can do it in the condition too. Condition number 1.
Can you delete the first sentence? And replace it, maybe?
Yeah, we could delete the first sentence and then do a motion that has a maximum, because it's one of the more clear variances we have with the docks. It's very straightforward, and staff, could you work with that to find?
Yeah, and just for clarification, because Commissioner Walker brought it up, whether you're granting the square footage from the mean high water or the seawall.
And you measured it now from the mean high water, right?
Correct. That
And
is
the
where
the old dock, oh, you didn't make that measurement, did
there
you?
wasn't any documentation of it. And it
Applicant, you put on the record that you measured that old dock. Was that to the seawall or the mean high water line?
Good point.
It was to the mean high water line. There's a tree line there.
Okay, I think I can do it. So, Chair, I'll make a motion to, starting with the conditions of approval first, to delete the first sentence from condition number 1, and to replace that with a sentence that should read to the general effect of, a plan shall be submitted with the maximum square footage of the dock structure not to exceed 1,525 square feet, and that the length of the dock structure should be measured from the mean high water line.
I think.
Okay.
I think the county will decide the length, but for our purposes, that's.
For the purpose of our, so that's my motion.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Walker?
No.
Stowe?
No.
Singleton? Yes. Clemens?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Then I'll make a motion for approval of variance to the maximum square footage to install a dock, subject to the conditions of approval.
Subject to the amended
Sorry,
condition?
subject to the, wow, so close. Subject to the amended conditions of approval.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Walker?
No.
Stowe?
No.
Singleton? Clemens?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Motion passes.
We will take a short recess. We'll start back at 3:20. I went from alternate. It was only a little bit, so that's gone. All right, we're back in session. The next case, case number 2441000004.
And Chair, part of that recess was to do a little potential housekeeping with respect to this case. Council was recently retained as of yesterday, and they would like to maybe address the board before starting the hearing.
Are you comfortable with that procedurally?
I am.
Okay. Council?
Good afternoon. Thank you, staff, for allowing me to talk. This will be relatively brief, but my name is Chris Paragon. I'm an attorney with Lewis Longman & Walker, located at 100 2nd Ave South here in St. Pete. I was previously sworn in and provided an affidavit of authorization to staff before this hearing. So I represent the appellant owner of the property located at 5024 Emerson Ave South, which is the property at issue in this property card interpretation appeal. Staff determined that the property's use is illegally a multifamily dwelling. So I'm actually here before you to respectfully request the continuance of this matter to the next DRC hearing to allow time for council to review the file, understand the issues at play a little better. Our firm was actually just retained as counsel yesterday evening, and I just spoke to the owner of the property for the first time this morning. There is a little bit of a language barrier with the owner, which I have a feeling has made things a little difficult with the history of this property. But moving forward, that shouldn't be an issue. Another reason for this last-minute request is that the owner originally attempted to retain a law firm they've worked with in the past, but who was unable to assist with the case and referred it to our firm, Lewis Longman & Walker. My goal really is just to help the owners of this property legally comply with zoning code, however that might be done. We're requesting additional time to figure out the best course of action, hopefully work with city staff, who I briefly spoke with yesterday, and I thank them for helping me understand the issues a little bit, because I haven't had too much time to dive into it. I don't believe that a continuance will be prejudicial here. I understand I think this has been lingering, but the owner has now finally retained us, is willing to, work through some of the issues. I think there are tenants that are currently living in the property. So any way that we could move forward to, cause least disruption to them would be preferable. But I do thank you for your time, consideration. Welcome any questions I can take note of.
Is anyone here in the public to speak on this item? No. Mr. Dima, do you think 30 days is sufficient?
Chair, just a little more context. This issue was brought to our attention yesterday afternoon, and by code, the applicant is out of time for an administrative extension of the time to hear an appeal, which has to be 90 days from the receipt of the notice of appeal, which occurred in May. So here we are at 90 days. So that's why the applicants or the appellant's counsel is making the request of the board today. With respect,
do we have the power to grant the continuance past the 90 days?
It's my opinion that you would have that power if you so choose.
60 days? Can we do 60 days or 30 days, whatever they're?
I think that it needs to be renoticed. So whatever needs to have enough time to accommodate renotice is of my kind of like procedural concern on this. But it's totally up to the board's will.
There was not notice associated with this appeal application.
Okay, well then, we don't even have that, so.
Commissioner Flynn.
I have concerns about giving an extension here to hear this. As It's one of the rare ones I've gone back and done 2 site visits to, because I'm like, there's more wrong to this than my first visit. And sure enough, there's multiple what I consider life safety issues on this. And I know we're not here specifically for a code violation, but the code violations are still existing on this property. And even appears potentially that the southwest structure is a shed that was converted to living space. That we have people living in this and kicking further down the road for resolution on something that the property owners have a professional local management company. We've, in our packet, we've seen a lot of, was it 10 Star or something like that, which may even be the prior owner of the property, because I see there was a transfer of ownership from a 10 Star, and now it's managed by 10 Star. So I don't know. I want to allow people time for legal representation, but I'm concerned of the safety issue of kicking this down the road.
Yeah, nothing we do here today is going to solve the safety issues. The code. We can't solve the code enforcement problem.
But what he's saying is, if it was denied and those people had to move out, then that would happen sooner than if we sit and wait another 30 days, or maybe people. But I hear Commissioner Flint, and I value his judgment. I'm trying to figure out if that's something that,
Yeah, when you have units being built that don't meet minimum fire egress from bedrooms.
Wind loading.
Yeah, and my second site visit today, just there's so much wrong with that property that I would hate to do anything that would slow down the code's enforcement for existing conditions. And I understand this is for a second dwelling unit, which is allowed if they meet certain requirements. They would be able to have an ADU, but that's permitted. That's its own process. It would, Mr. Dema, would this potentially slow down any of the life safety enforcement on that codes would take?
It should be independent from that, if it's a life safety issue. But I would defer to zoning and planning staff as to the interaction of those processes.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Abernethy, Planning and Development Director. I have been sworn. My understanding is that the codes cases typically are placed in abeyance until the zoning action goes through, and they don't move forward on that, because what they're going to do for permitting and plans, it would be dependent on the action on the zoning action.
So this current codes case that's active about the electric being split 4 ways, that's going to be on hold?
Right, that would be on hold, because the remedy for that would depend on what the determination is for the number of dwelling units.
And again, fire egress from bedrooms where people are asleep, and who knows what kind of fire sources are there with ovens and properly wired, all these issues. As a contractor, going there and looking at it, and I'm sure engineers would do the same if you look at it, they're even missing all their sewer caps at the roadway. I mean, they're just minimal maintenance on this property, that if we were to defer this, I would not want to defer it any more than 30 days if we do agree to this, because of the seriousness of what I'm seeing on that property. I would be fine, 30 days, but 60, 90, because we are putting that code violation on hold. And I don't know if you could speak on behalf of your,
I don't think we should
getting too much stuff.
I hearing this, 30 days maximum, And I'd ask for a representation from you, we're lawyers, that if you find out what I think you're going to find out, that you take immediate action with your client. You don't speak to your client yet, I understand that, but to remedy these situations, because you've had very knowledgeable people express extremely disturbing things about this property. When I read the file, my hair stood up, but hearing this now.
Well, so that's the other thing too. We all have reviewed the file, and as you point out, Commissioner Kieran and I are both lawyers, and so I always would want to give someone the right to representation.
Yeah.
But but I'll just hold that comment. Mr. Dima, would we be able to continue this during executive session if we choose to? Can we hear some of the evidence before we?
You may.
Then,
you may. The deferral option, which this body has exercised many times over the years, generally occurs in the executive session portion of a hearing.
So if we were to hear this case today and rule on it, because we haven't made up our minds yet, but hear the case and rule on it, what's the real net effect difference if we give the 30-day extension as opposed to doing something today? I'm just not sure what the net difference is. I don't know.
On the outcome, you mean?
Yeah, and they're their right to be represented.
But we can also, but we can make that determination here in the facts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I get to sit in the seat today. So we're not going to take a vote and then do the vote later. So I would like to proceed with the case, and we'll consider your request for continuance after we hear presentations. So staff, can you please give your presentation?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Chelsea Freeman. I'm a staff planner with Development Review Services, and I have been sworn. To recap, we are here to discuss the property card interpretation appeal for the property located at 5024 Emerson Avenue South, case number 24-41000004. The subject property is located in the NT1 zoning district on Emerson Avenue South between 50th and 51st Street South. The subject property consists of platted lots 3 and 4 of Block 5 in the Forest Hills subdivision, which was platted in 1923, part of the Westminster Heights neighborhood. The property measures 85 feet in width and contains a lot area of 10,795 square feet. Given this lot area, the property currently qualifies for one single-family home and one accessory dwelling unit. Here we see a project timeline. The current owner purchased the property in December of 2021. A tenant complaint was received in December of 2023, shortly followed by a codes investigation. On March 12th of this year, the applicant submitted an application for a property card interpretation, or a PCI. The PCI was completed on April 8th, which concluded that one dwelling unit was legally constructed on the property. A reconsideration request was received on April 19th. The reconsideration letter was completed on April 23rd, which found insufficient evidence to overturn the previous conclusion. An appeal was submitted on May 3rd. The application materials received with the PCI application consisted of the general application page, an affidavit to authorize an agent for the property management company, the application narrative, as seen on the top left of the screen. The application describes 4 dwelling units, 4 rooming units. The owner does not occupy the site. A site plan, which I have superimposed over an aerial image of the site here. The historic property card, a copy of the 2022 city business tax receipt, located here, and the violation notice from the active codes enforcement case. The Pinellas County Property Appraiser's records show that 3 dwelling units have been reported at the subject site. The footprint of the building area as reported to the property appraiser is shown here, superimposed over an aerial image of the site. It is notable that the area claimed as dwelling unit number 4 in the southwest corner of the site on the applicant's site plan is not described in the property appraiser's records. The property card shows that the house with a 2-car garage was constructed in 1953. It was built with 2 electric meters and 1 kitchen range. In 1962, a 112 square foot addition was made to the home. The precise records could not be located, but the historical aerials appear to indicate that the highlighted area was the addition of the new, the location of the new addition. A garage was converted to a bedroom in 1969. A 10-foot by 10-foot steel utility shed was constructed in 1973. This location is an estimate. In 1974, a 300-square-foot slab was poured with existing footers with plumbing rough-in for 2 bathrooms. This appears to be incorporated with the 1974 described addition of 650 square feet of living area and 112 square feet of accessory area. In 1991, a waiver was granted which allows for 2 bedrooms to rent with no cooking facilities. The remaining permits on this property card relate to utilities and regular maintenance of the home. In 1995, an after-the-fact permit was opened related to the pool and spa. The permit was not completed and was administratively closed. In 1996, an after-the-fact permit was opened to relocate the utility shed. The permit was revoked and closed. In 1999, a permit was opened to add a 10-foot by 10-foot addition to what is described as an existing 10-foot by 20-foot shed. The permit was not completed and was administratively closed. The remaining electronic records related to this property are related to utilities and regular maintenance of the home. This case relates directly to the definitions of dwelling unit. The zoning department relies on the Land Development Code definitions as it relates to the case. The Land Development Code includes the following definitions. A dwelling unit, which means a living space for a family with cooking, bathroom, and sleeping facilities. An accessory dwelling unit is an ancillary or secondary living unit that has a separate kitchen, bathroom, and sleeping area existing either within the same structure or on the same lot as the primary detached single-family home. An accessory living space is an additional living space which is separated from the principal residence, which does not function as an independent dwelling unit and which utilizes the same cooking facilities, street address, and utility meter as the principal residence. And lastly, a cooking facility, which means a kitchen or other designed food preparation area in a structure that is equipped with a range or oven. The area may be presumed to be intended for use as a cooking facility if it includes a refrigerator or sink and has a 220-volt electric outlet or natural gas hookup, which is not being actively used for water heaters or clothes dryers. The codes enforcement record supplied some pertinent history on this case. In 1996, notes in a case record indicate that 2 bedrooms were being rented by foreign exchange students in accordance with the 1991 waiver approval. In 2003, a case was referred by the fire department because the single-family house contained 4 rental units in addition to the house. The garage was reported to be having been converted to a 3-bedroom apartment, contradicting the property card description that described the garage as having been converted to a 1-bedroom in 1969. The PCI relates to an active codes enforcement case in which the tenant filed a complaint in December of 2023 regarding illegal dwelling units and improper splitting of electricity. The codes investigator conducted a site visit and reported illegal dwelling units. As the site only has 1 kitchen, the definition of a dwelling unit per the Land Development Code contains a cooking facility. Code enforcement's conclusion of illegal dwelling units relates most directly to the building and life safety code requirements, such as legal egress from bedrooms, fire alarms, and interior connectivity within the home. Examining the history of the property, the subject property was not eligible for a multifamily development from its construction in 1953 per that year's code or under the 1961 code. It might have been eligible for a multifamily development under the 1977 code, but would have required a special exemption. No special exemption records were found. A garage apartment was permissible under the 1953 code, but was not permissible under the 1961 or 1977 codes. Accessory dwelling units are now permissible on the property under the current code. No records exist for legal construction of a garage apartment or an ADU. Here we see photos of the site from Emerson Avenue South, the front of the property. Here we see photos from the rear of the property. It's taken from the alley. Here we have interior courtyard photos from the codes investigators' records from their January 17th and March 21st re-inspections. And additional property photos from those codes investigators' additional re-inspections. To summarize the analysis that was performed for the property card interpretation and this associated appeal, neither the property card nor the digital record permits describe any additional kitchen. In 1991, the waiver approved 2 rental bedrooms with no cooking facilities, and this does not constitute approval for additional dwelling units. There are no registered additional or supplementary addresses associated with the site. Historical street views show that 1 mailbox was present from at least 2008 through 2019. The codes investigators' inspection, as well as my own site visit on July 23rd, found that 3 additional mailboxes have been recently installed. The property appraiser shows 3 dwelling units having been reported, but their records are for taxing purposes only and do not constitute approval for additional dwelling units. And the city business tax records are inconsistent. It was paid for 2 units for 2004 and 2005, and for 3 units from 2006 to 2013 and 2018 to current. City business tax does not establish a use, nor does it constitute approval for additional dwelling units. Lastly, the historical city directories, as provided by the St. Petersburg Museum of History, show 1 address. In conclusion, there is insufficient evidence to overturn the PCI conclusion that 1 dwelling unit was legally constructed, with approval remaining to rent out 2 bedrooms. Staff recommends denial of the appeal to the conclusion of the property card interpretation. Should the commission deny the appeal, the property owner must obtain permits with inspections to return the subject property to the last permitted use, that being a single-family residence with continued approval to rent out 2 bedrooms with no additional cooking facilities. The property does qualify for an accessory dwelling unit. The property owner may pursue additional permitting for new construction or conversion of an existing space to create an accessory dwelling unit. Thank you.
On the codes enforcement photos, it looks like all the photos are of the interior of the southwest building, which is in that, if you could stop it, yeah. The photo all the way to the right, that appears to be a shed that was converted, some version of a shed. The pictures of the inside of that one, does that show a kitchen? I couldn't really tell from the photos.
There were no pictures of additional kitchens. There were photos of interior bedrooms and of bathrooms, but no kitchen is pictured, and only 1 kitchen is described on the property card record.
Is there any record to show that that was built?
The best guess that I had was the relocation of the steel utility shed, and then the expansion with a roof permit for what was claimed to be a 10 by 20, where a 10 by 10 was previously described.
So it was 10 by 10, then it was moved, and then later, another 10 by 10 was added to a 10 by 20, so somehow.
Something like that, yes.
Something like that.
Because there is a 10 by 10 really old shed that's sitting in the parking area along the southeast corner of the property. So that doesn't even look like the original shed. That's just its own complete separate structure at the southwest corner. Okay.
Is your conclusion of the inspection conclusion that it's a single family, because there's only 1 kitchen, so there's 1 dwelling unit with 4 bedrooms for rent, or would it be 3 bedrooms for rent because the dwelling unit is, I'm just trying to figure out how far over the 2 they are, and then ignoring the shed, which I'll ask a question about that in a second.
So the rooming units, the 2 rooming units that would have been associated with the 1991 approval are subsidiary to the primary use, which is a single-family home. They are part of the single-family home.
Okay. So, you know, would it be possible, since the owner doesn't live there, for basically 3, you have whoever's renting the home and then 2 rooms? Is that the way it would be interpreted?
Potentially. There are additional bedrooms where the garage was legally converted.
Right, okay.
And it's not claimed.
So somewhere
bedrooms are in
half,
each
but
unit.
not exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the shed. If there's no kitchen in the shed, is that accessory, or we're calling it the shed? I don't know. If you go back to the aerial slide, the 1999, the green area that changed over time. If that doesn't have a kitchen, is that accessory living space then right now?
It would be accessory living space, as it's a detached living space structure. Okay. With no records of a kitchen, yes, but there are no records of permitting for the construction of this accessory living space.
Okay. Thank you.
You could potentially have 3 mailboxes.
Right, I mean, I'm trying to process all that too, yeah, and you could add an AD, yeah.
Well, the 2 bedrooms could be technically 1A and 1B. So you could have the main house.
The ADU's not permitted.
Yeah,
right?
the main house and the 2 rental, there's only 3.
But let's keep going through, so Commissioner Clemens.
So I mean, does St. Petersburg restrict the number of unrelated people that can live in a zoning?
No, they're free to have roommates in a single-family home.
And in that kind of a situation, and maybe that's not relevant, germane to us today, just thinking about the mailboxes, I've got roommates, are they allowed to have their own mailbox? I mean, it's the same address, isn't it? It's one, right now, there's one legal address for the property.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Abernethy, Director of Planning and Development. I'm not aware of any restrictions on how many mailboxes you have. Now, we wouldn't issue extra addresses for rooms, so I'm not sure. Somebody just wrote an ABC and had people address it that way. Would that work? I mean, we don't, but we would not officially give that address, and I'm not sure if the post office today would do that. Like maybe if it's been there for.
Don't give me anything until I go through you.
Right. So I don't think that the post office would issue that today. You know, maybe they've been there for a long time and date back to the rooming units, and at that time perhaps the policy did allow for separate mailboxes, and that predates any records I have that relate to that.
According to the Google Maps records, those mailboxes have appeared since 2019.
Correct.
The different topic, and again, maybe it's not germane to the issue of legal units, but how many total bedrooms then do we think there are in the property? 5?
It's unclear, frankly.
Okay. So, do we know how many parking spaces they're required to have? And do they have any legal parking on the property?
On their site plan, they do show 2 parking spaces in the front and 4 in the rear.
Okay.
These haven't been measured or
That would seem to be sufficient in a T1 for almost anything.
But what's interesting here, though, is they're not asking for approval. No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I don't know what we're solving.
No.
Yeah.
And then my last question is, if we denied this appeal, what is their recourse?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it an appeal to city council or to circuit court? In other words, if we don't continue it, and if we vote today and we deny it.
I think this is final action of the body. Let me confirm.
Well, while she's confirming, I have a follow-on question related to that. What if we grant the appeal, and maybe this is a question for the applicant, but what would the appeal do to help the applicant?
They would still need to take the same action of obtaining permits with inspections to correct the life safety issues if it is assumed that this is a grandfathered multifamily use at that point.
So that's the request. I mean, because your presentation was great, and I thought that I was following when I read the report, and then when we got into that, while I tracked what you said very well, I think I lost track of what's trying to be accomplished. So it would be multifamily is the argument that it's a grandfathered multifamily use or a
And they would also need permits. They'd have to put kitchens in because you can't rent out a unit without a kitchen.
But do you understand that to be the goal though? Because I
don't know.
Okay. We'll ask
the code violations don't get cured.
No.
That's my.
Yeah.
So has this whole thing been to just stall and delay having to deal with the code violations because they had to get through us first before?
I don't know.
Well, so that was actually what I was going to ask, because this is just an appeal of a property card interpretation.
Right.
And so that's why I was listening to everything you said, and I just wanted to make sure I had this correctly. So you've interpreted that legally there's just a single-family residence there currently. There's not a single family with an ADU.
Correct. They could obtain an ADU. They have a single family right now.
And so either one of those buildings on the southeast or southwest corner could be modified to be a legally adopted ADU, no matter what happens here today.
Yes, they would have to go through building.
And then it's also your interpretation that this is currently effectively functioning as a multifamily type living situation. Is that kind of what I gathered?
There's only one kitchen.
With the one.
No, I understand. That's why this is, I think, where I'm kind of getting lost, because there's all these different additions and everything else. And so I understand the main house, and then I understand the additions and everything else. And so if you interpreted it as a single family and the code still allows single family and an ADU, I don't understand why they're appealing the interpretation if they're not doing something more than that.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, so maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think that staff can ask that, so.
And so that's why I was asking, did you know, when you were dealing with them on this in your interpretation, you know, did they give you any reasoning of why
No.
why we're here? Okay.
I just want to confirm, I did look it up, and the DRC is the final decision maker for the city, so this is not appealable to city council.
Do have one question related to the property card on the 74 building portion. It's 7/26/1974. It says addition of 43 feet by 15 feet 10 inches, 2 baths and 2 bedrooms with a little storage area. But then it says in parentheses and parentheses 112 square foot accessory area. Do you see that?
Yes.
So I'm assuming even though it says accessory area in here, that doesn't necessarily qualify as an accessory dwelling area, accessory dwelling unit, correct?
No, my presumption would be that would be semi-finished utility area. something
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
There's no
There
plumbing.
was no
electric
plumbing.
permits.
No, I understand. Yeah, I was just making sure because they had the word accessory in here.
Yep.
You know, okay.
One comment is, if they did get a determination that one of the accessory living spaces is an accessory dwelling unit, depending on when that determination, or when that dwelling unit was made legal, it could relieve the building code compliance portion of that project. When you build a building in the state of Florida, you have to comply with building code at the time it was built. If 50 years later, you build a new building, you have to comply with the building codes that were built at that time, 50 years later. But it doesn't mean that the building built 50 years ago has to automatically upgrade itself. So in other words, wind load speeds are a lot different now than they were in the 1950s and 60s in terms of, so it could potentially relieve the amount of code violations or permitting process for that dwelling unit if it was determined to be legal.
Yeah. And
So that may be part of the thinking.
Yeah, and so the reason, so if you come over to the plumbing though, in 74, they did pull a plumbing permit for 2 lavatories, 2 drains, 2 tubs, rough in only. It doesn't state, it's a different date, it's in the same month, but it doesn't state that it's in the same building as the other. I'm just,
Well,
when I was reading this, I had a really hard time understanding what I was reading. I have to make sure I'm clear and understand, you know, what the interpretation is, why they're appealing it, before I make a decision on it.
let's try and hear from the applicant and see
Yeah.
how much they can say. So appellant, you know, to the extent that you're ready to present, we understand that you may not be fully ready to present, and we are still going to consider your request to continue. If you can just make whatever presentation you're prepared to make, please.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, that was a great presentation. It helped me understand the issues more. I think, like what's been talked about, you know, we don't take any code enforcement issues lightly. So we would certainly work with the applicant or with the owner to resolve those as expeditiously as possible. In other words, we're not here to delay this. I think the discussion on, you know, what would granting the appeal provide us, without knowing a lot of the facts, I don't want to represent the facts that I don't know, but I think maybe there's a vehicle to obtain permits necessary to allow for multifamily use that is in compliance with code. I think for the owner, that would be the most beneficial thing. Like I said, when I talked with them this morning, they are more than willing to work with the city on this. They actually bought the property in 2020, I believe, and I have a feeling there's a misunderstanding with that. It also seems that these buildings have been constructed since 1999, so it seems that this use has been going on for quite some time. The issues are just rising now, so I think more time would allow us to look into that further. Maybe there's other evidence of permits or pictures that we can provide. Like I said, at this time, I can't speak directly to facts like that, but I think additional time would allow us to explore those options with the city and work towards a resolution.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? I don't know how much we're going to get for answers.
Yeah.
So I'll ask the attorney, do you want us to consider the continuance now, or should we continue with the procedure and consider during executive session?
Do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Pardon?
Yes, if you have any blue cards.
I asked if we had any blue cards.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. There are none, right? I guess it doesn't particularly matter because we're probably going to have to redo presentations.
Yeah.
Anyway, when this is brought back. Certainly, at least for the appellant, and a recap probably from staff. So.
Can we go into executive session now?
So, I mean, let's go through the procedure here to make sure we have it right, because I do have one final question for city staff before we decide on the continuance. But, so that was the initial presentation of the appellant, and we have no blue cards, correct? And we have no registered, no, we don't have a registered opponent. So, city, do you have any cross-examination?
Not at this time.
And, appellant, do you have any cross-examination of the facts presented by the city?
Not at this time.
Okay. City, do you have any closing? And appellant, any closing? Okay. And so we'll go into executive session. I'm going to start with a question. Could the property or record card review show a multifamily use?
I see no evidence of a multifamily use from the property card or the digital records.
Okay. Anything to add, Ms. Abernathy?
I mean, I think what you're asking when you say a multifamily use is multiple dwelling units, which again are defined by our code as the kitchens. I think and I'd have to look more into the code, back when the rooming units were approved, and we don't have such a thing in our code now because boarding houses and rooming houses were taken out of the code in 2007 to see what that review process was for that specific use. We don't have that today. You as a landlord can have roommates, but the existence of multiple rooms and different people living in a structure does not in and of itself create a multifamily use. Would be the best I could describe that.
I'll give my last comment in executive session, then I'll hear from the group. Going out of order there, but I'll say that I'm willing to hear out, but I'm ready to vote today without a continuance. But I'll hear the group, and I can be persuaded.
I just wanted to follow up on your question for a definition. An accessory dwelling unit is not really considered a multifamily use, right?
Correct.
It's it comes with a single family home, and it's
right. I mean, it does have cooking facilities and can be rented separately and have a separate address and a meter. So it's functioning as a second unit on the property. We don't count it towards density. We don't then define the property or the overall use as multifamily. We still say it's single family with an accessory unit.
right. And the reason, and then my follow-up question to that is, the zoning history was always some version of a single family zoning, correct?
That's correct.
So it was never zoned multifamily.
Yeah.
So it could have never legally been built as multifamily unless the rooming house and boarding house issue that Ms. Abernathy brought up was an interesting one. I hadn't thought of that. I was starting to go that it could have never been, the most it could have ever been was a house.
And that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, right.
So, if we don't mind, can we put the aerial back up that had all the different years on it? I just need this for my own edification. So this 1950s, 1960s, that's the original single-family house.
Yes.
Roughly. The 1974 area, that's connected to the principal structure.
By the enclosed porch, which
Yeah.
there are no records of the enclosure, but yes, that's what the property card and the property appraiser shows.
Yep.
So it's connected, but there's no record of it. That's why you don't have it highlighted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. And so, so I guess my question, so if we agree with your interpretation today and the way this is kind of all set up, the building in the southwest corner could be converted into an ADU. The rest of it could all be functioning as a single family. This is where my question's coming. If the 2 rooms that are for rent are in that unit 3 down at the bottom, does there need to be an internal connection to the rest of the house, to the cooking facility, like a hallway, or can they exit out to the courtyard and go to the house?
I think it's been our interpretation in the past that there does need to be some kind of a connection.
Internal?
Or, I mean, I would need to consult with also with our zoning official who's not here today.
I would say that an accessory living space,
thank you.
detached accessory living space cannot be rented.
No, I understand. So the AD.
So that kind of
But it's
answers
not
your question in
detached.
reverse.
It's attached.
So it needs to be. It would need
But it's
to be
attached to the principal structure.
Physically attached or?
Physically attached.
Because-
with
Are you
an
saying a
internal
house could not be built?
with an internal connection?
So with an internal connection?
Yes.
Okay. So there would be some pretty significant modifications that would need to happen then, so that 2 bedrooms for rent would still be considered part of the principal structure.
Correct.
That's where I was going. All right. Thank you.
I feel like this is the wrong request.
I agree.
That's what I was going to say.
And I would hate to recommend a continuance to waste somebody's money to try to prove to us that the property card stated a multifamily use, which it never did, and I think this is pretty black and white. I'd much rather the applicant's money be spent on the lawyer coming up with a different application for us to review, that we can actually...
How about dealing with the codes issue and fixing this place?
Right, like I mean, there's nothing about this that is a fourplex at all in anybody's imagination, right? It's being used that way, but it's not legally anything like a fourplex, and it's dangerous, and it's a very concerning situation for the people who are living there, and perhaps the applicant is not aware of that, was not aware of that fully, but we are. And so, arguing over property card interpretation, I think is just a waste of time, because it is a single family unit home. That's what it's always been. It's been used differently, but if they want to use it as a multi-family unit, then it needs to be brought up to that standard. And if an exception needs to be sought for that to happen, then let's do that.
Yeah, I agree completely. Different application. Yep.
Motion?
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Chair. Appeal of a property card interpretation which determined that 1 dwelling unit was legally constructed.
So again, for the group, approval goes against the city's interpretation, and denial supports the city's interpretation.
Second.
Kiernan?
No.
Walker?
No.
Stowe?
No.
Singleton? Clemens? Reale?
No.
Flynn?
No.
Bales?
Appreciate the position you're putting.
One question for staff real quick, it's bothered me. On that swimming pool, did the swimming pool permit ever get completed and passed?
It said closed.
So even the swimming pool that sits 3-4 feet above grade was never approved. I mean, there's all kinds of wrong here. So, all right.
Next case, case number 2454000055.
I think staff just needed a moment to get a drink of water.
Should we take a, does anyone need a break? Or should we keep going? Yeah. We'll really keep-
I was clearing my throat, excuse me. Good afternoon. For the record, Cheryl Brigalo with Development Review Services. This application before you is for variances at 224 26th Ave North. The subject property consists of platted lots 4, 5, and the western 15 feet of 3 in an improved plat in the historic Old Northeast neighborhood in the Neighborhood Traditional 3 zoning district. The lots are currently combined under one parcel ID number. Lot 4 contains a single-family dwelling, detached accessory living space, and a carport. And Lot 5 contains a pool, walkways, fencing, and small accessory structures. So here are some photos of the front of the property. And the rear of the property on the left, and down the alley on the right. And these are from the staff report. As an overview, the request is for approval of variances to lot width, lot area, and side yard setback to create 2 total buildable lots from 2 1/3 platted lots in common ownership, with the existing dwelling and accessory structures to remain. The applicant proposes to remove the structures on Lot 5, which are shown on this survey, and construct a compliant house and detached garage on Lot 5. Lot 5 is deficient in width and area, so variances to that are required. And here are the proposed floor plans, as also seen in the staff report. The proposed facade elevations, and the plans for the garage. The house and accessory structures on the remainder of the parcel will be retained. Portions of the existing house that would encroach into the side yard setback will be removed, including the breakfast nook and a portion of the screen room. The exterior staircase to the detached accessory living space will be removed. There is an interior staircase, and the AC condenser will be relocated. The rear accessory structure has a 5.9 or 6 foot, depending on the survey you look at, setback to the interior property line, where 7.5 feet is required. Therefore, a variance is required for the setback to that structure. That structure is at the rear of the lot and is not visible from the street. Also, the proposed detached garage on Lot 5 is planned to be located on the western side of that property, leaving greater than 15 feet between the rear structures on Lots 4 and 5. The size and width of this remainder parcel are compliant with the NT3 requirements, as well as the resulting building coverage, total impervious lot coverage, and floor area ratio. Here are the applicant's photos to the interior of the lot. You can see that the sunroom that's proposed to be removed, the screen room that's proposed to be reduced in size, and the staircase and deck to be removed from the side setback next to the accessory living space structure. This aerial photo allows you to see the setbacks of some of the surrounding properties. The hardship related to the property is the original platted configuration that created the lots. The lots are 50 feet wide, 127 feet deep, and 6,350 square feet in area. Since their platting, the lots were rezoned to RS 75, then NT3, which required minimum 60-foot wide and 7,620 square foot lots. There's also a hardship related to the location of the existing accessory structure constructed in 2010, which the applicant wants to retain. This is the map analysis that was undertaken as found in the staff report. You can see the significant number of substandard lots in the area and those with one house per platted lot, which are all of the red dots. The analysis found that 65% of lots are substandard and 65% of developed parcels contain one house per platted lot, which is what this application proposes. The proposal is consistent with the predominant development pattern of the neighborhood. We received no comments and no objections from the public or the neighborhood associations. So we recommend approval of the variance, subject to recommended conditions of approval, the 3 standard and 2 tailored, that the breakfast room, part of the screen room, and the exterior staircase and AC condenser be relocated from the setback, and that all structures shall be removed from Lot 5 prior to separation of the lots. And the condition that the plan submitted for permitting of the new dwelling be substantially similar to those approved with the variance application. The variance requested is to retain the platted configuration of the lots, which can be considered the minimum variance. The setback to the accessory structure on Lot 4 is the minimum request that can be made without significantly modifying the building itself, which was recently constructed in 2010. And granting of the variances would be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the land development regulations as outlined in the staff report. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll wait for questions.
Any questions for staff?
I only have one quick question, if you don't mind. So the side setbacks on, at least on the table in here, where it says requested 5.9 for lots 4 and 3, I guess the portion of 3, we're only saying that's off that one side where the existing house is. They're still going to meet the side setbacks for anything new, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other thing is just a general statement right above that. I think you got the required and requested for the lot width backwards. You might want to just make sure that gets corrected.
The 50/60.
Yeah.
You see that?
I apologize.
Yeah, no.
And if you're correcting things on one of your figures, you had block 8 instead of block 10.
Oh, pile on.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. All right, is the applicant here?
Good afternoon, Commission. Brian Dion from Johnson Pope, 490 First Avenue South. I have been sworn in. Do have a presentation. Like I said, I'm here on behalf of the applicants, David and Sharon Jacobson, who are the owners of 224 26th Avenue North, St. Petersburg. It's zoned in the NT3 zoning district. As staff indicated, there are 3 variances being requested today, 2 which are on Lot 5 and then 1 on Lot 4. Well, I'm going to call it Lot 4 even though it's Lot 4 and the west 15 feet of Lot 3. But for Lot 5, it's due to the fact that we are restoring it to its platted size. However, that is now not compliant with code. The requirement is 60 feet, and the lot size is 50, and then the lot width going with that, the area going with that would therefore be smaller as well. The lots were platted in 1910. The request, like I mentioned, is for Lot 5, for a reduced square area and reduced width of the lot from both which are 17% magnitude, which is 10 feet smaller than the allowable width of the lot. And then for Lot 4, the side yard setback for the accessory structure, we're requesting a 1.6 foot variance with a magnitude of 21%. These are showing what the two lots would look like side by side. Lot 5, 50 feet by 127 feet, making it non-compliant. Lot 4 will be compliant with code, except for the side yard setback, but its area and lot width would be compliant. This is just kind of reiterating what I just said, so I'm going to go through these. The LDC provides 9 factors that need to be weighed by the commission when reviewing variance applications. I highlighted what I thought were the 4 most important to this application, which are the special conditions which are peculiar to the land, and the substandard lot size, the conditions requested or not resolved actions of the applicant. A literal enforcement of the code would result in unnecessary hardship, and the granting of the variance is not injurious to the neighbors, which I will briefly go through. I'm only going to be addressing lot 5 briefly. The purpose of lot 5 would be to build a single-family home. We are able to put a single-family home on the lot with an accessory garage that would be completely compliant with code, including side yard variances and distance from the neighboring property. Again, here's the elevations that staff showed you. Part of the code, special conditions that exist that are peculiar to the land. Part of that is substandard lot sizes. The lot would be legally non-conforming. They currently exist under common ownership, and they cannot be unmerged without this variance. Section F of the same number for the variance request is neighborhood character, and it's how it goes with the character of the neighborhood. As staff pointed out, there's 65% of the lots within the area are currently substandard in width and lot size, which are based on how the lots were platted, which is a 50-foot width, which was the code then required greater width and lot areas. As staff also showed, these are all the lots within the neighborhood that are currently substandard in lot size. The plans that have been submitted to staff and to the county, or I'm sorry, to the city, are completely compliant with all NT3 zones, design standards and setback standards. The variance approval will allow development of lot 5 as a single-family home. Similar situated properties in the neighborhood have been able to utilize that same lot size. It'll be developed in a manner consistent with code. Lot 4, like I mentioned before, it will be compliant with lot area and lot width. However, there are structures that are within the side yard setback. The requirement is 7.5 feet. These are the 5 items that are currently within the side yard setback, which is a breakfast nook, a Florida room, which I just learned today. People in Florida do not call a Florida room. I'm not from Florida, so we've always called it a Florida room. But it's the accessory room that's off to the side of the property, and it's detached. The accessory structure, which is within 1.6 feet of the side yard setback, the staircase and the air conditioning unit, which are completely in the setback. We would be demolishing the breakfast nook. We would be reducing the size of the Florida room to be outside of the setback area. The accessory structure is the only variance request that we have today, and as staff said, it's the minimum requirement, just based on the fact that it's an accessory structure that has been, to put it simply, we like to keep. It would be difficult to minimize that existing structure that's been there since 2010, and then we would be relocating the air conditioning unit to be outside of the side yard setback. This is just a visual of basically everything I said, which the breakfast nook is here, which will be completely removed. That is the Florida room, which will be reduced. And this is the staircase and the air conditioning unit. And then the 1.6 feet of the accessory structure that is over. These are just pictures of what we're asking for. This is the breakfast nook, which will be eliminated. The Florida room, which will be reduced. You can kind of see this side here will be removed or lessened, and then the staircase will be removed along with the second story deck. it's a 1.6 foot variance. Like I said, we are removing almost all things that are in there except for the accessory structure. There is internal access to the second floor of the structure, and there will still be 2 access points in and out of the accessory structure. We cannot readily minimize the impact without that's within the side yard setback. The accessory structure is not visible from the street, and as mentioned, the accessory structure that's planned to be put on lot 5 is more than 15 feet. It's going to also be on the western side of the property. Properties to the south show that they have either accessory structures or the building itself that appear to be within the setback area as well. And this is the minimum request that we can make without making significant changes to impacts to the accessory building itself. Granting the variance will not be injurious to the neighboring properties. The neighbor to the west is also here in support. And we've taken steps to ensure that the request is not injurious to other neighbors, which includes the location of the accessory structures and minimizing what encroachments would be there. Thank you for your time, and I am here to answer any questions.
Questions for the applicant? No? Do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
No blue cards. Staff, you wish to cross?
Staff waves.
Applicant, do you wish to cross?
Wave.
Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
Wave.
Applicant, any closing remarks?
No, thank you for your time.
We'll go into executive session.
My only comment is, I have heard the term Florida room used in Florida.
A long time ago, though.
I guess so, I'm older.
They all got.
Otherwise, I think this is a very reasonable request. and-
Yeah.
Totally agree.
I'll entertain a motion then.
I move approval of variances to lot width, lot area, and side yard setback to create 2 total buildable lots from 2 1/3 platted lots in common ownership with the existing dwelling and accessory structures to remain, subject to the staff conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Walker?
Yes.
Snow?
Yes.
Singleton? Clemens?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
All right, a request for a short break. We only have one more item, so let's keep it short. My computer says 4:25. Let's recess until 4:30. And we're going to start at 4:30. All right, we're back in session. Last item, case 2454000066.
Shervon Chambliss of Development Review Services. I'm here to present the last case of the afternoon, case 24-54000066 for the property located at 3629 Queensboro Avenue South. The subject property is located in the Childs Park neighborhood on Queensboro Avenue South between 36th and 37th Street South. The property consists of 1 platted lot, and it is also zoned NT1, neighborhood traditional single family. This application requests the approval of an after-the-fact variance to the required height for a porch to be elevated 12 inches above grade. Section 16.20.010 of the Land Development Regulations requires for residences to maintain porches elevated a minimum of 12 inches above grade and at minimum setbacks of 18 feet from the front property line. Here we have the elevation drawing that was approved, showing the porch elevated at the required 12-inch minimum. The site was issued a new single-family permit in August of 2023 as a correction to the staff report. Plans for the new home consisted of a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1-story single-family home with the 12-inch elevated porch as seen above. In May of 2024, a zoning inspection was disapproved, citing the front porch having been built below the approved 12-inch height above grade. And then here we have images of the approved site plan and the approved as-built drawing attached in the staff report. So to the left, we have the site plan that clearly shows the grade demarcations or the differences between the existing grade and the proposed floor of the porch with a foot difference. This corroborates the elevation drawing that was previously shown in the last slide. And then to the right, we have the as-built site plan, or the as-built survey, excuse me, showing the constructed conditions of the site currently. And in it, we have an elevation change of about 5 or 6 inches between the existing grade and the tallest portion of the porch. And here we have photos of the existing conditions of the site. Here we have examples of homes along the same portion of Queensboro Avenue South that is shared by the subject property. So in here we have 4 examples of homes. The vast majority or the predominant pattern of homes established on the street. These homes were constructed prior to the 2007 code change requiring minimum porch size requirements. However, there is a predominating pattern of homes displayed along this portion of the street where homes are elevated above the grade, and they typically feature risers of 2 to 3 steps or more depending on the home's height as the entry feature. And here we also have some additional images of homes along that same corridor. And as you can see, they also have steps ranging between 2 to 3 risers each. And then to the northern half of the block that abuts 17th Avenue South, there are examples of homes that were constructed with entryways that are less than the required 12 inches above grade. Here we have 4 examples, 3 of which were all constructed side by side on the same portion of the street. These properties were all developed prior to the 2007 code change. In considering the review criteria, the request is considered self-imposed as a permit was approved in accordance with code requiring the 12-inch height above grade as seen in the elevation drawings and in the site plan that was provided. Literal enforcement of the chapter would not result in unnecessary hardship as the application is considered self-imposed. There are certain alternatives that could be availed to reduce the magnitude of the request. And then the request is also considered not the minimum necessary to allow use of the residence. Additionally, in considering the magnitude of the request could be further minimized provided that the porch height is increased and a slope for the new porch height, if increased, provides the required watershed so that water is diverted away from the front door of the residence towards the abutting green space in the front yard, and that mature hedge plantings are provided along the perimeter of the porch in compliance with the approved landscape code to further mitigate visual impact of the substandard porch height from the abutting right-of-way. If approved, the request does not appear to be injurious to neighboring properties or otherwise detrimental to public welfare. And in considering public comments, this property is located in the Childs Park neighborhood. No public comments have been received from the Childs Park Neighborhood Association or from abutting residences who are notified by the applicant. In conclusion, staff recommends denial of this request pursuant to the conditions provided in the staff report, and I remain available for questions.
Any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Yes.
It's hard to tell from the documentation we received because some of it was just partially printed. The scale was a little off, but was the residence built at the specified finished floor elevation, meaning that there's just a step outside the front door and the porch is lower, or is everything lower?
I believe just the porch is lower.
Okay, so it wouldn't be sort of an issue where the whole house requires remedy, therefore we're looking at lowering the grade outside because that's too much to ask. We're really just asking for the porch to raise.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just to reiterate on that, because the survey that we have, you can't read anything. I saw it in your presentation, I believe. The porch elevation to the surrounding ground level is about 6 inches. Is that accurate? Okay, and then the porch, I believe, was, is that 3155 highlighted?
3185, it looks.
85, okay. So you've really only got 0.3 of a foot.
3.5 inches.
Yeah.
So in consulting with construction services and permitting, just to make the board aware, there is a remedy to consider, which was previously mentioned, if there's a way to raise the portion of the porch. We can count the porch height from the back portion of the tallest part, provided that there is a slope, so that water is diverted away from the entrance, which is why we're asking for the landscaping as seen in the landscape plan to be surrounding the perimeter, so that you won't really be able to tell, since we don't really have like much wiggle room to try and make it any bigger.
Well, they've got 1.25 feet to the sidewalk, 3166, 3043. Could they also just go and kind of scrape the front yard and smooth it out and drop it?
I believe the applicant would like to speak to those particular types of questions or concerns the commission may have.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay, applicant? Well, I guess there are no blue cards.
No.
Hi, my name's Kevin Fagley. I have been sworn in. I live at 674th Avenue North. My issue is the whole water drainage. This property was built an inch taller than what was on the plan, so the slab is an inch taller. It is over 1 foot above the grade, but if you step out the front door 4 inches, then from there you can't get, you have to dig down grade to have 1 foot. We are also required, which they weren't shown on there, is the swales you'll see. From the back alley, which is 120 feet for the entire property, the back alley is 2 feet higher than the street in the front. So we have to, all the water drainage is from the alley all the way to the front of the property. This isn't split half drain into the back, half drain into the front. So we have to have a 5 to 6 inch swale the entire length on both sides of the property. So to come out and go down 1 foot, and then also have a 6 inch swale on both sides of the property to drain water, when it hits the sidewalk is at 30.43, and they're asking for my elevation next to the porch to be 30.6, which is less than 2 inches. So from the house to the sidewalk, with a 5 or 6 inch swale, I'm gonna drain 2 inches. I mean, so if I go back and scoop the grade out to make it that, I'm literally gonna be making retention ponds on both sides of the sidewalk. So it was approved as this, and when I had the building department out, they approved the drainage and the swales. So we sodded it, we did all that stuff, and then zoning doesn't come till after we're ready. Everything's completely done before zoning even looks at it. So the step wasn't even caught by anybody in the building department, because they don't look at the step. They look at, does the property drain from the front 120 feet all the way to from the back, 120 feet all the way to the front. And where the sidewalk was existing sidewalk, the sidewalk's at 30.5 feet. The house is at 32. So you take 4 inches coming out. They proposed to me to avoid this is to pour the porch up, but I'm not going to give a client a front porch level with the inside of the home. Just after you guys, I'm sure everybody experienced the driving rain, the house is going to flood. It's going to leak at the very least. So we're not in a flood zone, so being higher off the ground is not an issue. It's more of getting the water off of the site. So if I go in and scoop the grade out to be 1 foot below, I'm going to have less than 2 inches of grade over 25 feet for the water to get off the property, because it has to get over the sidewalk. I can't have a swale that's going to be lower than the sidewalk on both sides of the property. And even, which, looking back at it, the approved plan over on the, over here, it's showing the bottom of my swale at 29.7, the sidewalk's at 30.44. So how, in reality, was I supposed to make this without water just pooling here? I'm just, how was I supposed to build that? So I don't know what else to say other than cut the sidewalk out, grade the property completely level, put swales on both sides, and let the water all sit there. But I didn't want to volunteer to pour the porch level with the house and then worry about rain hitting the bottom threshold of an in-swing door.
Questions for the applicant?
What's the finished surface of the porch?
Just concrete.
There's no pavers or tile or anything on it?
Nope.
I have a question for staff, for Siobhan. In terms of the 1 foot height, I think you mentioned this, and it's my basic understanding, but I don't know I don't have clear in my head the details. The 12 inches does not necessarily have to be at all points around the perimeter of the porch.
Right. Staff does take into account the changes in grades.
So is there a criteria of at least half or one face of it? Or, to be honest, this happened to me, something very similar happened to a project that I just did recently, and we had to kind of we had to regrade it to an extent that make it flatter than I would like, but that was kind of what happened to us, is we did not necessarily have to get a 12 inches around all 3 faces of the porch. My recollection is we had to do it at least on one of the 3 faces.
All right.
But I just want to make sure I understand what the criteria is if we're looking at discussing options here.
So what it says from the NT code, again, Scott Bolyard, Deputy Zoning Official. The front porch shall be elevated at least 12 inches above the abutting finished grade level as measured abutting the porch at the front entry, period.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
The front porch shall be elevated at least 12 inches above the abutting finished grade level as measured abutting the porch at the front entry.
Could it slope?
Then, yeah, well, so I don't,
I'd almost interpret that to be the side closest to the front entrance, and then you can go out, because again, I think building, everybody wants that front porch to slope away, so it's going to be less above grade at the front than it would up against the front facade.
if the plans show the foot, but the house is built at the right grade, I guess I'm not understanding where the disconnect is. Is it in the drainage plan, or in the and how that interacts with the building plan? I don't, like, normally we know that we'll get a survey error and it says, oh, we built it in the wrong spot because we didn't check the corners. But this, I don't understand where the error is here.
The city has gotten, the city engineering department, and probably correctly so, has gotten more stringent on evaluating grading to drainage around single-family sites, and they're looking for these swales now, and they're looking for continuous drainage from the entire property. So I think and I can tell you what sort of happened to us, that's what happened is our house was designed to be kind of a foot higher than, the porch higher than sort of existing, than prevailing grade. But that was based on an evaluation of the existing grades without really thinking through all the drainage that was going to happen across the site. And once that was done, we were 8 inches, not 12 inches. And so it's something where it was, to be honest, in my case, it was my mistake because I didn't really account fully for the drainage in a single-family house to the kind of stringent criteria we're used to doing for commercial or multifamily properties. So, we had to then flatten our front yard to be only have like a couple inches of slope across it instead of 6 inches of slope, which is what you really want. But we did, and, you know, and it got approved, and not really trying to make this about my case, I'm just saying I just went through it. So I'm sympathetic to an extent, and I'm trying to figure out what exactly the minimum it would take to correct this. So,
So I'm looking at the as-built survey, trying to compare it with what.
Hang on. So I'm gonna, yeah. Let's just go ahead and go through the procedure here, because we're basically talking like we're in executive session and the room is empty. So
True.
procedurally, is there any public comment?
I have a question for the owner before we move on. My question is, I think we saw an image of the elevations which showed the 2 steps for the porch. Was that part of the permit package that was submitted to the city, that the porch did have 2 steps? Yes. Okay. So the plan was for that it to be built that way, but it appears to Commissioner Reale's point that somehow it got built lower than what the construction documents.
No, well, the
Called for.
property did not get built lower. We didn't put the second step in because in order to have the grade where it was on the plan, it would have flooded at the sidewalk.
So the grade's higher, not the
See,
property's
if you
lower.
look, can they put this back up?
Is that right?
The building was actually built higher than what the plan's called.
Yeah, the slab is 1 inch higher than what was permitted. So you do that for.
So the grading information that was provided initially when the design took place was not what was existing on site then?
Well, that's what I think the error was the approved site plan isn't buildable because they're showing a swale being 6 inches lower than sidewalk. So as you come down the property, the existing sidewalk, you'd have to the water would literally sit in 6 inches below the sidewalk, which nobody wanted that when they came out to look at the swales. They don't go out with a thing to measure above sea level for the swale. They look to see if it has a slope to it. So the building department comes out and checks that, then we sod it and everything, and it's all good. And then zoning comes out and catches the step. So because they weren't part of, they're not part of the drain.
So the goal is it, when you build a single-family home, is it to keep water from shedding, like in this case, east and west onto your neighbors? You're not necessarily looking to drain off the property, you're looking to keep from flooding your adjacent neighbor. Is that the goal of the swale in this situation?
Into the city property. Like normally on a property like this, if we had this problem, we would put bubblers and gutters. But because the drainage comes from all the way the alley in the back, we can't get it to drain uphill. We have to do the swales to get to the street. Otherwise, we would just gutter it, leave lower the elevation and make it flat, and then just bubble it up at the sidewalk. So when it rained a lot, it would bubble up and flow into the street.
Your
But because we're flowing from the alley,
know.
yeah, they were flexible. They said if I could get it within like 8 inches, so
Yeah.
closer.
So when you say like 0.16, that's a 0.2, so that's about a 2.5 inch. My other thought was if you installed 1.5 thick pavers on top of the porch,
Yeah, well, that'll get us to.
that's a 0.13 increase. It's like 1.5 inches. I can do it.
Yeah. So maybe between the
And
sidewalk
that
and
reduces
pavers.
your step up from the front door from 4 inches to 2.5 inches. And I very much understand your concern about why you want a 3 or 4 or 5 inch step up at front doors, absolutely. And we have to deal in commercial properties, we're not allowed to do that because of handicap accessibility. But in residential, we do that routinely. But if you could just cut out like 1 inch or 2 of grade, not even moving the sidewalk, but 1 inch or 2 of grade, around the porch, you add 1.5 inches up here, you take 1.5 inches down here, we're gonna go from 6 to 9 inches, but I don't see how you can get to a foot without more drastic. But then the question would be, are we okay with an 8 or 9 inch as a reasonable case? But it's,
Sounds like the city is.
yeah.
So it sounds like you two are, know more about it than.
Yeah, you said there'd be no math first. Whatever you guys say on this one.
Interesting, in the staff photos, it shows on the north side of the block the ones that were built pre the code change. But when I went another block to the west, there's another house that looks very, very similar to this, except it has a little bit of a canopy over the front, an overhang. And it was the same exact condition. It was a 4-inch step up, 4-inch edge. And I'm like, boy, these are almost mirror images, and they have the same condition. And that house is a year, 2 years old. So it appears to be a somewhat common thing that's happening around there that maybe needs to be addressed a little bit more at the permitting stage to make it clear that, hey, we need this 12-inch. But in this case, let's work with that 8-inch visual.
And I do think the 12 inch is a good zoning. It's a design standard. And, you know, maybe its origin is from an aesthetic, you know, and trying to be with traditional neighborhoods and being more compatible with the older traditional houses. But there's reasons with people in the 1920s built houses 12 inch above grade, you know. But in this case, it's both an aesthetic now because it's a tradition within the neighborhood. But, so that was my thought, is if you added an 1.5 inch pavers, and you could cut down 1.5 inches and feather that out, you do flatten out your grading a little bit. You do lose a little bit at the front door, but we've gone from 6 to 9 inches, you know.
Yeah, that's.
And the pavers would look good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd rather you guys consider getting rid of that design standard because that's one of the things that kills affordability in South St. Pete. I mean, we're doing it Pinellas and you can do a mono slab and you have to do stem wall because of the 12 inch, you know.
Right. We don't get to make.
Commissioner,
But that's a different place. I mean, I know they're enforcing what's on the books, but it costs more.
Years ago, for affordable units, they have to be 8 inches above instead of 12 inches above. Remember that when Habitat for Humanity?
Yeah, I
came
do
in?
remember that one, yeah.
And you have less windows and less fenestration requirements.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they're in Pinellas Park.
Commissioner Clemens, I have a question, actually. If we're reducing the step below 4 inches, are we creating a tripping hazard?
At the front door.
Yeah. Because I know by code, you know, by commercial code, right, but.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
that's my response was gonna be, by commercial codes, we don't do steps less than 4 inches. I think it's pretty common in single-family homes to have 3 and 4 inch, you know, we mean, steps of 2 and 3 and 4 inches, but.
My understanding is that wouldn't create a tripping hazard, but adding the extra height to the front porch they may have to add a step in front of the front porch.
Because then you have
No,
uneven
no,
treads.
it's,
right?
Because when you go over, what is it, 7 inches? Is it like 7 1/8 inch, 7 1/8 inch?
.33,
You need a step?
no, it'd still be a 6-inch step.
Okay.
Right now, it's a 4-inch step.
Okay, yeah, I think at 7 or 8 inches is where that kicks in. So,
7
yeah,
inches,
you're fine.
7.5 for a single family, actually.
Yeah, yes, that's right, correct.
The
Okay.
porch is sloping up, so that's
Although-
where the additional
Okay.
height we're getting is.
But actually, you do like, on porches, I don't like to do more than 6-inch steps, but,
All right.
exterior steps, but 7.5 is actually allowed value. So rather than us solving it, we've thrown out a couple of ideas here. I think maybe it would be similar to the other one, where maybe we could make a motion where we could approve a variance of to 8 or 9 inches or something,
Yeah, I think so.
and then let the applicant solve it.
I will entertain a motion.
I move approval of an after-the-fact variance to the requirement that the front porch be elevated at least 8 inches above grade, subject to the staff conditions of approval.
Yeah, you just changed it 12 to 8.
Can we change the request if we're making it less of a variance?
You may.
We can do that, right? It's more of a variance.
The only thing I do want to mention, though, I think condition number 1, condition of approval number 1 says, if a variance is approved, the plans and elevations approved for permitting shall be revised to reflect the existing conditions of the porch. So I think based on this conversation that would need to be modified. Is that correct? No?
Yeah, because it's not existing.
Yeah, because it's not, what you're requesting now is changing what the existing condition of the porch is.
So you'd have to submit a revision to
You'd
the,
have to get an updated as-built survey. That's what it's reading to me. To reflect the existing conditions of the porch, that's an as-built survey.
That, I would agree with Commissioner Walker, that's essentially what staff will be looking for, because it will be required for the certificate of occupancy resubmittal in order to address this issue from a permitting
So
standpoint.
you're saying the future existing,
Right.
so that you
Okay.
can process the, you know, clear out the issue and give the CO.
Right, because we would get the old one, but we would also need a new one for us to approve as well.
So if we make the motion at 8, we don't need to change that condition then?
I would agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds
So
good.
I'll restate it then, just so we're clear. So I move for approval of the after-effect variance to the requirement that the front porch be elevated at least 8 inches above grade, subject to the staff conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Stowe,
Yes.
Singleton, Clemens,
Yes.
Reale, Flynn.
Yes.
Motion passes.
We are adjourned.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
My name is Michael Cottman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done. One bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. Generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
Throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening. But we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here. And folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
City of Writers is like a poetry takeover of the city, in which we're inviting poets, artists, nonprofit organizations, creative activists in the area to come together and to rally around poetry and to really just think about how poetry lives on the page, off the page, and in our bodies and ourselves.
City of Writers is a celebration of the literary arts in the beautiful city of St. Petersburg, Florida. We are the city of the arts, and the literary arts is a part of our history. We have a long history of always having a poet laureate in place, and this, our second annual poetry festival, celebrates how we honor that legacy.
I'm hoping that people will not only enjoy poetry, but spark a moment of curiosity in them. I've heard this amazing poetry. I've experienced poets of all types. What can I do? I want to learn how to write. I want to learn what other poetry opportunities there are in the city of St. Pete.
Writing, if you can express your emotions through writing, it's just a wonderful thing. And we all have stories. You see, that's the thing. Everybody has a story, and telling your story is a wonderful way for self-awareness, to get to know yourself, and for other people to get to know you.
Poetry is something that I think very much is existing and breathing across generations, and that's a big part of this festival, is inviting everyone to the table.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging. of all of the runners, no matter your pace, everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're gonna go, how fast you're gonna go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here is called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome, they're healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression. And that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds. Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old. I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated towards like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, where everyone can come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, then some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. We're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there and you got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
I'm Jean Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing, is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, Don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres. and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regata de Sol a Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now, there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Childs Parks. There's the Childs Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Childs Park. The parameters of Childs Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Childs Park neighborhood, but the greater Childs Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
they're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, you know, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
First of all, it is totally free, so there are no upfront costs. The money that you receive is a grant, so you don't have to pay it back.
Besides money is access to Greenhouse St. Pete, which is great. I have a business mentor now. I have access to all of their resources, and I now have a social network that can support my business grow.
Partnering with the city actually is a big help. They provide the educational piece, mentorship.
It will grow their business, it will add stability to the business, they will learn things about advertising, about networking.
Living in the state of Florida, I previously had single panel windows, so I purchased hurricane impact windows, which is around the perimeter of my business.
For the co-op, we use the grant to help us with our marketing and solidify our brand and just get us out there so that more people could be aware of the co-op.
I invested in tech. I wanted to make sure I had another machine available for another designer to come on board, but a lot of my investing went into software.
We did some outside advertising and upgrading. We also did some inside upgrading. You can fix a need that's at your business now. Something that maybe you were saving for, you can do now with the help of the grant money.
One, it's free. Two, it is accessible. It's not one of these programs where it's an extremely long application.
You have opportunity to get assistance, and it allows you a stepping stone to grow into what it is you want your business to be.
It's always good to have someone that has experience. It makes life a lot easier because they can tell you what to do and what not to do.
I think that it's a great plan for anybody with a small business to become part of the business community. There's no need for someone to miss out on something. If you grow your business, it grows our business, and then it grows St. Pete.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations. So we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet them, get a picture with them. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that
music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Wenkos, founder of TrueFire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. TrueFire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a TrueFire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago. Because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940.
was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new history center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save sunken gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
Welcome to the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee meeting of August 8th, 2024. Can I please have a roll call?
Hanowitz.
Here.
Gertis. Here. Floyd.
Here.
Montanari.
Here.
Big Sanders.
Here. We have an agenda before you. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have the minutes from the July 11th, 2024 PSI meeting. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, everyone, welcome this morning. We are here today on a continued discussion regarding the preemption of major construction projects and contract requirements. Just to give a little background, we had a city council meeting back on July 11th, 2024. The legal department presented repeal of ordinances that we had passed based on state preemption, also a court order, and there was discussion at City Council. Based on that discussion and the need for further clarification, we have scheduled this PSI meeting at the request of the majority of City Council. So just to kind of give a background of what we're going to do here today, and so everyone here understands, we're going to first probably have legal speak, kind of give us the procedural posture of the case, some of the history, go through the preemption at the state level. So there's two things. You have a state preemption issue, and then you have a court case. So kind of review that. And then if we can go into what the role of City Council is, and what legal's position is, and anything else, obviously, that you guys may add. We also have the building and construction trades here with us. They have contacted me, and based on our discussions, we are going to have someone from the building and construction trades. My understanding is Brian Nathan is going to be speaking on behalf of everyone. So I'll give him some time after legal presents to kind of speak to to us and present your position on the issues, and that allows council members to ask questions of legal and also any issues that you may present, and then we can have this discussion. So with that being said, I will turn it over to legal. I don't know, Janine, I don't know if you're starting?
I can.
Or yeah, either whoever was going to start.
Yes, so I spoke with you all at City Council regarding the preemption in House Bill 705, and that it was the legal department's determination that that bill did preempt or disadvantage and apprenticeship ordinances based on the prohibition of requiring contractors in construction projects to hire, train, or recruit from a designated, restricted, or limited source. That information came to you a week before the actual court order that we received in Florida Gulf Coast chapter of Associated Builders and Contractors versus the City of St. Petersburg, which Ken will talk about when I finish. But nutshelling it, preempting the disadvantage in apprenticeship ordinances and finding them unconstitutional and null, void, and stricken. So as we advised City Council at that meeting, because of that court order, that administration was not doing anything to enforce the language in our ordinances regarding those ordinances. And since then, obviously, at the time of the City Council meeting, there is an evaluation going on as to whether or not we would appeal the court order. And I will hand that over to Ken to discuss.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Janine. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. We did talk about this at council a few weeks back, and just to recap, there's a lawsuit that goes back, was filed in 2019 by the builders trade group, if you will, that the city legal department, we have fought for the last 5 years. Ultimately, just to recap what happened, the trial judge here in St. Petersburg, the case dragged for a long time because there was a change in judges and COVID. We were in the early stages of that, so the court system kind of ground to a halt for a year. But ultimately, the judge here locally, after the summary judgment motions, granted summary judgment in favor of the city with a brief one-page or I'm sorry, one sentence or two sentence order saying that the city prevailed. So that went up on appeal to the second DCA. There's been a change in civil procedure rules in Florida, which requires that the court, if they're going to grant a summary judgment, they have to have detailed findings. There was lengthy oral argument with the second DCA. They were very intrigued with the case for a number of reasons, although one can never tell how an appellate court will rule. Ultimately, they overturned the trial judge here locally and sent the case back on a procedural reason because the order was so brief and didn't have any findings in it. Now, I should note that the most interesting part of all this was the second DCA attached a secondary order which granted conditional attorney's fees to the plaintiff in this matter, which in all my years of doing this I've never seen, which was a signal to all of us as to what the court is signaling, what they're going to do going forward. It was probably a signal to the trial judge also, because then we had a second round of orders from the trial judge, and she granted plaintiff's motion granting their summary judgment against the city with a lengthy 14-page order which goes into great detail talking about the unconstitutionality of the ordinance structure and the fact that it's all preempted. I would also add that this dovetails into what Ms. Williams was talking about in that the state has preempted these ordinances, and I should also add that when the state preempted the city's ordinances, they actually cited St. Petersburg in their footnotes as one of the reasons why they were doing so. So the order has found our ordinance structure to be stricken, null, void. There's nothing there going forward. There's no real way to enforce it at this point without getting some kind of injunction pending an appeal. And I can tell you, to get a court to stay everything pending further proceedings, you have to be able to show a pretty strong likelihood of prevailing on the merits. I simply don't believe that's here, and I don't believe anybody in our legal department feels that way also. So we're in a situation where we have a legal case which is dead. We have the ordinances which have been preempted, and we have a fee provision because fees have been granted, and the other side in this case late Friday, filed their motion to tax attorneys' fees and costs. And that is a matter that will have to be litigated going forward as to what the amount of that is. Any move to continue legal action in this case will keep the clock running on the attorney's fees on the other side. So that's what brings us to where we are here today. I can tell you that the consensus of the legal department, as we looked at all this in great depth, our recommendation is to not proceed any further on this matter. We've had discussions with administration in this matter, and they are in agreement with us to not go any further with this matter. So that's where the legal case sits as we're here today.
Okay, and thank you, Ken. And can you please just cover a little bit on the notice of appeal, obviously the appeal period, the decision that's been made, and what City Council's role is, because I think that's also important to kind of cover.
Okay, I'll discuss the appeal period is 30 days. 30 days actually ran yesterday, according to the calendar, for when the city can actually appeal this matter. So that time frame has already run in this matter.
Okay.
As far as City Council's role in all this, maybe Jean, maybe you can address that real quick.
As far as the court case
Making a
is concerned,
decision whether or not we can instruct you to file a notice of appeal. Obviously, administration made the decision. You had the discussion with administration. And so charter obviously has certain roles for City Council versus administration. And maybe
Absolutely.
we can kind of go over that.
Sure. With settlement of cases, as any other case, this case is no different as far as procedurally how it is being handled, as far as the client for purposes of determining settlement being the administration, because that is the role set aside for administration in the city charter, is to direct us in those matters. The only thing that City Council could have done, because as Ken has just stated, the appeal time period has run. So we're here today, the day after the 30 days has run for the appeal. The only thing, let's say it was today, and you had a meeting today, the only thing you could have done was request of administration to file the notice of appeal.
Right. Okay. And then, Tom, I don't know if you want to add anything to what legal has said in terms of administration's position.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, committee members. Couple of things I think that I would like to share with this committee. Obviously, Mayor Welch and our administration is always focused on inclusive equity and progress, and especially with workforce development. I will also share that we're not happy about this either. This is a situation where we had worked with this council and previous councils to design those ordinances. We were having impact with those, and we were pleased with the impact, and we reported annually on those ordinances. So we're in a similar place, that we're disappointed that this has happened, and that we, but in our final determination, as we evaluated and consulted with Ms. Williams and Mr. McCullum, we didn't see a path forward for how that we could have any success either through the legal challenge. And so our ultimate decision was not to proceed with appealing that decision.
Okay. Thank you. And now, Brian, if you want to come up real quick and introduce yourself, wherever you feel comfortable.
My name is Brian Nathan. I'm an assistant business manager and organizer for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in Tampa, and we represent workers in 13 counties, including Pinellas. I also serve as a delegate to the local Building and Construction Trades Council, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the ordinances today. I believe our attorney has reached out to your office, Rich Sawicka. Has he been in contact with you?
Well, just why don't you address, this is not to question legal, and then if city council members later on want to follow up on some of the questions that you bring up.
Apologies.
Yeah, that's.
Our legal attorney, our labor attorney has reached out to City Legal repeatedly to talk about this. He provided us with a memo, which I believe has been sent to all the council members. The date he provided for the notice to file an appeal was actually today, so I'll have to get with him and make sure that that's accurate, because he was telling us that today was the deadline to file your notice. What he was saying, and what we have seen, is that the court didn't find fault with the decision as it was originally rendered. The decision itself. It was just the lack of an explanation. So what you guys did what the council did was perfectly within the bounds of the law. What we also saw in that final summary judgment was that this judge said that these three ordinances were somehow inextricably linked. I'm unclear how they came to that decision, and I'd really like to find out why they're saying that, because the apprenticeship ordinance does not reference the other two. As far as I'm aware, those other two ordinances don't reference the apprenticeship ordinance. So this idea that they're inextricably linked, that if you remove one, the other two are ineffectual, we just don't see how that works. Also, the ABC didn't sue over those other two ordinances. They only sued the city over the apprenticeship ordinance. And I get that there is a preemption that's currently in effect. That only applies to local and state money. There is federal money coming to all corners of this country. We're asking that you leave them in place. When that money comes down, it may be the fact that these local ordinances would have an effect on requiring responsible wages, things of that nature. Currently, the fact that they're null, void, and stricken, they can remain on the books, and they are unenforceable. I mean, I'm not disputing that. But like I said, when federal money comes down, you guys may be able to make use of them. And I would just ask that you defend your own ordinances. Like, this does good work. It does good work for your constituents. Again, this was brought by an outside group that didn't like what you guys were doing for working class people. My job, I get paid to defend working class people every day. When I saw what you guys did, and it inspired other communities to do the same thing. Tampa specifically cited the work that you guys did in their ordinance, in the discussion around it. We saw what St. Pete did, so we're going to do it in Tampa. What I don't want to see is that now these other communities see what's happened here, get scared, and preemptively just yank these ordinances back. I'd like to see you defend it. I know that comes with some hazard. As council said, they attached a provision that you guys have to pay for the plaintiff. But these laws are already being challenged in court. Not this one in particular, but the governor's DEI law, that was challenged in court. It was found to be, the court basically said you can't enforce it. You can't use that law. Why can't there be a scenario in which this preemption law, the same fate would happen to that? Why would you just repeal when we already see that the governor's laws, these anti-worker laws, are being repealed, are being sent back through the court system to say, you can't do this? I'll leave it there, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. And I just want to touch on a couple of things that you brought up before I turn it over to council members and the committee members. So legal, just, let's talk a little bit about the 30-day appeal period. Obviously, I want to make sure, did you receive what Florida Gulf Coast Building and Construction Trades Council sent from their attorney, that the city should file a notice of appeal? And it is a 3-page document that was, I believe you all received it.
We did.
Okay. And so let's cover a little bit the notice of appeal period and 30 days. My understanding is it's a straightforward within 30 days that it has to be appealed, and the date of the order was July 8th.
It was July 8th, and July has 31 days,
right,
which brings it to August 7th.
August 7th. Okay. So that's where the date comes in. And it just so happens that this was the first committee meeting that we can have. It, by chance, it had nothing to do with the dates. This was the first PSI meeting that was scheduled, and it's the day after. So in terms of the court's order and what the role of courts is versus city council, the court has decided, obviously, that our ordinances were null, void, and stricken and preempted.
based on state law and unconstitutional. What is the power of city council when a court decides that on one of our ordinances?
Really, at that point, it's done. The only thing you could do would be to continue to litigate to the next higher court. That's your only option at that point.
Right.
You know, obviously, if there was some way to create some other kind of ordinance or law that people felt was legal based on what the state preemption laws were, you'd have to start over from scratch at that point.
Okay. So you have the court's role on it, and then you have the state preemption, which are two different things that happened around the same time.
Correct.
Okay, because it could be muddy for those that don't understand. We're not just dealing with the state preemption, but we also have the court making findings about our ordinances around the same time. In terms of the judge's ruling, it was sent back from the appellate courts for findings. Okay, and can you please discuss real quickly the court's order? The first time was one page.
Correct.
This time, what did the court do in terms of remedying the issue that the appellate court had identified?
Sure. So, I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat this. The order that the court provided was an in-depth 14-page order which addressed every issue within the case related to the ordinances, related to preemption, related to unconstitutionality based on state law. And I also believe that the court went very in-depth with this. And when a court is in-depth with these kinds of findings based on what the second DCA signaled to us at oral argument, coupled with the companion order related to fees, I've been doing this close to 30 years. I can read the writing on the wall as to what this is. And it's very in-depth and very clear. It's null, void, and stricken. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This thing's over.
Right.
So.
Right. And I understand you said it before, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to break it down because you all have been practicing for a very long time, and most people do not practice law, and so it's more difficult for others
Sure.
to kind of go through. That's why I'm trying to break it down a little bit. So we have an in-depth court order. Brian mentioned the four-factor severability analysis and how the court touched upon that it's not severable, and just kind of explain why that was brought into this order.
Okay, so I'm going to take you back a few years to a case out of Hillsborough County called Emerson versus Hillsborough County. I believe that related to sales tax issues. Hillsborough had a big problem with that. Ultimately, the Florida Supreme Court in 2021 in the Emerson case found that when part of an ordinance structure fails, the entire thing fails. There's no way to save any of it. That was the Emerson case, Florida Supreme Court. It's a real eye-opener when it happened at the time. And in the pendency of the litigation in this case, the plaintiff, because it happened after this case was already going along, that became part of this case as it went along, which the court has taken into consideration in their ruling. So if part of your ordinance is preempted or unconstitutional, the whole thing has to fail. You know, so that's what we're talking about with the severability.
Okay.
And, you know, we can quibble with the court as to whether we agree with that or whether we don't agree with that. But that's the ruling in this, and it's relatively new case law in the state of Florida, but it's something that all municipalities and counties are going to have to deal with going forward.
Okay, and so the severability analysis was brought into this case and this order because case law requires such an analysis to occur by the court based on what the court was ruling on.
That's correct.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay, so I asked some questions just to kind of help move this along, and with that being said, I see Councilmember Gabbard with her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so thank you for that thorough analysis and discussion around the court case itself. I very clearly understand. We have had conversations as well. I get it, right? Like, I don't like it. And I want to be very clear, I'm not upset with anyone in this room. I'm very upset with Tallahassee, as I'm sure several of my colleagues are. Their continued lack of supporting everyday people who break their backs to build our communities is disgusting and has put us in this place. And I'm very upset about it. Administration, I understand. you're kind of between a rock and a hard place. I know you share in a similar philosophy. I might have been a little more bold, but I'm not going to question you on what you decided. That is your prerogative, and I very much recognize the role of council at this time. I also appreciate the part that you just discussed, Ken, where if part of it fails, all of it fails. I hear that. It was my hopes deep down inside, not having that legal understanding, that there would be some salvageable pieces here where we would not have to start over. Unfortunately, I respect your opinion and the job that you do for us. So I get it. Like, we don't have a choice. We're gonna have to send this upstairs and repeal it, and we knew that, I think, a month ago when we talked about it. But coming here today, what I was hoping for was a conversation to take us forward, because it's not my nature to like dwell in where we are. My nature is to figure out how do we move something forward that makes sense, that we can protect people, that we can help people be able to do better for themselves and for us as a whole. I had some questions at the council meeting that I wanted to see if we could maybe start to answer a little bit today. If we can't, then I'd be happy to file a new business item for us to bring this back as a separate conversation around potentially new ordinances. But my first question is, in the bill, it states that there are certain exceptions. And you mentioned federal money. We have local money. Are there exceptions, we believe, around those two? Like, take state money out of it. Okay, I get it. Could we potentially have a conversation? Because I don't want to go down an exercise of futility. I kind of want to know today if there's any bandwidth at all to have conversations around ordinances that pertain to federal and local dollars.
I would first say that federal dollars that require those types of hirings, require a certain wage, we have to follow anyway. We're currently doing that.
Okay.
With projects at the airport, which are largely federal dollars. They have DBE, is what they call it, Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Programs, and other types of programs, Davis-Bacon Prevailing Wage, other requirements of federal money that we will always have to follow. That's number one. This particular statute does not allow for local-only funding to be able to do these types of ordinances. A lot of people have been reading a provision in the bill to apply to the section that prohibits what we're doing, but it does not. It applies to the section only within which it is housed, and that complete statute was provided to you guys, not in this backup, but for the city council meeting. So a lot of people have been reading the bill, which only shows you what has been changed. It shows you the change in the definition of public works project. It shows you the additional language regarding local-only funding, but you have to place that language within the existing statute to fully understand where that provision lies and what it applies to. So there is no local-only money exception to the prohibition against hiring, training, recruiting from a designated, limited, or restricted source.
Okay, that was my next question. So, okay. And that's kind of that wording around being the sole source of funding.
Right.
That's the verbiage that you're referring to.
Right.
Okay, that was my next question. So thank you for leading into that. Okay. So my other question, and I kind of brought this up at City Council as well, just kind of the far-reaching implications into a lot of our policies around this verbiage. Our CBA has a lot of kind of tied terminology as it pertains to the apprenticeship, disadvantaged workers. So how does this affect our CBA?
Our CBA is a little bit different because the CBA doesn't require a contractor to do something specific. It provides a plethora of different things that a contractor can choose from to satisfy the requirements of the CBA. So if there is some voluntary assumption of different things by contractors, whether that's negotiated in a community benefits agreement, is a totally separate situation than what we have before us.
So it's more of an incentive, if you will, for them to do this versus a mandate.
It's a voluntary, I wouldn't even say incentive, because they don't have to choose that to get the benefit. It could be other things, resiliency and some other things that they choose to do. I would say it's a voluntary obligation at that point from the contractor to select this specific benefit to the community.
Right, okay. Ryan, you mentioned that, you were kind of looking for there to be like a higher challenge potentially to House Bill 705. You referenced other challenges that have been won. Are the trades looking at coming together and doing a challenge to this?
Not I'm aware of at this time.
Okay. And you have a very large statewide organized group, right?
I'm not going to say it's off the table, but I'm not aware of it at this moment.
Okay, all right. If you could keep us posted on that, that, would likely not be a charge we would take up, but certainly as an individual, I would support you very much in moving forward with that. So please keep us posted on that. Okay, so I guess my last question, and then I'd love to hear kind of what my colleagues think about this, is we've done a lot of things kind of over the past maybe year or so. I can think of city-owned land policy being one of them, that are things that are very much within administration's wheelhouse, but we pass a resolution in support of administration utilizing incentives and things like that. Is there a place where there could be some ability for us to create some incentives around utilization of these particular types of programs when it comes to the evaluation of our contracts, that we could then do a resolution in support of and work with administration from the standpoint not of a mandate, but of an encouragement to the contractor community to utilize apprenticeships, disadvantaged workers?
And before administration answers, I will tell you that with the court case preempting, saying that, and I'm going to read it so that we all, it says that these ordinances impermissibly control, limit, or expand staffing and require recruitment, training, or hiring of employees from a designated, restricted, or single source in major construction projects. And then it later goes on to say that it is preempted. So whether or not we can, regulatory-wise, provide an incentive program in an ordinance is something that we would have to do a deeper dive on. And not likely, I'm going to say, because of the court case, not the preemption in the law. The preemption in the law does not address incentive programs, but because we now have a court order saying that our ordinance was preempted by the scheme of apprentices in the state statute is basically what that means when they say that it's preempted. So we would have to look closer at it.
Okay. I'll follow up with you offline about it.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I just want to add to that because Ms. Williams pointed out in very, very good detail. But and let me kind of make it a little more simple for my understanding and make sure I understand. But let's take a normal capital project that the city is running. Let's say we're going to construct a rec center.
Right.
We could not issue an RFP for the services to construct that and include a requirement or even an incentive to address some of these issues. I don't believe. But conversely, or going back to the previous conversation, in the context of a public-private partnership where there's a development plan with a CBA, those type of not requirements, those type of incentives could be included. So I think that's kind of the way the administration is thinking about this, is that we would look to public-private partnerships to try to address some of the apprentice disadvantage and other things that we cannot require in our straight city-funded or state and city-funded or federal and state and city-funded, projects. And Jeannie, does that kind of make sense? Or?
It is. It's an analogy that can apply, absolutely.
Well, thank you all for your hard work, and there's no good news today. That's where we are. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And just on one of the questions that Councilmember Gabbard asked, you mentioned something in terms of whether we could do a resolution using incentives, and you mentioned we now have a court order that our ordinance was preempted by the state statute, which makes it more difficult. And I just want to kind of touch a little bit upon that. The effect of having a case litigated, right? Having a final ruling with findings, whether it's at the court level or at the appellate level, which ends up being case law, versus the case not existing or settling without those findings, where it gives more wiggle room, right? So I want to, if you can just kind of explain the effect of when you have a court order, and it could be either of you, kind of talk a little bit about sometimes you want a resolution to something and you want a judge to decide, but sometimes it's not good if it comes against you and the ruling is against you, because now you have a court ruling that kind of says, well, this is what it is. And if you don't have a court ruling, then it's a gray area.
Sure, I can touch on that briefly. So anytime we have an ordinance or any kind of law that gets challenged and we take it up through the courts, we run the risk of a ruling which strengthens the state's hand on preemption and constitutionality. And that would be the situation in this particular matter if we pushed on to the appellate court, which is part of the analysis that was done in this. And I can cite examples that even came out of this very city where matters were taken up to higher courts, which ended up strengthening the state's hand on different matters. So litigation is always more than just the case that's right in front of you. You have to take the long view of the impact of what could happen. And I think that is somewhat what you're getting at here.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification, because obviously that's what attorneys kind of look at when they're looking at their evaluation. But for outsiders who are not involved in it, sometimes it's better, well, I want the court to rule. But the downside of it sometimes is that you have a court ruling such as this, or an appellate court ruling, which makes it more difficult statewide, not just here, statewide. So it's just something to keep in mind. Chair Fig Sanders.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Not only are we matching, but we were on the same wavelength when it came to asking questions. And I do know, and thank you, Attorney McCullough, we talked yesterday briefly about this, and thank you, Brian, for coming forward. And my sentiments exactly about the fact that we were doing really good work here in the city of St. Petersburg when it comes to ensuring that everyone that is here is heard, and that we have incorporated policy to support, our workers. There is a lesson learned from this, is that for the city of St. Petersburg, we've spoken about this and the need for this politically in a policy for years. Lesson learned, and I don't know why we didn't accept a policy so that we could have benefited from it a lot sooner than this. And I think what was highlighted was the project that we just approved, the dome. I think that also highlighted this because the need for us wanting to support, our unions and our hard workers that keep the city going did just not arise during the gas plant project. So we've lesson learned. Hopefully we all hear this, lesson learned. We've been talking about this for years. This is not the first project that we've had for the city of St. Petersburg. It's one of the largest, yes, but it's not the first. So Councilmember Gabbard also asked about the CBA. Thank you for that question. And when I talked to Attorney McCollum yesterday, When I left the council meeting, I did not leave thinking that we were gearing up to filing a repeal. Or that's not what I left there with. I left that we were wanting to refer this to PSI so that we can have a conversation, because we already know there's nothing we can do. We understand that all the levels of government, all of that conversation is fantastic. But I think when we left, or when Deborah left, I understood that there was nothing further we can do. My hope was to have a conversation of what we could do, what a fallback plan looks like, how we can work around legally some things that we can do as a city to assist our workers, to assist our local construction, to assist at home here. And it's I don't know whether to say it's flattering that St. Petersburg has been noted as, you know, thinking out of the box, wanting to do more for our residents. As to why we were targeted on this, I don't know, but I'm going to take it as a compliment, because we are St. Pete, and we look out for our own. And that was my intent for having this PSNI conversation, is that we were going to have a conversation to discuss something that we can actually walk away with. If we have to start over, we'll start over, which is where the lesson learned came from, because we've been here, and it took us a long time to get here. But if there's a way that we could resurface what it is that we're trying to do, what we need to do, I understand the difference between the incentives, and we can't, but even with the CBA, there's a threshold, you know, before any of those options are even available. So I was hoping that today's conversation would be what we could do, not excuse me, not an explanation of everything that already happened. We've already done that. We've had that conversation. What could we move forward with as a city and as a council, with the partnership with administration, to ensure we still continue that focus and that commitment on our local workers? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any comments? Okay. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I just had something pop into my head, so I'm going to go off script a little bit. There was, living wage provisions that got preempted as well, and they had a sunset in them. How does that sunset tie into any sort of living wage provisions we had? Does the court order nullify that situation as well?
It does not.
Okay.
So what the court order did was only preempt the disadvantaged worker ordinance and the apprenticeship ordinance.
Yeah, okay.
Now we have to amend the prevailing wage ordinance as it applies to those ordinances which have been found unconstitutional and preempted. So we still have a living wage ordinance that is not affected currently.
Okay.
So there was a separate bill that basically says that in 2026 that goes away as well. So if anybody, would want to file something about that, there's 2 years to do so. But at present, we would still be able to enforce that living wage ordinance.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that that is a separate conversation. Okay. There was, something mentioned, severability, I guess, is where I'll start with. Have we had any analysis or consideration about what within the ordinance remains legal, and if that's an impactful item in the ordinance? I just wonder, because if there was reasons for it to be struck down, which I think were probably the core of the ordinance, I just didn't know what existed within the ordinance that was permissible still, and if that had been thought about at all.
Well, the judge, I don't know if you want to handle this or not, but the judge did find that the whole thing,
Okay.
baby and the bathwater,
Yeah.
was found preempted and unconstitutional.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying to keep any parts of, or to keep this ordinance. I'm talking about if there was some thing in the future that we had in there that we could continue to have. I just, and I understand, especially with the preemption, I understand that the requirements in general are preempted, but I just wasn't aware of like what else, if there is things in there that are different, what is in there that's different, and so.
Not within the ordinance, because the ordinance just basically had a mandate and requirement regarding construction contracts. But to Councilmember Gabbard's point, we can take a look at if there is any possibility of doing anything else, say perhaps for disadvantaged workers. If the court found that the apprenticeship ordinance was preempted by the legislative scheme regarding apprentices, that doesn't necessarily apply to disadvantaged workers. I'm not saying that it can be done, but what we are willing to do in the legal department is take a look at it to see, based on, what is being considered, whether it is preempted or likely to be preempted, and we're certainly willing to do that work to see if there is something that can be done.
Okay, well, you took me to where I was going to go next as well, to Councilmember Gabbard's points. That was my exact direction of thinking. I was thinking about the CBA and was thinking about something else that I've been working on recently, which is after we got preempted in our ability to regulate the landlord-tenant relationship, I brought forward like discussion on a resolution, which has been moving forward, where we're asking administration to negotiate those things into the agreements when it comes to us funding them. This is an interesting situation because the apprenticeship ordinance only applied to things that we were funding. So whereas like the housing one, it's, even though we may pass a resolution asking for that negotiation to be done, it's still only going to apply narrowly. This though, like, if we were to ask administration to negotiate this, would still apply to all of the same contracts. And so it seems a little more, I guess not expensive, but like a little more applicable than that. And so I was reading that, and I'm picking up that legal's taken it this way as well. It's remove the word incentive, remove the word requirement. We're very clear in the ordinance we've drafted, or in the resolution we've drafted on the housing one, like, this is strictly, we're asking administration to do a negotiation and just tell us how that negotiation went when they present us deals. And I still saw that as a path forward, a simple path forward, and everyone is shaking their head, so I'm going to go ahead and say that we can continue to have that discussion. But there was that, and then I've also talked to some advocacy groups from the labor movement as well about trying to expand upon the idea that's in our CBA, where there's a slate of things you can choose from during the negotiations, and all the opinions in throughout the CBA process are advisory, so it's not a requirement. And seeing how we can say to contractors, or not even specifically to this, but anyone we do business with, like, here are things that we like to see happen, and I guess some of the ideas were like, and if you can make some of these things happen, we can I don't know, I'm trying to think of how to say this. Maybe it makes it preferential for us to work with you, but not have it any kind of requirement, not require any specific thing that would be preempted. And so that idea is not as fleshed out, but I do see some opportunity to continue in a direction like the CBA has, or at least explore continued direction like that for broader projects. And so I don't believe that we're completely stopped from finding ways to strengthen our local apprentice workforce, but I see how they've thrown a wrench in the gears for this one. Let me make sure I have all my questions covered. Okay, so the one last thing I have, and I don't know if legal can even speak to it? Or is there other ordinances around the state similar to this? Do you have any status on what other municipalities, counties, cities are thinking, or how they've moved, or if you've been in contact with them at all?
I have, and just like you haven't moved, no one has moved. They're currently evaluating, is what I get from most of the attorneys from most of the offices, to see if there is anything else that can be done, is basically what I'm hearing from other attorneys in other jurisdictions.
Okay, all right. Not super helpful, but okay. Okay, well, I'll leave it with talk trash about Tallahassee forever. It's fun. So I'll just, you'll know my thoughts there.
No, we don't.
You want to hear them again? So I do think that there are some things that we can continue to do to, not require, but facilitate good things happening in this respect, because of our opportunities with contractual negotiations, and I think we continue to explore that. Sounds like sounds like many people are interested, and I'll say directly to Councilmember Gabbard, like you brought it up first, and if you want to take over that, like,
I'd be glad to.
I'll leave that to you. I think we've had a broad enough conversation, and I'd say very soon we're gonna, actually I think maybe next week, but don't quote me, the one I did on the housing stuff will come forward, so you can look at that. It might already be out for you to find, and I'll continue to look in other places as well, but I'll leave that to you. And then I do think we've got a little bit of a path forward to explore what we can do. I mean, when the apprenticeship ordinances happened, we had, nothing on the books in this vein, and it took like work to figure out what we could legally move forward with. And maybe I'm a little bit optimistic or naive here, but I think that our creativity, in the same way that created the apprenticeship ordinance, can continue to sustain and build off of some of the things that we did there. And so I'm not happy, but I think there's a little bit of a place for us to be optimistic about still being able to accomplish some of this work in the future. I think, it's a never-ending legal battle with Tallahassee as to cities and municipalities trying to do better for their population, their working people, and the state trying to stop us. And I don't think that this is going to be the end of that battle. So I think we'll just continue to be innovative and do the best we can going forward. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Council Member. Committee Vice Chair Gerdes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think my colleagues know I don't mince words. This just sucks. These are the meetings I just don't enjoy. I tell people all the time, 9 days out of 10, this job is awesome. This is the 10th day, and so I just hope the next 9 days outweigh today. Two quick things. Frankly, you stole half of what I was going to say, Councilmember Floyd. That doesn't happen very often, and so I'm in complete support of a resolution, just like we did in housing. My expectation is administration's going to do it anyway. I think we saw them do it on the gas plant, without us asking, because it happened in between Cal meetings. And so my expectation is they're going to do it, and I think I'm completely in support of a resolution asking them to do it. And frankly, I think the only thing really here that changes is that it's no longer an ordinance, and the onus is on us. For when contracts come before us, we're asking the questions on, is it included? If it is included, good job, keep doing it. If it's not included, why? And then it's our decision on whether to approve that contract or not. And so I think really, we're taking it from being codified to now it's on us, right? I mean, frankly, it was easier with it codified because it just had to be there. Now, you get to, Brian, you have to look us in the eyes and go, well, why the hell didn't you ask about it? You know, why isn't it in there? And so I think that becomes on us now. And again, I fully expect administration to do that because they've shown where their priorities lie. I do want to ask one question because I think it's important to understand, and let me just map this out real quickly. I think I heard you say, Ken, and I'm sorry I missed your call yesterday, but I think I heard you say earlier that they have filed for fees currently. And so there is already a monetary consequence to this.
That's correct.
And so if we were to appeal, that would continue.
Clock continues.
Clock continues. So can you kind of ballpark, let's say we were to lose that currently. We don't appeal, clock stops, right? What does that look like monetarily today? So we are at some risk of monetary consequence today. And then could you give us an idea of what that looks like? Because I think it's important to understand.
Sure.
Of what that were to look like if we were to go forward.
Sure. Typically in cases of this nature, when we're dealing with appellate courts, the law firms that do this kind of work are billing out in the vicinity of $500 an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you calculate the number of hours. I look at the number of hours that our office has put into this case. We're into the hundreds of hours on it over the last 5 years, hundreds and hundreds of hours. It would not be unreasonable for this to be in the mid-six figures.
Okay.
As it stands now. If you pursue it further, and then even up to the Florida Supreme Court, the clock continues to run. Firms that handle work in front of the Florida Supreme Court tend to charge even more. I'll give you an example. This office had a case that went to the Florida Supreme Court about a decade ago on a different kind of matter. I think before anybody in this body was serving at that time, but the total payout on fees in that case was $1 million. So that's where this potentially could end up if you continue to litigate it. I think, does that answer your
Yes,
question?
thank you. I just think it's important to understand, not because I'm not afraid of the number, but I think it's in context, it's important that we at least know it. And so if this were a different situation, and I'll just quickly say, I think I appreciate the question about other municipalities. My big concern about that is I feel like we're in a different situation than the other municipalities because not only is it preempted, now we have a ruling. And those municipalities don't have both. And so I think if it were one, I might be willing, because this is so important, and I hate bringing this up, but I mean, my family was an integral part of this and continued to be an integral part of it. Even after my dad left city council, this is what he did for the city. And so I feel like I have a lot of equity in this. And I think if it were one, I might be willing to go and do that. But I think where we are different is we're stacked on top of each other. And that's really what kind of where my mind goes at this point. But again, just to kind of round this out, and then I'll yield, but totally in support of a resolution. Again, my expectation is that administration is going to do it, but I think it's important for us to show our support and ask for that. And then again, I think it really is going to land on us as these contracts come before us that we're holding our partners, their feet to the fire. And Brian, I appreciate you being here and all the representation, and again, I'll just go back to this is for me, this is the ninth day out of 10. It's just no fun because I want to do this, but I just think this situation, we're boxed in, and it's a terrible feeling. But I totally agree with Councilmember Floyd where I don't think this door is completely closed, and we've just got to be innovative, and we've got to find ways to get this done on our own without it being preempted and against this ruling. We've got to find our narrow path through to get this done. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And, Committee Vice Chair Gertis mentioned, obviously, the concern on the fee front, but I want to, again, emphasize the procedural posture of the case, and if you proceed further based on how the appellate court had ruled, it could go even further south. And when I say that is a court's ruling in our district is in our district. If it goes to the appellate court's ruling that is within our area is binding within that area. And if you continue further and it goes to a Florida Supreme Court, a Florida Supreme Court's ruling is binding throughout the whole state. So right now, it's just at the trial level. And given what we've heard from our attorneys, and correct me if I'm wrong, from what has been going on in the case, this is not a good place to be in, a good case to go forward on based on all the facts surrounding it and the court's ruling and how the appellate court sent it back. So the point is, it could actually get worse, not just for us, but for every other municipality and our state. And I want to make that very clear, because I don't want it to get lost. There's that fee portion of it, but there's also the analysis that you have to make of your case itself and how far it goes and how far binding it goes to others. And so I think that's extremely important. And am I correct with that?
You are correct.
Okay.
That's what we were discussing earlier.
Absolutely. Okay. And I just want to, right now there are other municipalities. No one likes preemption. No one. Except I was going to say, except Tallahassee. But when I say no one, I was talking about the local municipalities and the people. But yeah, obviously Tallahassee is very in favor of preemption right now. But at some point, believe it or not, they believed in home rule. And at some point, maybe that changes and you have the swing that goes the other way again, back to home rule. You don't know that. But having said that, I think what we have, at least what I'm getting from a lot of council members, is that we have a majority here, obviously, that wants to find some path forward. This isn't the only council that has worked on this. I want to mention other councils. I think Committee Vice Chair Gert has mentioned his dad worked on this. There are other, by the way, elected officials that worked on this. This isn't the only administration that has worked on it. There was another administration that worked on it. The attorneys, you may have been working on this the whole time. But there are, and our legal department, I have to say, they are always trying to find ways where we could do stuff on all our issues. And even they mentioned it again today. But every once in a while, they have to have a hard conversation with us. And when those hard conversations happen, I can tell you when they happen. I'm sure council members agree. They typically happen after preemption and after a court case ruling. Those are some of the hardest conversations they have with us. And here we have both, and those weren't fun conversations. Not to belabor it, even though there have been roadblocks thrown by Tallahassee and obviously the courts pertaining to this, I know that that everyone here is gonna work to find innovative ways, including administration. And frankly, there is talk of resolution, which is fine, but honestly, I do believe that administration, with or without a resolution, that's how much faith I have in terms of them caring about this, because I know they were not happy about this, because they also worked on this. And they did, by the way, change, to your point, Council Member Gertis, they did change the contracts in the historic gas plant to make sure it was done properly, so it be binding. And I think that's important. And as you all know, I do care about the contractual language very much. And I was happy to see that they changed that, and they proactively changed that, which took a lot of work, by the way. So having said that, I see that Chair Fig Sanders wants to say something.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
In following Councilmember Floyd's comment, because I too know that there is a path forward in this. And sitting on a lot of evaluation committees when we are funding, as the city, we do ask some of the checklist questions, give extra incentives for meeting a certain requirement. Just moving forward legally, would that be something that we can do in the vein of ensuring certain projects have what's considered disadvantaged workers, or a certain classification that need an extra focus on particular projects that are funded by the city with local?
And that's the part I said that may be not likely, but we are certainly
Not likely, okay.
willing to look at it. But because the preemption language says that you're prohibited from requiring something, if you're using that as a stop go
Not a requirement,
factor.
but just giving extra points. You don't have
Right.
to.
Right.
But just giving extra
Understood,
points.
a preference, if you will. But since the court ruling is that the apprenticeship scheme in the state statute preempts us altogether, which is basically what the court said, then it may not be that we can even do incentive. But we haven't taken a look at that legally, so I would want to take a deeper dive on it before giving you the hard no. But it's less likely because of the type of preemption language that was used with the apprentice side of it. On the disadvantaged worker side of it, we'll take a look at it.
Okay. Now, for the CBA, I know we have the 3 tiers in the CBA, and I know that the current version that we're working on now did not include everything that we've been working on up until that point. What would be the consideration, and I don't know if this may be an administration question, going back to the review of the CBA, what was initially proposed from our labor force as to where we are now, to see what we could legally now incorporate into the CBA, because without that CBA, a lot of those benefits from the gas plant project we would not have had we not had the CBA. So I'm hoping that I'm in strong support of the resolution, strong support in the new business items coming forward. But then I'm also hoping that possibly we can review the current version of the CBA to see where we can add some of those additional things that we can no longer, that we're preempted from, that we can look at language in our CBA to update that policy as well.
Well, we would welcome that conversation to, and I'm thinking back to an earlier committee meeting on the FAR bonus. We made the affordable housing kind of the first check box on that for a developer to consider.
Check
So
with
we would
Mr.
be open
Corbett
and Mr.
Okay.
Caper, because I'm not exactly sure what is on that.
And
But I
obviously,
can
Madam Chair.
certainly coordinate with them quickly and
Okay.
report back.
I mean, to me, that seems like a cleaner path forward with the CBA portion of it. Leave that to administration and the chair to kind of coordinate what that looks like. But then we can work, and I'd be more than happy to bring forward a new business item when it's ready for it to come back to this committee and have a conversation around a resolution. Or something else maybe that creatively we come up with we can do.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say just a couple things. I've been consistent on this since this came before City Council earlier in my first term, and still, I've got a different point of view on all of this stuff, and my views haven't changed. I did want to just thank you, Madam Chair, and thank our attorneys for the way that you brought up this discussion and kind of brought it down to a level that lay people that aren't attorneys can kind of walk through and understand both the legislation that passed and then the court case and some of the implications that we need to consider going forward. My only question to Janine is, do we need to take action today in the form of a motion to take it back upstairs?
You don't have to make a motion. If we will bring it back as a legal item based on the conversation here today.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
And then in terms of leaving for the committee members, I'm open to how you want to handle it, whether leaving this as on a referral list or bringing on a different item, whoever wants. So committee members, what are your thoughts on that? Well, you guys are on the committee. Yes, I want to make sure that
I know
they're attending, but you guys are committee members, and I want to just ask the committee before I say something.
Well,
I guess if
leave it on a referral list.
Well, Councilmember Gabbard is going to have a new business item, right?
Right.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm fine with just leaving it to the new business item.
Okay, that's what I want to ask. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if I was going to bring anything else forward, I would
Yeah.
do a new business item.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it still needs to be delve into, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that way it's a fresh item, Chair,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah. I just want input from the committee.
Okay, so it's not on the referral list, we just.
So as of right now, yeah, based on our discussion, we've kind of exhausted this part of the discussion. And now I think the next part will be some action item, and another, council member is going to bring something up based on our discussions, and see what paths forward we have, to find a way to support our workers in our city. That's where we're at. We're trying to find ways around the roadblocks. Okay, and with that said, meeting is adjourned if there's no more business. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Thank you.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City.
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Lassing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters, but you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Did it!
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center,
which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And That project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated toward like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base for everyone to come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught, how long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assist, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, We were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. 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 The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Okay, good morning. We'll call to order the August 15th, 2024 Youth and Family Services Committee. If we could do a roll call, please.
Driscoll. Gertis.
Here.
Montanari.
Here.
Muhammad.
Here. Thank you. And Councilmember Floyd is here as our alternate until Councilmember Driscoll is here. Okay, we have an agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have approval of the October 19th, 2023 minutes. I'll entertain a motion for those minutes.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, as you might be aware, I am currently not the chair of this committee, but I have been the longest standing member of YFS, so I open the meeting. We do need to select a chair and vice chair for this committee, and we'll open it up for nominations. I will say, just for ease, I'm happy to do it, but otherwise, if you'd like to do it, I'm okay with that too. So I'll open it up for nominations for chair and vice chair.
I want to nominate Councilmember Muhammad.
Okay.
For chair.
Any other nominations?
I'd nominate Councilmember Gertis, Vice Chair Gertis.
Okay. You can just say you don't want to accept.
You don't have to accept the nomination.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I don't want to accept that.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Any other nominations? All right. So we'll nominate I guess I'm nominated. And so all in favor of Vice Chair Gertis being the chair of YFS?
In the third person.
I guess. It's weird. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Nominations for vice chair.
I'll nominate Councilmember Floyd.
I'm the alternate.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll nominate Councilmember Montanari.
Councilmember Montanari will only be here for one more of the 2 meetings. I'll nominate Councilmember Driscoll.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. Okay. She can't say yes or no.
She gets it.
Yeah. And that was actually a part of my not accepting the nomination because I'm only going to be here.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor of Councilmember Driscoll? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We'll rock and roll right into new business.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
I thought it was just for the rest of the year.
It is, but we're going to have at least 2 more meetings.
Okay.
Yeah. New business for today, a discussion on reinstating social action funding for non-homeless initiatives. And we're joined by Amy Foster, Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator, and Helen Rhymes, Social Services Planner. But this was a referral from Chair Deborah Fix-Sanders, and so I'll turn it over to Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I wanted to have a conversation in regards to social action funding. I guess for many of us that have been around for a long time, social action funding used to be allocated to a lot of different social service organizations throughout the city of St. Petersburg. And over the years, it has all transitioned into homelessness, preventing homelessness, and it is very, very much needed. So this discussion is not about trying to take any of that money away, because we just saw, being a part of a social allocation committee, that the $700,000 that we finally gotten up to still isn't enough for what it is that we need to get done. So I made a request that we have a discussion as to what we're doing now, and I'm going to also make another formal request as to how we can still generate or find dollars for other organizations outside of the homelessness arena. We do have the youth development grants, but only organizations with youth groups can apply for those dollars. So there is no other recourse for city assistance other than, like the mayor's dollars that he allocates to. But, there was a time when organizations, there's so many that are out there trying to struggle, and the competition is strong for dollars. And again, I sat on a social allocation in that $700,000 that we have now for the homelessness. We were $300,000 short of some of the needs that the city desperately needs for some of our less fortunate population. So I just asked for a presentation on what we're currently doing, and I'm going to formally ask for us to revisit a lot of the organizations that we are donating to see how we can reallocate some of those dollars to help assist. And I think it'll help too with some of the organizations that a lot of council members include in their budget priorities that we can't seem to find funding for. So, you know, I've had conversation with the administration, and, you know, I understand that there may be, you know, grant dollars that we can actually utilize. But the first step for us is to understand what we are currently using social action funding for before we go ahead and try to ask for other dollars that are out there. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here this morning. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Helen Rhymes and Ms. Administrator Foster.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders, for asking us to come and share the history of this program, and certainly understand how important all of our nonprofit organizations are to council and to making our community work, right? Government can't do it all. I did want to just mention a couple of things based on exactly what you just said. There are youth development grants that are not a part of today's conversation, but are also a grant program that the city offers. In addition to that, you may remember that you participated in the opioid litigation. That grant program is coming forward to you on September 5th. So we haven't made any awards. We're bringing you all of the enabling documents for you to say, yes, we like this idea, move forward, and then you would approve those grants at a later date. So that's, again, not something we're talking about today, but it is another potential funding source that you know, some programs can come out of. And then lastly, I want to mention to you, you know, Tom and I took a look yesterday at the non-departmental funding line item, which is spelled out in your budget book, so you can look that over. But that is about $9 million of funding for projects that council asked for. So this pot of money that is specific to homelessness right now by resolution is not the only way that organizations get funding. There are a lot of you know, important projects that council has deemed important over the years, such as Meals on Wheels and other things that sits in that non-departmental line item funding, which again totals a significant amount of dollars as well. So we're not talking about that today. We're reviewing the social action funding, but wanted to call your attention to some other things that might be worth review at a later date. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Helen Rhymes.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So thank you all for having us here today. And so I'm just going to give a brief overview of how we got to where we are. And I had to do a lot of digging all the way back to 2000, but I was able to kind of put some things together and figure out how we got here. And so I grouped this together mostly because of things that happened in years after. So from 2000 to 2006, we partnered with Pinellas County Social Action Funding, and it was over $1 million, but the city's portion of that was $387,000, $387,346. So I tried to dig down into those programs. This is where we were funding all social service agencies. So we partnered with the county. They had their pot of funding. We did not mesh dollars, but we partnered on the process in and of itself. And so in 2007 is where we started seeing our unhoused population. They were more visible. They were out on the steps of City Hall. They were everywhere they were, they had all of their things, their items with them as well. So they were very much more visible in our city. And so at that time, we still partner with Pinellas County, but we funded $599,000 and then an additional $100,000 specific to homeless prevention programs because our unhoused neighbors were so visible, and we were trying to really figure out how we can help them at that time. So in FY08, you know, the bottom kind of fell out. There were budget reductions, and so funding was lowered to $426,000. And council made the decision on what those programs were for. We kind of suspended the committee, the Social Services Allocation Committee in and of itself, and these were the funding priorities. And I dug down into some of the programs that we were funding at that time, how we got to the $426,000, and there were some aging adult services, child care, emergency service. This is actually where they had a mini grant, and at that time you could not apply for the mini grant and social action funding, but the mini grant was only for $5,000. There were 3 agencies that applied for it: New Frontiers, Operation Attack, and St. Petersburg Pregnancy Center. And New Frontiers was one of the ones that was the only one that got the mini grant at that time. And then all other agencies applied for the additional funding. And let me just say that the mini grant was for agencies that had an operating budget of $200,000 or less. So I would guess, I was not in this department at that time, but I would guess at that time they were trying to really kind of help some agencies that were having some hard times as well, but smaller agencies. And so in 2009, the Social Services Allocation Committee was reinstated, and we did not partner with Pinellas County, but these are the 4 priorities that we had, and we funded 26 agencies and 33 programs. And of those 33 programs, I think the largest funding amount was to Pinellas Opportunity Council for $48,500. And adult services being emergency financial assistance to households. The smallest one was $1,500 for deaf and hearing. That was the agency. So in 2010 is when the priority for funding kind of shifted. That didn't happen in the resolution, but as a committee, the decision was made that homeless services and homeless prevention services would be the priorities. The Social Services Allocation Committee recommended funding caps. And so those were the same priorities for 10 through 12. And then in 16, council passed a resolution that would be a housing first community. And so still homeless services and homeless prevention services were the priority. In 2019, that resolution was really codified, or the 2016 resolution was codified, and we said that all of this funding would follow the priorities of our COC. And so our continuum of care says that they vote on what our priority populations are in our homeless services area. And so we followed that now based off this 2019 resolution, and made all of the funding competitive, because at different points, funding was not competitive for certain agencies that we felt or that the committee felt were really a foundation. And so in 2020, the priorities for funding were used for programs based off that housing first approach, low barrier approach, really huge emphasis on low barrier at that time. Of course, 2020, COVID happened, so we had to re-strategize, really kind of figure out where our unhoused population was going to go, how we were going to help them, best serve them so that we can keep them safe. And so we really looked for agencies that used a low barrier approach. The funding caps actually changed to $50,000. That happened in 19. And then from 21 to 24, the funding has increased up to $700,000. So it's increased up to $700,000. Over the years, it kind of crept up. Some years we would take a resolution A and B to council. A being the amount that we were allocated that year, and B being sometimes $20,000 more because the committee just couldn't get to that bottom line. And council always approved B, and so then the next year we'd have just that little bit more funding. And then in FY23, the biggest change was that the committee said $25,000 minimum and $100,000 maximum for the grant allocations. And so that really increased the amount of funding that agencies can apply for. And I guess for us, it kind of felt like it really make an impact. You know, $50,000 is a small amount. We asked for a lot of documentation for that amount, and we were hearing from agencies that the $50,000 wasn't enough at that time, and so the committee decided to increase that maximum to $100,000.
Another comment I'll add here is, you know, I think another portion of why, factor why this amount was changed to $100,000 is this was during COVID times, right? And also kind of, I like to call the workers' rights times of Great Resignation. And in order, you know, back in the day, a social worker made $25,000, $30,000. And during COVID times, that really changed. And so in order to even fund one staff position, right now it costs about $100,000. So it's not a $100,000 salary, but when you have a $60,000 salary and you add benefits on top of that, you know, so that was a big part of this change, is that we were finding more and more agencies saying, well, I can't even employ a person for $50,000, and not only do I need somebody to do the work, but I'm employing people to do all of the, you know, request of, you know, the funding back end piece of making all of that reimbursement work. And so that was a part of the reason here as well.
And so currently, through social action funding, I added the programs that are currently funded this fiscal year. And see, they are all working with our unhoused neighbors in some capacity. This is all part of the priority populations that our continuum of care has approved for us. And these are the positions and or operations, the use of the funds there. So you can see, like, for the top one, that's 10 staff positions at $79,000 is what their request was for. $700,000 is not a lot, as Council Chair Fix-Sander said, in the grand scheme of what the ask is. Usually it's over $1 million. And so this is our current department funding. Our division funds, as you can see, Safe Harbor. We fund Catholic Charities. We just increased their funding this fiscal year, 2-in-1. We do rapid rehousing. So I won't read them all off, but what I will kind of highlight is Meals on Wheels is outside of our homeless services. It's probably one of our only ones that is outside of homeless services. But prevention funding, we did just do $250,000. We did an RFP. Directions for Living has those funds. They can use it up to 3 years for St. Pete residents who are at 120% AMI. And need some help with their rent and or utilities. And then we have our childhood homelessness, and I kept the scattered site family shelter in there only because it's under our division, but we do not oversee it. But just to see that $2.5 million that we put into scattered site family shelter will go away this year. And so that is 25 up to 28 beds sometimes of shelter that will go away in our community for our St. Pete residents. And so I added, I don't know why that changed that way, but I added Pinellas County social action funding in here, just so you can see the difference in how much they fund. And so it's $1.7 million for FY25 was available. They just went through their process. I pulled this, you know, from their site as to get their latest information. Applicants could either apply for a large award or a small award, and a maximum of 5 large awards were would be given out, with the remainder of the funding allocated to small awards. And I also added their priorities. So this is their priorities for funding: food and nutritional service, homeless and prevention and supportive service, healthcare, and then supportive services for our aging population. which is increasing in our area, our unhoused neighbors. So with that, that's the end.
Committee members. Any questions or comments?
Chair, if I may.
Yeah, of
maybe while
course.
Council gathers their thoughts on this. You know, Helen and I've had some preliminary conversation about the resolution, which is the enabling document that those grants come from. I do think there's probably some tweaks that could be done to that since 2019. We're not prepared to bring that forward to you today, but that's a future conversation that we could have with you. And so, you know, I think we could take a look at that. I think one of the other things that I'll just mention from having sat on a lot of different committees, I think this is the only committee that council has, and I could be wrong about this, so if somebody sat on a committee and seen something different, where the committee kind of dictates the requirements instead of staff, who are the subject matter expertise folks dictating the requirements, and then them sitting and making the decisions about, based on those parameters and bumpers, here's where the funding will go. And that's a change that I could see possibly being something we would look at, and just would allow us a little more flexibility. The committee only meets once or twice a year. There are times that things emerge in the middle of the year, such as the law that passed this year. We weren't able to make changes to the resolution in time, and so the funding went forward based on the resolution. The committee weighed in with the things they thought were important, and so I think it would allow us a little more flexibility if staff drove that process versus the committee. And again, the committee should still be a group of volunteers that are made up of folks that serve, maybe have lived experience, other things that make the decisions on who gets the funding that you then ratify, but maybe staff provides some directions on the parameters and criteria. I think that may be something we would want to look at moving forward as well.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I was going to say something kind of similar. I'm happy to look at the resolution and see what staff would suggest and what we would hash out on it. I think one thing I wanted to focus on was spending more time focused on impact. And I think that kind of dovetails into what you're describing with staff. Like if, we're not out there like interacting with these organizations on a constant basis the way staff is. So I'd love to have more information on, or maybe more analysis as time goes on the impact that we're getting from funding specific organizations, and that way we can be, as focused as possible.
Yeah, I think one of the things that has been tweaked over the years that I think is probably in a sweet spot, and I'd ask Helen to share her experience since her team manages the programs, but they try to meet people where they're at. So we don't tell them what their objectives and outcomes should be. They propose them, and then we hold them accountable to what they have proposed. And so that's something that's evolved over the years, and I think has gotten tighter and tighter. And the committee does look at that and say, did they meet the outcomes they proposed in the years past? And so that allows us to, again, make sure that there's impact, but at the same time, not dictate what that impact should be, but allowing the organization to tell us. We are starting to work to tighten that up on the non-departmental funding. So in that area, I do feel like there's some folks that since 2007 and 2008 have gotten the same pot of funding, expect it that way. And Helen and her team are tweaking those annual agreements to say, no, you're not going to tell us what we're going to do. This is money that you are doing something that the city has asked you to do, and here is what we need you to do based on what we're seeing in the field to achieve. So, if it's housing a certain amount of people or, something a little bit different, these we're tweaking to kind of tell them, this is what we see as a problem and you're funded to do this. And so these are the outcomes we want to see from you.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit of that from your department recently, and so I'm eager to see how that moves forward. Yeah, okay, so then as far as the social action funding goes, yeah, definitely maybe a little more flexibility. So I've not seen the committee meet and discuss anything other than just the funding, the doling out of funding, and so I don't know what it looks like to have a broader conversation than that. But I don't think it would hurt anything as long as the outcomes were focused on, I would say data-driven solutions. Because I know one thing is that these often quite get emotional instead of logical, and so I just want to caution everybody to focus on that. So I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. The thing that jumped out at me on page 8 was the childhood homelessness. And when I compare that $260,000, it seemed like a very low number. Can you kind of talk about the need in that category? And I also noticed the county doesn't seem to address childhood homelessness, not in the bullet points that were in the presentation.
So, sure. So the $260,000 was the childhood homelessness project was a pilot project from former council member Cornell, and so that's where those dollars came into play. It is, we fund the Homeless Leadership Alliance to then fund a program. They put out an RFP and they fund Directions for Living. And so that's the Family Works program that is in our community. They work with 7 specific schools, the Transformation Zone schools. So Campbell Park, I'm not going to be able to name them all probably, but Campbell Park, Fairmont Park, Lakewood Elementary, John Hopkins, New Heights, and Melrose. Maximo, thank you. Maximo Elementary. So we work with those 7 schools, and it is really one of the few programs that works with true all McKinney-Vento. So that is any family who is living literally unhoused and or doubled up or in a hotel that they're paying for by themselves, which is not considered literally homeless. And so they work with those families, really wrap them around. Intensive case management services are offered to them. This year, we are thinking a little different about that funding and probably going to go out, do an RFP for that funding, just to make sure that we can bring it in-house. And again, really big on tightening up these objectives. Tell you, if this is what you're going to do, we're going to hold you to it. And so right now, to have an agency administering it, I can hold that agency to our agreement, not necessarily to the agreement that they have. And so really trying to tighten that up and make sure that we're touching children in the areas that they need to be touched. So those 7 schools are not Transformation Zone schools anymore, right? And so I'm looking for where can we help children the most? Where can we make the most impact? And so what schools have the most unhoused children in them is what I'm looking for this year.
To get a little more specific with data, Councilmember, Helen will know the exact number, but I think the last time I checked, there's a family shelter list of people waiting for shelter, and it was around 60. And so most of those are in St. Pete. I'm also going to remind you that your $2.5 million for scattered site family shelter that was funded with ARPA ends this year. So that will remove 28 beds from our system. And so, that list is likely to grow.
And to your second point on Pinellas County funding, So they have homeless prevention and supportive services. I am not sure who they funded. It's all in who applies and what they apply for.
They do, without knowing their list of who is on their council member, I do know they have some funding for childhood homelessness with Homeless Emergency Project, which is in Clearwater, and they may have someone else as well. So while they don't have a specific pot for that, ours is specific because a council member wanted to create that program, but they do have some funding that's specific to families in their portfolio.
Okay. And the age limit is 18, is that?
For children?
Yep.
Family Works would be 18 and or if they're still in school.
Okay.
So you could have a 19-year-old still in Pinellas County School.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you.
Or Vice Committee Chair Driscoll.
I know.
You're welcome.
You'll be on time next time.
Happy to be voluntold. With the 2.5 million for scattered site, I do worry about that, that funding coming to an end. Do we know what they've been able to do so far, and have you all been working with them on a plan to continue that? Because the last thing in the world we need is to lose 28 beds, and this is specifically for families, and that goes right along with the childhood homelessness. I'm just wondering what can we do?
Yeah, I have encouraged the agency responsible for that to have conversations for almost a year. I'm guessing by hearing y'all's surprised by this, that they didn't have those conversations with council members. So I don't know what their plan is, but we have been working with them for the last 6 months to kind of titrate down the number of families coming in so that when the funding runs out, there is no family put out on the street. So we've been tightly monitoring that and working with them on a transition plan. The agency funded right now is St. Vincent de Paul. They did receive a $5 million allocation. Some of you maybe sat on the steps of City Hall from Jeff Bezos many years ago that they have never deployed. And so I don't know if their plan is to deploy that or to do something else, but again, I've encouraged them to have some advocacy around this, and I don't think that's occurred.
Thank you. Well, that's unfortunate. There is great potential there. Maybe that's something that we have to take into consideration as we consider who we work with in the future. And, perhaps they'll be more inspired to have communication with Mr. Bezos.
Yeah, I'm working on a plan that is not ready to be publicly discussed yet, that I'm hopeful will add some family beds to the system. I'm not asking for any funding for that, but I don't know what the need is going to look like yet. So I'm hopeful that by October 1, the agencies involved in that will be ready to talk publicly about it. And so whenever they're ready, we will inform you of that. We met with one of the agency's boards this week for their board to vote on if they wanted to move this project forward. The other agency's board is meeting later this month, and they want to have the ability to talk to their funders and have their boards decide this is something they want to do before the public knows about it. But I think y'all will be very pleased, and I think it has the potential to add some family beds to our community. So I'm hopeful that those boards will be moving forward in that direction.
That's great. A little more detail or a little more explanation on the various grants where we've allocated $700,000. It's on the next. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's social action funding. So instead of listing all of the grants, because I had already gave you the slide with that, that is social action funding.
And how many grants and what's the average amount?
This.
Go back to the slide.
So that's.
That's this
Oh,
slide.
okay. No, I get it now. So all of this
Yes.
is 700, okay.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense. I thought it was something separate.
No.
All right. Are there other, what's another organization that's working specifically on family shelter that we know is doing a great job right now? Is it BOLI?
So BOLI doesn't do family shelter, they do family permanent supportive housing. And so I don't remember if any
I
of you
see.
were able to go to Whispering Pines on Friday, but that was.
That's what I mean, not so much shelter, but
Yes.
finding real housing for families.
So every program has a responsibility to be housing first. So no matter how we fund them, whether shelter and or not, they have that responsibility. That's one of the first things that they do is a housing plan. So they're housing focused. There are only so many family shelters, indoor shelters in general in our community. And so all of them should work towards finding housing for individuals.
Mm-hmm.
We do fund rapid rehousing, $400,000. That's also, it's a joint partnership between the City of St. Petersburg, Pinellas County, St. Vincent de Paul, and 211 Tampa Bay Cares. And so that is to house our unhoused neighbors, that program. They don't have to be in shelter. We work off of a list, it's called Coordinated Entry List, and they are housed through that way.
I think one of the things that I'll mention that was funded with CARES dollars that doesn't exist, that I think Helen and Shanice and April probably get a lot of calls about, and it's kind of a misnomer in some ways, right? So Helen's title is Social Services Planning Manager, but 100% of the funding that her department has is for homelessness. So if you're looking for something else, they use their skills and the resources they know about, but they don't have, a $10 million budget like Pinellas County Social Services Department does. So we jokingly call them three girls in a car. They do a lot of amazing work, but their department isn't the only department that funds our social service agencies, right? And so you saw in the fiscal year 25 budget that Helen's team is going to roll into housing and community development. A lot of our housing programs and services are funded through our federal dollars, the action planning, right, the CDBG and ESG dollars. And so I think their expertise will help, cross-pollinate some of that work in that department. So some of those programs are funded through those federal dollars instead of your local dollars. One thing that was funded federally with CARES dollars that has gone away, that is a real need, is people who need help finding housing. So those are called housing navigators. They were funded at the Homeless Leadership Alliance during CARES, and that went away because those COVID dollars have since been spent. But I know that the housing department, I would have to get the number from Avery, but we've tried to change how their phone system works because they receive thousands and thousands and thousands of calls a month of people who are asking, I'm a senior, my rent has just gone up, I don't know where to find somewhere I can afford. Helen's team receives the same number of calls, and so that may be a gap in your specific question, council member, of a need that somebody to hold people's hands through the process, right? Of how do you fill out these forms? I don't have a computer. I've got to do this. And working with the landlords to say, look, even though this person maybe has something on their credit record or has had an eviction, we're going to vouch for them and help get them into housing. And that's a little bit of a gap since the COVID dollars.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Council Chair Fix Sanders.
Thank you. This was all very well presented, and thank you for the presentation. And I hope that my colleagues can see the need for me requesting that you come and talk about social action. Councilmember Floyd, I sit on the Social Action Funding Committee, and I have my own list of things that I am going to recommend that we do in regards to improving the process on that. And as you see with the social action funding that we're currently in, we went through that process on Monday, Tuesday, and some of the ones that were funded this year will not be funded for 2025 for something as simple as the completion of an application, right? And how they, and the volunteers that were on board were all, had their own expertise, all knowledgeable. So the conversation today, again, as I stated in my opening comments, was not to find a way to not fund or take any money from social action, because we need, as you say, every year we're at 1 million requests. Every year that I've been on it, it's $1 million worth of requests. And we have the difficult decision of trying to decide who will and will not get funded. And I know that's a part of the process, but I'm grateful for the $700,000. But I am also grateful that Administrator Foster did acknowledge the fact that there are millions of dollars in non-departmental buckets that we can possibly start reviewing some of those funds to see how we can allocate differently some of those dollars to possibly meet some of the things that we've asked for in our council budget requests for years, how we can possibly help other organizations, although housing is of course first and foremost, but we have other organizations. You just identified a gap. You have people that are facing high stress in wanting to maintain their household, but we have other organizations that do so much in the community and making us that bonded community that we need to be, as you said, successful, that don't always deal with homeless issues, but we no longer provide those services through any other social action funding other than the youth development grants. So I wanted us to have this conversation. I am going to formally ask for another opportunity to bring back to this community where we can look at all the grants that council members have asked for, so we can look at all those dollars, see where that $9 million is, to see if we can identify some pockets where we can actually fund some of the requests that we would like to see funded. Other than that, so I will, submit that new business item for that further discussion to come back to this council. But again, thank you for the presentation. This, I hope, was a little clearer for my colleagues to see. I sit on COC, Continuum of Care, and so I hear a lot of the, and I want to use the word traumatic because for me it is. I go home every day. I have somewhere to live. But when we hear in that environment the things that a lot of our residents are actually dealing with, it is disheartening. And I know, Councilmember Floyd, you say sometimes it's emotional. Well, I think that's where a lot of times we lose things, when we just look at dollars and cents and we don't understand the impact of what a simple stroke of a pen can do to a community. So we have to be well-rounded and holistic in making some of these decisions. So, with that being said, I do want us to continue to look at where we can find additional funding for homelessness. Definitely, I agree with Councilmember Montanari on childhood homelessness. And I'm glad that Councilmember Cornell did ask for that particular program, and it is still going to be around, maybe with some tweaks, but I keep that one on my radar because childhood homelessness is something that we definitely cannot lose sight of. But then I also want to continue to look at other social services agencies that lost funding when everything transitioned, because a lot of the things they cannot do with CDBG dollars, DSC, they're just, that fountain of finances was completely cut off to the community. And so I do want us to investigate how we can help some of the other organizations that some of us have taken on our budget priorities to help them find that funding because of those gaps. So thank you, Chair, for that. And those were my remarks, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I think all of us were really excited about the new program, the new partnership with Ready for Life. And I can't wait to hear how it's going when it's time for you all to update us on that. I'm so positive that it will be successful and that it is something that we will want to continue, that I'm wondering how that is going to fit in with all of this and how we can plan ahead to make sure that that is funded, of course, pending the results and evaluation of the program.
Absolutely. So I think there has possibly been years that Ready for Life has applied for and received.
They've
social
never
action
been,
funding?
no, they haven't. Ready for Life usually works off of their own funding sources. They've not applied for ours before, and I'm not sure why.
Okay.
How much
Should.
did we put in for the pilot?
It's $1 million. I think it might be 900,000.
Yeah, something like that.
But that is set to launch. We're making some final tweaks today and tomorrow. So next week, that will open for youth to make applications to. And so we'll make sure you get that information and know where to send folks who want to apply. But we are really excited to get that off the ground.
Yeah, me too. And I want to make sure that we're ready to extend it, expand it, whatever needs to happen when it's time to take a look at that. But that really is, you know, a good part of the goal there is homelessness, is homeless prevention. So I see it fitting very well with this, if not exactly, but then again, we have Neighborly on there as well. So
it's 946,365. So I knew.
All right,
I
there
was
you go.
rounding up there, close to $1 million.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that we're ready for that, and just kind of wondering if it would fit into here, if it would be under current department funding a year from now.
I mean, that would be something that we would look to council to make a request to continue, just like any of this other non-departmental funding is usually comes at a council request for us to put it in our budget. We don't typically increase our budget from year to year.
Okay. Okay. Looking forward to hearing more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you. Amy, you talked a little bit about navigators and not having them anymore. I thought that's what 211 Tampa Bay Cares does. Can you kind of elaborate?
So 211 does provide some navigation. Housing navigation is a very different thing than here's a phone number, call here. Right? So housing navigation actually goes out, meets with landlords with the client, has a list of landlords who are willing to work with people based on your unique situation, and then helps pay the cost usually for deposits and that type of thing. So 211 is still doing the work that 211 does, but they don't provide what we call a warm handoff. And don't actually walk alongside a client. They say, okay, here's your problem, here's 4 or 5 agencies that do that work, and then the person would do all of that legwork on their own.
Okay. So how did it used to work when we had the funding?
The Housing Navigators, that was funded at the Homeless Leadership Alliance. There are people that instead of social workers have a real estate background with a social work bend, I'd call it. So their expertise is selling landlords to work with the program that are maybe willing to overlook past evictions, past credit issues, things of that nature. And then they work with the client to fill out the appropriate paperwork. They source the affordable apartments for the client and help them make decisions about, you know, is this something that's sustainable, that they can continue in, that kind of thing.
Okay. And how many navigators were there, do you recall?
Would like to just
Sure.
state publicly.
I think every council member received a phone call from Pinellas Community Foundation and had an opportunity to receive an update about that. My understanding is you didn't take that phone call, council member, but Everybody else has received that update, but I'm happy to give one. The hubs are still operating. They are not operating on 22nd Street any longer. They're operating off of 16th Street. That is because the rental agreement was with the agency that is no longer a part of the hubs, and the landlord would not negotiate with us for us to take over that rental agreement. And so the agencies that are providing leadership to the hubs right now is Gulf Coast Jewish Family Services and PERC, who were both a part of the first iteration. We learned a lot in the first iteration of the project, and now we've kind of moved out of the pilot phase into an implementation phase. In the pilot phase, we were working with one provider agency to provide the counseling services around that. Now we are working with a provider network. And so there are a number of different organizations that are providing trauma-informed counseling. And, you know, at first I really struggled with that shift in our model, and ultimately I think it's going to work out better for the clients. Counseling is a very specific thing, right? So some people want to talk to a pastor or somebody who has a religious-centered approach. Some people have LGBT needs that need to be approached with somebody affirming in that type of care. Some people have very significant trauma who need a therapy modality called EMDR, right? And so having a network that can meet everyone's individual needs, that people can say, you know, I'm having a problem with anxiety. I want somebody who's African American. I prefer women. And then we can match them to a provider willing to take our reimbursement rate. So that is the direction. There are about 8 agencies who attended a information session last week to sign on to provide those clinical services. There was another one on Tuesday. I'll know tomorrow. We get a weekly update how many signed up from the Tuesday session. But we'll be really excited to provide an update. I was going to get with you to schedule a one-on-one as well. And PCF is happy to take a phone call and provide more information as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't recall receiving that phone call, but I can check on that.
Okay.
We are actually voting before this committee meeting on the new contract, right?
On the new contract for?
Or for the other agencies that would be involved in this?
No, you provided 100% of the ARPA funds to Pinellas Community Foundation for 3 years, and they contract with the agencies, so you don't have any action before you. You may have action on an agency that has another project that isn't related to the hubs, but I'm not familiar with that.
And is it Pinellas Community Foundation that is actually spending the money and is keeping track of what's being spent?
They do, and then they ask us for reimbursement for that money, and so we are a second set of eyes that follow through on that as well.
Okay. I think it would be good for City Council to have copies of that so that we can see how the money is being spent, like line by line.
Okay.
And, you know, since it was a lot that was put into that, then, you know, shortly after it gets started, there's this change, and it's a lot of money for a long time. And if there's not something that we're voting on along the way, we need to be able to see what's happening with that, and just give City Council an opportunity to just maintain that accountability. That's all I have.
Thank you. Chair
question.
Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Quick question, Chair. I want to do a new business item to get that comprehensive information that you requested in regards to other funding sources.
You don't need a new business item for that.
I don't
We have
need
and can
that,
just
but I
send
need
it out.
I need a referral back to this committee, or can we just leave it on the referral list? How do you, because I see we only have one other date for this year scheduled
You're talking about leaving this discussion item on the referral list?
with the requested updates that we've had in regards to the funding.
Isn't that an email?
Well, no, he just said he didn't have to send an email.
No, I just meant it didn't need to be tomorrow.
We
yeah.
can send an email to all
Just
of
send
them.
an email to
Yeah,
everybody.
that's
Okay.
fine.
Deal.
Okay.
That's fine.
Whichever way works. I just needed that clarification.
Yep.
All
Thank
right.
you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, speaking of the referral list, if you don't mind, if we could just take a peek at it, because I think there's a couple of things we can clean off of it. Obviously, in October, we've got the update of community support hubs. And then the next item on the referral list, Councilmember Floyd, it's your item, a discussion regarding 22 census data, including a report from administration on efforts to alleviate child poverty. I'm assuming you want to leave that on there?
Yeah.
Okay. The next two are really the ones that I highlighted, a review and evaluation of the remaining Science Center property for affordable housing. I think.
You can remove that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And then, Councilmember Mohammed, your item is the next one, a discussion renaming the baseball field, which I think has been since figured out.
Yes.
Okay, so we can remove that as well. So we can remove item 4 and 5 from the referral list, and obviously, because it was just brought, we're going to keep the Boldy Summer Youth Program and have an update on that as well. Everybody good with that? Yes, sir. Okay, anything else for the good of the order? Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for being here. And the August 15th, 2024 Youth and Family Services Committee is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a TrueFire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one. We are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take 5, take 5. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics. Cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made. as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way, they help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have two that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are, at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
Dear reader, you are loved more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise.
The world needs you in it.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
Well, today was a groundbreaking for a really exciting project. It's 10 affordable townhomes right here in the shadow of Tropicana Field on 16th Street that will be affordable to folks making 80% AMI, which is about $19 or $20 an hour. And it's a great partnership. It's an example of what can happen when we're intentional about affordable housing, when we partner with the private sector like Habitat for Humanity, who's a part of this project and other projects not too far from here. And there's more to come, so it's an exciting day for us. You're looking at 10 families who have the opportunity of home ownership and that generational wealth building that creates. Folks would not have had that opportunity but for this partnership and for the great work of our St. Petersburg team, including Rob Gertis and so many other folks on our team. It's an exciting day. Everyone knows the price of housing has escalated quickly, not only in St. Petersburg, but throughout the nation. And one of the things that's important to us is that our progress is inclusive, that folks aren't left behind by the progress that we're seeing. We can all move forward together, and that's our priority. And there will be many more of these kinds of projects coming forward. All right.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, in the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said,
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
I'm Jean Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regata del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regata del Sol Al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now, there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
District 7 is located along its north end on 5th Avenue North, all the way down to 54th Avenue South, from as far west as 58th Street to 16th Street South on the east. I'm Brother John Muhammad, your council member for District 7. We're standing in one of my favorite spots in the district, Clam Bayou Preserve. This nature preserve is a great destination for anyone looking to escape the buzz of city life. The park offers walking and biking trails and a launching spot for kayakers and paddleboarders. It's easy to stay active and outdoors around here. District 7 is also home to the Thomas Jet Jackson Rec Center, Genie Hall Pool, and the Childs Park Recreation Center, where you can spot one of our most recognizable landmarks in the district, the Dream Big, Be Big mural. If those destinations weren't enough, we also have the Skyway Trail and the Pinellas Trail, offering car-free mobility throughout the district and connecting to other parts of the city of St. Petersburg. If history and culture is what you seek, then this district is also rich with options. From the Dr. Carter G. Woodson African American Museum, a stroll along the African American Heritage Trail, or a visit to the historic Manhattan Casino. Our local businesses shine in the district. Local shops and good food can be found throughout, including the Deuces Live Main Street and the 16th Street Business District. District 7's locations within St. Pete is also close proximity to just about everything, whether you're looking for access to downtown or the waterfront on the east, or the Gulf beaches to the west. There's a lot that I can say about what I love about representing this district, but what it really comes down to is the people who live here, the people who work here, and the rich history of resilience, all due to a community that has overcome barriers to progress time and time again.
This is Ray Jack's Food Store in South St. Pete on MLK, and we're here for the inauguration of the Fresh Pace Healthy Neighborhood Store program.
As you know, we are in an area where we have a food desert, a food disparity, and we've had a small business owner that had the ability to step up and participate in a program that actually will provide healthy food to the residents within a walking distance of their residence.
Well, this is a community neighborhood store. You know, we provide a lot of items here, you know, from fresh meats. We're mostly known for our meats here. Before, we were very limited with what we could display. So now kind of gave them a little bit more variety with the vegetables and recipes, you know, to use.
Purchasing those items in the volume that smaller stores would purchase them at is so cost prohibitive. And so this program allows for monthly grants to store owners to make those purchases so they don't have to use their reserves to do that, and in turn can sell that food at a very affordable cost to their customers coming in.
It's a real partnership with small neighborhood stores like Ray Jack's Meat Market here in South St. Petersburg, and it's funded primarily through American Rescue Plan funds. We are allocating about $1.2 million in funding to address food insecurity in our city.
We're going to have 6 by the end of 2024. This is only phase 1, and I'm so glad that they saw this area of town, this district, to have its kickoff.
It's visually appealing, it makes sense from a business perspective, and of course the community gets what they need in terms of healthy food at an affordable cost.
It looks great, the produce looks great, there are a variety of healthy choices that would appeal to young folks through seniors. Everyone ought to have access to healthy food choices. I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them, email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially Black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Vice Chair Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Ed Montanari, District 4, Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 and Council Chair Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, John Muhammad, and District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now call to order our August 15th, 2024 City Council meeting, beginning with the roll call, please.
Lloyd, Gertis,
Here.
Gabbard, here. Montanari, Hanowitz,
here.
Fig Sanders,
here.
Driscoll, Muhammad.
Here.
Thank you. Today, we are blessed to have our invocation given by the elder Dr. G. Greg Murray, who is the pastor of Mount Zion Primitive Baptist Church. Following that, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance, so will everyone join me in standing.
Let us pray. Dear God, I come to you this afternoon with a humble heart and a righteous determination.
Thank you, dear God, for one more day. God, I'm asking you for your divine direction for my life. I'm asking you for those who seek out your love and your light, that you unite us all under the umbrella of your divine will and under your blessed hope for all of us. I humbly ask your blessings over our honorable mayor, my brother and my friend Ken Welch, and his leadership. I humbly ask your blessings for our city council's chair, my sister and my friend Deborah Fig Sanders, and her leadership. God, we humbly ask your blessings and your guidance over this city council and the work they do for the residents of St. Petersburg. I humbly ask your blessings over this city and all of its residents. I pray for every faith leader throughout our city, every synagogue, every mosque, and every church. Please, dear God, guide us through these turbulent times. Guide us toward even greater economic development and opportunities for everyone. Show us the way to even more affordable housing, strengthen our local businesses, and lead us toward an even healthier St. Pete. Protect our youth and our seniors and everyone in between. God, bless the work that will be done here today. Empower us to be all that you have created us to be. It is in the name of Jesus that I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Murray, thank you so much for those words.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much. Council members, we have an agenda before us today with a request to add item F10, a time change resolution for our September 5th council meeting, and I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Now that we have a motion and a second, can you please open the machine for voting? Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Montanari being absent.
Thank you. Council members, we have a consent agenda before us. Do we have any public comment?
Madam Chair, we do not.
We do not. With that, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, can you please enter your votes? Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Montanari being absent.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to open forum. Can you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individuals wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you're speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the Raise Hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments, or when you have reached the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments. The requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comments is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comments by alternate means, including by email only. And Madam Chair, we do have some speakers. The first two speakers is David Ramsey and Andrea Hosley. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Good afternoon. My name is David Ramsey. My address is 1460 Serene Way South, St. Petersburg. I've been a 50-plus year resident of the city of St. Petersburg. I love the arts, and I love St. Petersburg. I've been a volunteer, a board member, officer, and a supporter of many St. Pete art organizations, including the City of St. Petersburg Art Commission, which I've joined Gina on. And I came to St. Pete in the early 70s. I have a master's of public administration, and I served as assistant city manager in Gulfport and ultimately a city manager in Treasure Island, and then spent 40 years in financial advising, retiring from Raymond James after 20 years of service. I think I understand city government, and I definitely understand finance. And since the 1990s, I have witnessed how the arts organizations in St. Petersburg have created a really distinct vibe, vitality, and an energy. The energy has created a huge attraction of people, residences and businesses in downtown, and all that growth has helped increase downtown St. Pete's property value. That in turn increased the city of St. Petersburg's property tax revenue. And today the arts continue to do that. They generate huge amounts of funds because of all the people that are coming because of our culture. Today, there is a crisis among the arts organizations. The loss of the annual state funding has created, in some cases, dire problems with some of our arts organizations. It threatens their survival and really has become a huge problem. Now, as council that has all kinds of different things to think about, look at this in another way. Suppose Tropicana Field had a problem. Let's say, obviously, it's the cornerstone and a landmark we value highly. But suppose, and this is obviously a supposition, a big sinkhole appeared in the outfield. It's not funny, it's actually serious. It jeopardizes the entire building and whatever goes on there. Without question, the council and the city would act as fast and as prudent as they could, but they would have to spend a lot of money to do it. So without question, that is an asset you want to protect. Well, I'm here because the arts are an asset you need to protect too. And for that, I really would like to have your cooperation and support for an emergency funding for the arts, and also a continuing funding, which you'll hear from the St. Pete Art Alliance. If nothing else, this is something that doesn't happen often, but your city has been the beneficiary of all of this generosity from the arts.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Hosey, and I live at 515 46th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, and I am a proud former arts educator with the Pinellas County School System. I'm here today to appeal to you, sorry, broke too loud, there's the theater coming out, to appeal to you to provide for the arts for our community. And why is the art so important? Because it creates creativity, motor skills, creative thinking, cultural awareness, self-expression, social emotional being, and it provides our city with an aesthetic that helps everybody grow. And so I'm up here today to appeal to you on the parts of the Arts Alliance and all of the arts educators to please provide funding for the arts. Thank you so much, and thank you for what you already did.
The next two speakers is Tony Armour and John Whitner.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Armour. I live at 1857 Clearbrook Drive, Clearwater, Florida, and I am the founder of the Sunscreen Film Festival here in St. Pete, now going into our 20th year. Some people know me as well because I was the Pinellas County Film Commissioner from 2014 until the beginning of 2023, and I'm currently the head of production for Talent, Entertainment, Finance. And like these other good people in the arts community, I just want to advocate for that funding for the arts that we've lost due to the state of Florida cutting that arts funding. The 1% back that has been proposed, really just like throw my support behind that. The Sunscreen Film Festival, like I mentioned, going into its 20th year this year, has had an over $40 million economic impact on the area. Has brought in thousands of hotel room nights over the years, has brought people in from all over the world to visit the great city of St. Petersburg, and a lot of that has turned into people moving here, buying businesses, and then coming back and actually filming, creating film and television shows based here in St. Petersburg and the area. And so the arts don't just provide the ancillary benefits of beautifying the city and providing that great cultural experience, but there's a great tourism and economic benefit as well that is provided. And I think sometimes film is one of those arts that maybe gets forgotten a little bit and thought of as just something big in Hollywood, but at the same time, it's very grassroots and very grounded here in St. Pete and has become a part of the fabric of the city over the years. And so, again, just wanted to throw our support behind the initiative for more funding for the arts and that 1% advocating for the arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is John Whitner. I'm the founder of KW Commercial Tampa Bay and KW Developer Services at 360 Central Avenue. I have also been a great lover of St. Pete throughout my life. Growing up in Tampa with all my cousins living in St. Pete, I visited about every other weekend and have established all of our businesses and soon will live in St. Pete. What I have seen is that the arts and culture are the magic element that makes St. Pete the place that people want to be and make the residents the proudest group of people that I've ever encountered. We see this with very direct evidence. Me being in the real estate business, I can tell you the price increases for property or lease rates have more than doubled in the Arts District and throughout St. Pete and all the better places. And that is a direct result of the impact of having so many fine institutions as well as individual and small group artists all around this city. There's a reason why we were selected best mid-size art city to visit a couple of years ago. We have incredible big city facilities. We need to keep our advantage and we need to flex our advantage. I have talked to several mayors in the past who have told me without any hesitation the very best and most impactful investment that we have ever made is in the arts. We get the biggest return, and that is why people are coming from Miami looking for property, from San Francisco, New York, Texas, you name it. They can't find it. They recognize what we have. The arts is the common element that makes it so special and creates our culture and the feeling and desire of inclusion that is so pervasive in St. Pete and so unique. So I am asking you to please strongly consider not only the city 1% of budget, but also to take a strong look at the development code so that we can make sure to fund permanent art on new developments as well as the individual artists locally, not just for the big sculptures, but for the little guys that work over at the factory that are trying to make their way and become the next great St. Pete artists. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next two speakers is Sean Kennedy and Christy Bruner. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Hi, good afternoon. Ooh. My name is Christy Bruner, Vice President of Advocacy with the St. Pete Chamber, 100 2nd Ave North. In light of the recent arts funding cuts throughout the state, including close to $2 million just for city arts and culture grant programming, we realize what a detrimental impact this can have on not only the St. Pete vibe of readily available live performances, public art installations, and education opportunities, but also how it affects our community economically. The Chamber has advocated for some non-traditional Chamber issues over the past few years, including attainable and affordable employee housing, resiliency efforts, early learning initiatives, and yes, arts and culture. We realize that all these aspects contribute to the quality of life for our residents, our visitors, our employers, and our employees. We need to pay our arts employees, artists, and makers fairly so that they can afford to live here, and they can in turn afford to support our other local businesses that keep our economy moving. The youth in our community need to have exposure to arts, not only to give them awareness of new ways to express themselves and learn about the world around them, but also because it has been proven that children who have a robust arts education score better on standardized tests and go on to succeed in arts and in life. St. Pete is not the only city that prioritizes arts. We recently visited Austin on a benchmarking trip, then learned about how that city commits sustainable funding to help keep Austin weird. The city of Austin provides, for an example, $13 million through their Thrive and Elevate grant program. St. Pete needs to keep pace as we grow to remain the city of the arts, as we joyfully proclaim. The St. Petersburg Chamber encourages the city to continue funding the arts program and, if possible, increase that funding to ensure that current programming, jobs, and opportunities are not at risk. Thank you for consideration, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sean Kennedy, 1759 Massachusetts Avenue. I'm here on behalf of Creative Clay, a small local nonprofit that will be celebrating our 30th anniversary next year. I want to add to the chorus of people asking you to consider greater funding for the arts, especially when you look at nonprofits. Sure, there's amazing economic development impact from the arts, tourism impact, but also, small nonprofits are filling in some of the gaps that result from cuts in education funding and elsewhere. Creative Clay has a program with Pinellas County Schools to support the folks transitioning out of the school system who are not quite ready to live on their own, but they get a great arts education and a great jobs education. We get them hired, we get them to make art and sell art. We were impacted almost 10% of our budget by the cuts in funding from the governor. And we are desperate to make it up, as are many small nonprofits in this community. I hope you'll consider us and consider the multiplicity of impacts that are felt throughout the city from nonprofits like Creative Clay that work in the arts and work alongside many of the folks you're going to hear from today. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
The last two speakers is John Shaw and Alex Kaufman.
Hello, my name is John Shaw, and I reside at 4945 2nd Avenue North in St. Petersburg. For the past 28 years, I have served as the principal percussionist in the Florida Orchestra and have been a resident of St. Petersburg for 22 years. I'm here on behalf of the orchestra to support Council Member Gina Driscoll's proposal that the city allocate no less than 1% of the annual budget to support the arts in St. Petersburg. Perhaps more than any other facet of a city's makeup, its commitment to the arts is what makes it a desirable and fulfilling place to call home. The Florida Orchestra, rooted in St. Petersburg, is the largest professional orchestra in the state and one of the best in the entire country. From my vantage point as a performer, I see firsthand the impact we have on the population of our great city and the nourishment of its collective soul. I see the impact we have on the legions of school children through live performances and educational outreach training for their teachers. In addition, free programs such as our Vinoy Park concerts reach tens of thousands of citizens each year. I was personally very proud that the Florida Orchestra found a way to bring the healing power of music to the city during the pandemic recovery, and was amazed at how therapeutic it was for our audiences. People were longing for a restored sense of togetherness and meaning in a bleak time, and we managed to give them that through in-person and live-streamed concerts. St. Petersburg's orchestra gave more live performances that year than any other in the country, and it was one of the greatest gifts and healing aids that a city could give its residents. I'm very proud of that, and the city of St. Petersburg should be proud of that. The Florida Orchestra is the largest arts employer in the Tampa Bay area, with close to 100 musicians and staff members combined, most of whom choose to call St. Petersburg home. This city is essential to us, and we are essential to St. Petersburg. We have a wonderful symbiotic relationship. We could not have the impact that we do without the support of our patrons, donors, and community at large. This is why ideas such as 1% for the arts are so critical to the economic and emotional well-being of St. Petersburg. On behalf of one of the best orchestras in America, your own Florida Orchestra, I ask for your support for this wonderful initiative. Thank you for all the work you do for our great city.
Alex Kaufman, 940 Granville Court North, St. Petersburg. Hello, my name is Alex Kaufman, and I am an artist in St. Pete. I'm a lifelong Floridian from Fort Lauderdale, and I've lived here for the past 12 years. I currently work at MJ Sculpture Studio at the Nonprofits Arts Exchange, which was founded by passionate individuals with the goals of creating a sustainable arts community void of a strictly money-driven bottom line. I'm the lead designer at MGA, working with 8 full-time artists that are employed through this arts business. Everyone at the studio is under 40 in the beginning of their arts career. Together, we have contributed to the artistic landscape of the city, whether it was the Braun Dolphins at the Sundial, the First Flight sculpture at the pier, or the gladiolus blossom in front of the police station. I deeply love this artistic community and am amazed at the depth of talent and quality of the people here. I didn't move here as an artist. I was a college graduate with an engineering degree that liked the warm weather, good vibes, and cheap rent. I won't get into the long story, but through Art Walk, a free art event, I ended up working at MGA Sculpture Studio as a designer. 8 years later, and the studio is making around $500,000 of high-end sculpture, allowing it to pay young artists a living wage and learn about the making of public art. We buy local metal, hire local engineers, with most of the money going back into the community in some way. Today, I give tours for Art Walk. I talk to 100 people in a night about art and life. I see old friends and make new ones. I welcome people that just move here and tell them the places they need to see now that they are local. Once a month, I give back to the arts community that has given me so much. I am forever indebted to the city, but I could not have had the same story today with the cost of living and general lack of money in the arts community. Funding the arts and arts programs, investing in it and growing it, not allowing it to be beholden to economics and money and developers, these are the things that will keep the artists, such as the ones working at MGA, here to stay. Once again, St. Pete is going to be my final stop in Florida. If you'd asked me a few years ago, I would have told you I'll never leave. But that is not exactly how I feel today. What we have today is unsustainable in the arts. To be honest, I find myself traveling more and more to other art cities because I know this place will not feel like home anymore soon at the rate it's currently going. Santa Fe, Asheville, Boulder, these are some of the places I'm currently looking at to give the prime years of my life to. They won't have all the things I like about here, but they will have a community that is more dedicated to the arts financially. It is sad for me to think of St. Pete in this way, the city that has molded me into who I am today and given me so much, but the harsh truth is that I'm not beholden to the city in any way except my love for the community. I personally believe that this funding of the arts is paramount to keeping the culture of the city. I do hope City Council considers the budget change to try and keep the community here and support and help grow the livelihoods that so many people love and cherish about St. Pete. If the city makes no changes to the current structure, makes no investment in the arts, I am just one example of the types of people that will soon leave, and St. Pete will be a pretty place, barren of the people that help make it so. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, no more speakers, and no one in Zoom as well.
No one on Zoom. Thank you so much for that. Next, we will now close open forum, and we will take up item F1, St. Petersburg Police Department Quarterly Report, and joining us is our own Police Chief, Chief Anthony Holloway.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council members.
Good afternoon.
Going to be the quarter report, our second quarter for this year. First of all, I want to report that crime is still continuing to trend downward slightly, but it is still going downward. Our 3-year average now is about 3%. A homicide for this year to date, last year we had 10. This time this quarter we're at 10 again. The 7 homicides that you see there now are 2 are related to argument, 1 drug, 1 accidental, and 3 domestic. And also, as you can see, they're all closed All the homicide in 2024 have been closed with an arrest. Our GRIT team, Madam Chair, last month you highlighted that, the grant that we received. Our GRIT team is still doing great investigation, and just to remind council what this is anytime we hear a shots fired call, we will respond officers to that scene. If we can collect some type of evidence, shell casing, we'll then take those shell casing and compare them to other shell casings we have found throughout the city so we can possibly link them to other crime. And as you can see, the case closure to those is up. And again, anytime we hear those shots fired call, we do respond to them. Stolen guns, I'm here to report something that I thought I would never report. As you can see, they're going down. But also what I want to report to is, believe it or not, this quarter, and ready for this, we had 101 guns turned into us. People actually brought their guns in and said, here you are. So, and that ranges from handguns up to rifles. I was shocked that we did it again twice just to make sure, but that says a lot about people hearing what we're saying and being responsible gun owners by turning in their guns that they're not using anymore. Our crime offenses are, as you can see, they're up just a little. The robberies are up, but I can tell you now they're going to close. That's what I was telling Counselor about a couple of months ago. We're having a group come into the downtown corridor, and they were stealing cell phones because the cell phones had people credit cards. We're actually able to arrest 2 guys from out of the Miami area. So we're looking at possibly linking them to all the stolen phones and credit cards that were used in our city. It also relates back to the arrest that you can see there. Traffic stats, you can see we're pretty busy out there, and this is a good time for me to remind everybody school's back in, so is the traffic team, so slow down and make sure you watch out for our kids. Second Chance program, you're going to see those asterisks there because during the month of April, May, and June, the Department of Juvenile Justice, their computers were down, so we weren't able to put any of our kids into the Second Chance program, but we did monitor them during that period of time. These are the kids that we're still monitoring that are going through our juvenile diversion program with the Sheriff's Office. The PATH unit is still making contact with our homeless and unhoused citizens in the city. Use of force for the past 3 months. And there was a complaint, still those complaints, none of those complaints are related to use of force. Our call program is still going quite strong. We're still receiving phone calls throughout the nation, people asking us about our call program. The biggest thing I want to highlight in this is bullet 3. We're now at 90% of the calls are not being responded to by law enforcement. The navigators are responding to them without us. Also, the call team received a grant from the NFL for $450,000. That will also give another juvenile specialist to this program so we can work more with our children. And thanks to the mayor and the citizens, we also received another grant for $1 million that we're going to be adding on to the call program that we're not going to call them navigators anymore. The kids helped us out. We're going to start calling them life coaches so that the kids that are going through issues, that they'll have a coach that will assist them through that. Thanks to Lisa Willa-Bowman that we're going to be able to talk to the child, talk to the family, and try to figure out what can we do to break these cycles, because we have to do that. We have to start with our youth, not wait 3 or 4 months down the road when they're trying to wait for their court proceeding, but 3 or 4 days trying to get these children the help that they need. And with that, I'll open up for any questions.
Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I have a question on, in your crime offenses PowerPoint slide, you have robbery, burglary, breaking and entering, and motor vehicle theft listed, but the crime arrests actually has also theft from motor vehicle included. Are you gonna be including in crime offenses the theft from motor vehicle? It doesn't match. So if you go to the next slide, those are the arrests. So we have 4 different categories.
We'll add them in there, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what the numbers are in terms of the offenses and then the arrests, because they don't, yeah.
We will get that done, ma'am, sorry.
Thank you. And then the other question I had, in terms of PATH, the number of referrals has gone down from last year. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure.
Last-
So that also could be related to Ms. Foster's team, because we have two teams that are out there. Not only we have our PAF team working out there, but you have Ms. Foster and her team that are out there. So they're also working with us
Right.
hand in hand. So they may be doing some referrals that the officers are not following up on already.
Okay, and maybe she or her could just clarify that, make sure that's what's happening with those numbers. It was a, significant kind of change, even though I know that it's growing and it's handling more.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, thanks for the update. Always good to see you. I know we're on the east side, Chief.
I understand that, sir.
I think usually we get an update on Park Walk and Talk, and I didn't. It wasn't included in this presentation. If somebody from the team or you could email an update just on how that went and the map of Park Walk and Talk, I'd just be interested in it.
I can get that to you. We're trying to make sure we.
I appreciate that. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Chief.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Chief. Thank you for the update. I've noticed, I'll start off with the good news. I've noticed not as many people panhandling at intersections anymore. I don't know if you all have stepped up enforcement of our panhandling ordinance, or, but I'm glad to see that. There was people like when you're getting on and off the interstate, you'd see a lot of panhandlers out there. So are you all doing more enforcement in that area?
Just have to give credit where credit due. The officers are out there educating people more on the ordinance, but also remember this time of the year. It's hot out there, so as we move toward the fall season, we'll make sure we continue to do that enforcement.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, the other observation I have is I see a lot of people sleeping in public.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Sleeping in public?
Yes, sir.
On my way from my home to City Hall, I see a lot of people, well, not a lot, I see quite a few people sleeping on park benches up and down 4th Street. And then when I go to church on Sunday morning, I go down 4th Street to 1st Avenue North, and between 4th Street and 16th Street, there's just a lot of people sleeping outdoors. And can you talk a little bit about our enforcement, how we're doing that, and is the PATH team getting involved with those situations?
Yes, sir. The PATH team is involved with that, but remember the ordinance is from a certain time of the day that people cannot sleep, and most of that is at nighttime and private property. So if the officers are seeing a violation and they can see something that they can enforce, they will enforce. If it's something that they cannot enforce, right now there's nothing that we could do with that. I can put you more offline to have the PATH team and look exactly where you're talking about to see if we do need to put a trespass at that location. Is it on public or private property? So we can make sure we stay within the law enforcing these.
Okay. Yeah, what I'm seeing is over since your last report, and it's recurring. So it's just not a good look for our city, and it's something that we need to address to make sure that the people that don't have a place to stay know that we have services and we have people here in the city to find them places to stay so that they're not sleeping out there on the street.
And again, if they're violating that law, we will enforce it. We handle it. And again, we have a great partnership with other city departments here, and we will put people on notice. But again, if they're not violating the law, we're going to kind of be stuck on what we can and cannot do.
Okay. I may give you a call offline and tell you a little more specific, a few more specifics on where I'm seeing people.
And I'll be happy, sir, to have our PATH team go out and look at those locations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the report and for all the progress that you're making in these areas. I'm glad that Vice Chair Gertis brought up the Park Walk and Talk. That's always one of my favorite things to look at because it's such a a true reflection of the community engagement that the police department prioritizes. So I'm looking forward to seeing that information and the map. Have you had, regarding the new law regarding the sleeping in public, have you had people asking you questions about it? Is there anything you can share with us as far as how we're adapting? I know that we're pretty much compliant with it already, but I know a lot of people have questions about why is this still happening? Why is that still happening? Are you getting those questions as well? And if so, are there some easy ways that you can explain what's okay now and what's not regarding the new law?
Sure, and thank you. It's very confusing, and we have
It is.
pamphlets out there. We have a task force meeting where all the agencies in Pinellas County, we meet together to make sure we're on the same sheet of music. I think everybody gets confused. The law that came out, it says no sleeping, but there's a time limit restraint to that. So when people say, well, they're sleeping in the park at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, well, the law doesn't say that. The law says at night or a certain time. And our parks are different times. Some parks close at 6 o'clock, some parks close at 10 o'clock. So we have to go by those guidelines. So if a park closes at 10 o'clock at night, so from 10 o'clock at night until sunrise, no one can sleep in that park, but at 8 o'clock in the morning, they could be sleeping there. So that's where the misconception is there. So we keep trying to educate business owners on that. But it's just, again, as they call in, the PATH team and the officers go out there. We've got a lot of information on our marketing department. So people just need to be made aware of it. Again, just because someone's unhoused and they're sleeping at a certain time of the day, call us. We'll be more than happy to educate you on that. And we'll do the best we can to continue to give our unhoused people, give them the information so that they know there's a lot of facilities here in the Pinellas County area that will be willing to help them.
Right. Thank you. And finally, it's been a while since you've included your report and update on the number of residents or businesses who have registered for the Eagle Eye program. And, that's something that I'm always interested in. And so I'm wondering if that's something that's still being promoted. And, we all know how helpful that can be when it comes to identifying the bad guys. So what's the latest on that? Because it just feels like it's been kind of deprioritized.
It's still there, ma'am. And again, I'll be more than happy to add these slides back into the presentation. But I'll take more time and I have no problem sending it to you. Or I can send it to you prior to our quarterly report. So if you have questions, you can see it that direction. So whatever the chair and the council want, I'll be more than happy to put more of the slides back into the presentation.
Okay, we just want to see you longer, that's all.
Okay.
No, it's such a great program, and I hope that the CSOs are still talking about it during neighborhood meetings and encouraging people to sign up, because it's just a great way to help our police department.
And I'll add on, it is a great program because when I told you about those closures, they work well, because I can tell you the first thing that happens whenever there's a shooting or a crime in our community, the first thing that happens, the officers go out and canvass the neighborhoods and they go, there's a camera there, there's a camera there. And I'll give credit to the officers and to the community because it's captured on video. So we can say, okay, there's that person I'm looking for there, and here's what happened afterwards. So it works well for us. So we do continue to promote that program because it is helping us reduce the crime in our city.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will also piggyback on that. I'm glad Councilmember Driscoll did bring that up because that is awesome and it has helped. I know on my street, those of us that actually have those cameras and have helped with that. So that is an excellent program. I have a couple of questions for you, Chief. The 96% of responses are independent of law enforcement. Can you give me an idea of what that call sounds like? How does the dispatcher know that a call navigator is the only resource needed to be sent out to that particular call?
Sure, and thank you. We have a chart, so to speak, that we ask people certain type of questions, and if it meets that criteria, then we go ahead and send a navigator there without a police officer. A good example, if they say there's a weapon in the house or a weapon was used, then we're not going to send a navigator. School time, my child won't go to school. Well, we don't need a badge and a gun. You need someone to go there to figure out what's going on. Or one of my family members is going through a mental crisis. He or she hasn't threatened anyone, but they need someone to go there. So the navigator can actually call the home first and say, I'm on my way there. Or when he or she gets there, they can talk to the person. So the call taker has like a list that they go through and they do the check box. Then it's looked at, then it's forwarded into the comm center supervisor. Then he or she looks at it. Then it's also then forwarded to the call supervisor, and they make sure that, okay, we can go ahead and send one of our navigators there. So it's like a check, a double check, and a triple check. So that's why we can say we're up to 96% of our calls now that the navigators are not asking law enforcement, and they're meeting the criteria. And I think the biggest thing is during this council, people are educated on it now. So people may call 911 because that's the easiest thing, but they'll say, I don't need an officer, I need call. We go, thank you very much, we'll send call to you.
So when the navigator leaves those calls, are we assessing their comfort level?
Yes, we are, and that's done through Director McGee. We get a report and we go through, did they feel comfortable, what else could we do? So it's a checks and balance. We make sure we have that communication back and forth to each other.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. Another question, now the call programs still are using the title of navigators, but the $1 million donation, is that a separate project where you're no longer calling them navigators, you're calling them life coaches?
Well, it's the same program. It's under the call umbrella, because under that $1 million, what we're going to do is our tier 3 system in that is where when the youth get in trouble and they've committed a non-violent felony, that we're trying to get somebody out there to figure out how can we help that child, how can we help that family, how can we assist, and then with that is that coach, that life coach is saying, okay, I'm here for you, what can I do for you? But it's still under the call umbrella. It's still trying to use those same type of people to help with that child, because that child could be going through some difficult time, or that family could be going through. We only said that because sometimes, you know how kids are, they don't want to say, I got a counselor. Sometimes, I got a coach. Everybody likes to say they got a coach. And that just sounds better. My coach is coming over.
And those are referred by the navigators?
It could be done several ways. It could be done by the arresting officer. It could be done by Lisa Willabowman. This is a lot. We're going to explain that to council once we put everything into place. So there's a lot of people that could be done that way, but it's like as quickly as possible. We're trying to render service to that family so we can try to break that cycle in that. So the simplest way is we'll be looking at the tier 3 is when a child has been arrested for a felon, not a violent felony, to how do we get service now to that family, try to break that cycle with that child, assign that child a life coach so he or she can say, okay, what do we need? Does that child need a job? Does that child need mentoring? Does that child need something in school? How do we make that child successful?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Always a pleasure, Chief.
Thank you, ma'am.
Seeing no further requests to speak, we thank you for your report.
Thank you.
So now we'll move on to our new ordinances, beginning with items E1, A, B, and C, which is the first reading, and there's no presentation for this, but joining us is our Public Works Administrator, Clyde Tankersley. Mr. Tankersley, how are you?
Madam Chair, would you like me to read the ordinance?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. And
You're going to read the title first.
of course.
Would you like me to read them together?
You can.
Ordinance number 593-H, an ordinance relating to sanitation rates and charges, amending Chapter 27, Section 27-557 of the St. Petersburg City Code, amending rates and charges for sanitation services, providing for severability of provisions, providing an explanation of words struck through and underlined, establishing a date to begin calculating new rates for billing purposes, and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is September the 5th.
Thank you. Now we're ready, Mr.
Two more.
Okay, I thought you read them all at the same time. I'm trying to get you going, Claude.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm assuming, Claude, that would you prefer to do them all, okay.
All at the same time?
Just making sure.
Okay.
Ordinance number 594-H, an ordinance relating to utility rates, amending section 27-405, subsections B1 and B2 of the St. Petersburg City Code, amending the stormwater utility fee, amending the tier rate structure fees for single-family residential parcels, providing for severability of provisions, providing an explanation of words struck through and underlined, establishing a date to begin calculating new rates for billing purposes, and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is September the 5th. Ordinance number 595-H, an ordinance relating to utility rates and charges, amending Chapter 27, subsection 27-3G, 27-4, 27-6A, 27-6D, 27-109B, 27-109D, 27-113B, 27-141A, 27-141B, 27-142A, 27-143A, 27-143B, 27-144, 27-146B, 27-146D, 27-177A, 27-177D, 27-250A, 27-283A, 27-284A, 24-284D, 27-284D, 27-334D8, 27-335D, and 27-337 of the St. Petersburg City Code, amending requirements for customer deposits, amending liability for certain charges, amending method of determining adjustment to accounts, amending charges for potable water connection, amending base and volume charges for water service, amending various service charges, amending wholesale
Amending various water service.
charges.
Water, I think you might have missed a word in there. Amending various water service charges.
Service charges. Okay. Amending wholesale water service charges for this city of Gulfport, amending the definition of combination fire service, amending base and volume charges for irrigation-only accounts, amending base charges for commercial water-only accounts, amending rates and charges for reclaimed water service, amending sewer capacity fee, amending retail and wholesale.
Amending wastewater.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it should be amending wastewater service charges.
Okay, I must have, okay. Amending retail and wholesale wastewater service charges? That's okay.
Shares on that.
Is what you have. All right, keep going, Patty.
Okay. Amending provisions of the grease management program, amending grease discharge permit fees, providing for severability provisions, providing an explanation of words struck through and underlined, establishing a date to begin calculating new charges for billing purposes, and providing for an effective date. Public hearing is scheduled for September the 5th.
All right. Thank you, Patty. Thank you. Okay, we're ready.
I wouldn't want to read that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the council for all the hard work you've put into this with the administration for the last 7 months, the many committee meetings, the many one-on-one meetings, the presentation we had on August the 1st. We've got nothing more to add to any of those, and so we're just here to ask for approval to move forward to our public hearing.
Move approval E1, A, B, and C.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion for E1, A, B, and C, properly seconded. Seeing no request to speak, Council, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E1, A, B, and C passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we'll move to E2, an ordinance amending Chapter 22, Division 6 of the St. Petersburg City Code related to the 1984 Supplemental Police Officers Retirement System. And can you please read the title?
Ordinance number 591-H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending Chapter 22, Division 6 of the St. Petersburg City Code relating to the 1984 Supplemental Police Officers Retirement System by amending Section 22-280E by providing a minimum service requirement for Section 185 non-service connected disability benefits applications, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is September the 5th.
Move approval E2.
Well, we do have our Human Resources Director, Mr. Chris Guella. Did you have anything that you want?
I was just here for questions if anyone had any.
Okay, very good. We have a motion. Was it
Second.
seconded? We have.
Councilmember Montanari.
Councilmember Montanari, second.
Okay, I don't. Who's second?
Councilmember Montanari.
Okay, very good. So I see no request to speak. We have a motion and a second for E2. Can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
so much. Thank you. Now we'll move on to E3, an ordinance approving the vacation of 2 partial rights of way on the north side of 3rd Avenue South. Can you please read the title?
Ordinance number 1167-V, an ordinance approving the vacation of 2 partial rights of way on the north side of 3rd Avenue South for the property generally located at 3200 1st Avenue South, setting forth conditions for the vacation to become effective and providing for an effective date. The public hearing for this item is October the 3rd.
Thank you. Joining us is our Development Review Services Planner 2, Ms. Cheryl Bergalio. I see no request to speak.
Good afternoon. I have a presentation if you would like
Move
it.
approval.
Second.
Okay, no presentation. Oh, well, we do have a presentation. Did anybody want to see it?
No.
Okay, we have a motion and it's been properly seconded for E3. Can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your votes. Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E3 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to go ahead and remove to our report items, beginning with F2, and joining us is Engineering Director, Mr. Brajesh Freeman.
Good day, Council, and if I may ask permission, we do have 3 items, they're all companion items.
So you want to go ahead and do F2, F7, F8?
Yes, please.
And I also have you for F3.
Yes, F3 is a different.
Oh, okay. See, it doesn't show a difference on this one. Okay. All right, let's go.
So today, we're here to present on the, and this is typically what we try to get towards, is actually having a contractor and all the support services all coming into one contract at one council meeting at one point, so that way you see the encompassing cost of that project and all the services related to it. In this situation, you do have the construction contract, which is Conan Graham, which is F2, F7, which is Lochner for construction, engineering, and inspection. That is separate from post-design services for Kissinger Campo. And I'll go into that a little bit in the depth in the presentation. So just to give a context of where the location is, because I myself am challenged driving through that neighborhood, it is along Venetian in just, if I may say, west of Shore Acres Boulevard and between Dover and Shore Acres. So that bridge is originally constructed in 1957. That is an excerpt from the original plan set for that bridge that you see above. The bridge is a type of construction referred to as the son-of-void construction. And typically, son-of-void construction is an acceptable method of construction. It's cost-effective, it gives benefit in speed and constructability. However, with the 40th Avenue Bridge, that triggered a lot of movement on the son-of-void bridges across the state and across the nation, where son-of-void bridges have now have been adjusted in their national bridge index rating because of the uncertainty of that void. So if you may look at that image at the bottom, the son-of-void is essentially a concrete slab with hollow sections in the center of it. And I'm sure you've seen some of these trucks driving, delivering parking deck slabs. And you'd see some of these as examples. And everything is context appropriate. What we ran into on some of the previous bridges, on 40th specifically, and which triggered that national movement, was corrosion, saltwater intrusion was happening into that void. But because it was on the inside of the beam, you never saw the rate and accelerated amount of degradation to the concrete structure itself. So having these type of son-of-void structures within coastal or tidal or saltwater environments is a substantial risk. So that's why son-of-void bridges have been accelerated in the replacement cycle. The existing bridge is approximately 29 feet, so it's just within the spanning distance of what is considered a structure. The bridge is classified as functionally obsolete. That does not mean the bridge is not safe. It just means that the bridge geometry and its configuration, if you try to do anything to it, it cannot adapt, meaning the lanes and the sidewalk are not wide enough to probably put a bicycle lane. So it just doesn't meet, or you can't increase it. In this situation, the vertical curve on the bridge exceeds the minimum ADA standards. So just some examples of what we would consider functionally obsolete. The sidewalk on the image on the top right, very narrow. And on the top left, you could see the condition of the structure as well as how the utilities are supported along that structure. Now this image kind of gives a perspective of the staging of where the project begins and where it ends. And I want you all to take good perspective as to there are some driveways within this configuration and the length of the project. Because on the next slide, I'll want to explain a little bit of how those driveways and context come into consideration. So here you really see the depth, and now you see that connectivity of that sidewalk and increase in the functional use for the neighborhood of that asset. Now, I'm just going to flip back quickly to that image with the driveways because that's what's critical, those driveway locations. And on the vertical curve. So the previous bridge, you would see to your right, it dropped down drastically, the dash line. So that section just didn't meet the current maximum curves, vertical curve. On the left, it was fitting relatively within the vertical curve. The bridge was slightly high on one side to the other. So what we've done is with the design, we are limited by the amount of our geometry that we can do the vertical approach and a vertical curve for the maximum clearance we can get. We've maximized the most we can get out of the clearance underneath the bridge, increasing it from 5.25 to 5.68. But we are limited by those driveways that I showed on the images because we don't want water flowing into properties. Here's a good example. Here's a good image. On the top, you'd see the existing structure. The sidewalk was about 4 feet 2 inches with 12-foot lanes. Steel pipe guardrails on one side for the pedestrians, separated by a barrier for the vehicles. On the bottom is where you see the current plan for the bridge. The newer type of slab, still 12-foot lanes, trying to keep those lanes at a minimum so that way we don't enhance or encourage speeding. But you'd also see a 6-foot wide sidewalk on the north side, while a 5-foot on one side, a 5-foot on the other, making room for the utilities on a much more stable structure. Aesthetics. This is, I would like to call it almost like the St. Pete barrier type now, because that is our new city standard. What you see on the left is the existing concrete barrier, and that's typically what you would see on most bridges. Working with FDOT, we did come up with a design that is crash rated and really patented after the Snell Isle Bridge, and that is our existing, what we're installing in all of our new bridges. So it's much more aesthetic, fits within the community and the character. Here's a elevation of that structure and what it will look like. If you may also note, we're replacing those transition of those steel sheet walls, sea walls, as they transition to the private property. And you would see also the width of the bridge has increased slightly as well, allowing for some better flushing of water through that. During construction, there will be settlement and vibration monitoring. That will be done specifically during the pile driving operations. Once it exceeds a maximum threshold at that point, and that threshold is guided by FDOT, again, it is monitored. Those alarms trigger off on many people's cell phones and immediately shut down operations. So once we see that threshold or once that alarm starts to trigger, we immediately shut down operations, stabilize the situation, and then slowly start back again once we've stabilized. Construction duration. The total construction is anticipated to last approximately 12 months. Estimated to begin in the winter of 2024. It may not necessarily mean physical construction. We have a lot to do, meaning the contractor, when you're buying a house, the first thing you want to get out is you're going to go to the place, or you are looking at the colors, picking out your cabinets, picking out the color of the walls. All those things we have to do with the contractor. They're going to send in what they call the shop drawings. So we're going to make sure the mix design is correct. We're going to make sure the calculations on the beam design for how it vertically curves is correct. We're going to make sure that the calculations for the concrete piles are correct. So we'll have all that work to do before the contractor could even start ordering the material. So yes, we will start construction in the winter, construction phase. But as we work through the next few weeks with the contractor, we'll get a really definite timeline on when they expect to start physical construction on the site. Why that's important? Because it leads towards a public meeting in September. We did a public meeting originally with the community to let them know about the project. Now this public meeting is with all the information we gathered from them, how we incorporated it into the project, and how we're going to implement the project. And by that time of the public meeting, we will have a definite schedule as to this is when we're going to be on site, this is the type of impacts they can expect, and the timeline of it. The bridge is expected to be constructed in one single phase. This will help with expediting construction and increase safety for construction personnel as well as for the traveling public. The bridge is in an ideal location for traffic control. So the blue is where you see the project location and the detour that will be provided for residents. This detour map is simplified from what is in the engineering plan. It is the exact same thing that was included in the plans that were provided, that we put out for bid. But we just wanted a cleaner version for you all to have a good context of what was recommended, what is being implemented, and this is what the contractor will be implementing. So F2, we're asking for approval on the construction contract for Conan Graham. F7 is the task order for H.W. Lochner. Because it is pile driving and structural cambers, this is a specific type of beam, they call it FSB beam. We have specialty bridge inspectors that are going to be on site, ensuring that the sequence of work, bridges are constructed in a way so that they accept their loads and do not put themselves into failure prior to its design load being achieved. So that's why we have our CEI specialty inspection. F8 is for post-design services for Kissinger Campo. Kissinger Campo is the design firm. However, we need them for post-design services because they'll have to close out all of the Army, the Coast Guard, do as-builts and all those necessary permits. They'll have to do all the reporting and closing out of those. And with that, I do ask for approval for items F2, F7, F8, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. So can we, and I see you, Councilmember Montanari, so can we vote on them together?
You can.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brej, for the presentation. Just because of the location of this bridge, right in the middle of Shore Acres and the access program, I wanted to have this presentation in a city council meeting, and I'm glad we're going to reach out to the neighborhood again. But I wanted to get some questions out of the way. So the houses that are in close proximity to the bridge, what is their access going to be cut off to their driveways while the construction's going on?
So the contractor will be required to maintain access for the residents. So we'll construct one half at a time. There will be ability to work with the residents, and We generally always do, it's not the first time we'll run into the situation, and we coordinate with the residents as far as access, even if it means putting a temporary driveway for them for the time being while we replace their concrete aprons.
Okay. And then utility work in that area. Tell me about, or any reclaimed water lines, other utilities, are they going to have to be affected? Like, will people lose water access to their homes or anything like that?
Oh, services to their homes. So there are some lines that are being replaced, but typically what we do is a bypass plan for maintaining operations. And if we do have to do any shutdowns, we usually schedule it during the midnight hour or late when there's no major flow. And also to help with construction, what we tend to also do is dry construct the sections of pipe, and then just pull and swap the new lines. So there are sequence, but all that will be worked through with the schedule on the contractor, and it's called the maintenance operations. So we have a maintenance of traffic for vehicles, and then we have a maintenance of operations.
Will residents that are affected have to boil their water or anything like that?
No. So typically, if all goes well, we do not put a line into service until it reaches that DEP clearance. So we will have the old line or the existing services already still in service while the new line is constructed. Once we get the DEP clearance, we are able to put that into operation, then we switch over. But again, this is something that we do on a daily basis on operations as well on the construction side. It's only if anything adverse happens, there's a line break or any unforeseen. But unforeseens will happen. That's just the nature of the world. But it's not planned that we'll have boil notices or anything of that nature.
Okay. You said that you're going to construct some of the road work, half of it at a time, but you said earlier in their presentation that you're going to just complete the bridge all at once.
Yes.
Can you kind of clarify that?
So the roadway section as it approaches, we will have to sequence the approach itself to the bridge, because we'll still have contractors, vehicles storing material back and forth. So that the lanes in and out will have to be sequenced in construction, but the actual bridge itself will be essentially pulled out and a new bridge constructed at one time.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then you mentioned the bridge height is from the water.
Mean high water.
Bridge being raised from 5 1/4 to 5.68 feet.
Yes.
Will the bridge, from a boater's perspective, would access underneath the bridge have to be shut down?
So when we're setting beams, yes. And we typically, what we've done in the past is usually have operations of shutting down the navigational access at that point. So we coordinate that with the neighborhoods.
Okay. All right.
Now, if I may add, for perspective, right now, the bridge clearance goes like this, as opposed to will be like this. So for the residents, it will look like a cleaner. Okay. So the maximum, so it's a little bit misleading when I say the existing bridge clearance is 5.25, because it's 5.25 at the highest point.
Right.
Which a boat can't ride up against. Instead, it's going to be this at 5.68.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then the traffic plan that you have on slide 13, are there any traffic devices, lights, temporary traffic lights or anything like that involved within any of this?
Not in this type of operation. This will be strictly detour signs. So we'll be maintaining those, but it's just going to be detour signs or road closed signs.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. On a couple of these bridges that have been done in my city council district along the way, whether it's the 40th Avenue Bridge, the Tanglewood Bridge, and now this one, there always seems to be some sort of issue. And I want to get some of these questions out of the way at the front end. So I appreciate council indulging my questions on this project. in Shore Acres. And I'll move approval of F2, F7, and F8.
Thank you. Seeing no further requests to speak, you have a motion and properly seconded. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda items F2, F7, and F8 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so now we're going to go ahead and move on to F3, a resolution adopting the City of St. Petersburg Stormwater Master Plan. Mr. Prayman.
So this was an item that we presented at COW, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Same presentation, right?
Yeah.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Having a motion and it being properly second for item F3, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F3 passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
As always, thank you, Council.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to item F4, which is a resolution adopting the 2023-2024 Pinellas County Multi-Jurisdictional Local Mitigation Strategy and Multi-Jurisdictional Program for Public Administration Annual Update. And joining us is our floodplain manager, Hannah Rebotes. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, and I think she's on her way out, Madam Chair.
Okay. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
Hannah Rebholz, floodplain manager. I am presenting probably the longest name of the of the day. The 2023-2024 Pinellas County Multi-Jurisdictional Local Mitigation Strategy with its adjoining public information, program for public information. Oh, Hannah. Okay. So we go by the LMS, Local Mitigation Strategy. In 2020, the city adopted Pinellas County's LMS as our own. We were doing our own and providing our own, but we realized it's a much bigger picture and it's more thorough when we go with the county. By doing so, we also became part of their PPI, Program for Public Information. This was probably one of the smartest moves we could have done back in the day. As we can see, the county has now excelled in CRS and is a Class 2. And in turn, we get to use all of that information for our CRS audit and rating. In a nutshell, the LMS and PPI, it basically identifies the community's hazards and in a very organized and clear way presents how to find solutions for these hazards. The PPI has also been a major benefit for the city of St. Pete because we can use what they do countywide and get credit for that. The annual update. So we've developed a city internal LMS team recently. This is including people from our grants accounting, from public works, from transportation, from all of us. And our suggestions and updates are submitted to the county quarterly, and it gets put into an annual update. To keep it a live document, that's what we have to do. It gets updated every 5 years, but to keep it live and to keep it active, we have to do an annual update. And in order for us to get credit for it on our CRS audit, we have to adopt this annual update yearly. Staying relevant. So the LMS group meets quarterly. We're working on beefing up our participation in the LMS, the county LMS, with the city employees and our stakeholders. We are really pushing to get more people involved and really pushing to get more people's opinions and suggestions to add to this multi-jurisdictional strategy. With our new city LMS group, we're it's looking really good, and we're looking forward to having way more pull in the LMS. Right now, we've kind of just been sitting by, so we're looking to do much bigger things, and use this money to, or use this program to get money for the city, for Public Works, for our FMA, our home elevations. So we're really going to try to target LMS as a tool for the city from here on out. Recommendation. Staff recommends approval of this resolution adopting the 2024 LMS and the adjoining PPI annual update. Is there any questions that I can
There
answer?
is. Councilmember Gabbard.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Hannah, for the update. So just wanted to, kind of give my, I guess, echoes in your comments around whenever we decided to go from having our own PPI to working with the county. I was on our local PPI at the time and thought that that was, an amazing idea because the amount of work that those stakeholders were doing, and it was kind of becoming a little repetitive. We had kind of the same people around the table all the time. And so with such a big topic, I felt like it was important that we have more voices. I do agree. I do listen to some of those meetings from time to time, and I do agree that I think in the city of St. Pete, we could have a stronger voice. So anything that my office can do to support you in that way, please let us know. Now, you talked about on the second slide our current rating of 5, and you talked about Pinellas County and how amazing they have done getting to a 2. I remember that one of the things that we had to do in order to resubmit and look at moving ours was the Stormwater Master Plan. We just approved that. So can you give us an update as to where we are on going forward, trying to get a better rating for our residents?
Thursday is our site visit audit. So it is the big day, next Thursday, the 22nd. So now that we officially have our stormwater plan adopted, and our engineering department kind of went through with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that it matches everything the CRS wants. We're looking really good for Class 4. That is not the only requirement that we needed for Class 4. There's also other points that we have to get. There's another list. We have crossed everything off that list. We just turned in the actual stormwater master plan yesterday to our auditor because they have to look at it before. So I haven't gotten word back yet if they accept it, but I have high hopes that they will. So does engineering. Roger Johnson did a really good job at picking through it. And so that's that Thursday. Thursday's the day that hopefully we go to a 4.
Well, we look forward to that news.
So do I.
We will keep the entire city in our thoughts about that because it's critically important for our residents, especially like we talked this morning in Lair, right? About we need to do more in order to help our residents be able to afford to insure their properties. And there's a lot of challenges at the federal level with that, but there are definitely things that we can do as a community. And so this is such an important issue, especially to the residents that myself, Councilmember Montanari, represent, and throughout the city, that I thought it was important to kind of talk about what's next and how we continue to get there. One other thing I was hoping maybe you could share today, because I don't know how widely this is really being discussed, but the importance of what we do in maintaining our CRS system, because recently Lee County got a real eye-opening with changes that were made to their CRS. Because they were not doing the kind of work that we're doing and essentially pretty much lost it completely. So can you just talk a little bit briefly about that so that people understand how important it is to continue to move forward and not get stagnant?
Yes. So it's a group project. So the city and all of our staff, we have our own tasks that we have to do to not only maintain, but always try to strive for a better class. And I think we're getting even more and more participation throughout the departments for it is becoming such a big deal that more people are stepping out and saying, oh, I can do that. Oh, I can help you with that. So the city is also getting more involved in it. But we also want to put the point out there that our residents, they have a part in it too. I don't want to say the only reason Lee County got kicked out, but a big reason was they didn't pull permits. When they got hit in Fort Myers, FEMA came back and said, show me your permits for your 6,000 homes, and they couldn't. So they don't care if you're in a disaster. They don't care if you haven't had power for the entire city for 10 days. They want you to still hold true to your regulations and your processes, and that's a really tough thing to do. Just by, it looks bad for us saying, you know, you just got hit with a hurricane, but you got to pull your permit. But also, there's multiple benefits for pulling a permit. Responsibility, accountability for your contractor, making sure your building code, not just the CRS system, but the CRS rating system also looks into that too. So, and that's not the only thing community can do. Residents, they can also adopt a drain. They can keep clippings out of the street. So they also have other things that they can do to help our CRS rating as we do our job as well.
And then you had shared at our Riviera Bay meeting, so Riviera Bay's most recent meeting, they called it like their flood meeting, and Hannah was there and she did a great presentation. And there was a lot of conversation about this, right? Not only the responsibility on the city, but also the responsibility on the residents and working together, and how the city has come so far in the resources that we provide, especially in response. Can you talk just a little bit? Do you want to talk a little bit about what we will be doing with permitting, the mobile permitting, if you will?
Picking up what you're laying down.
Yeah.
We have started a whole new, we haven't implemented it yet, thank God, because we haven't had a surge over 4 feet, but we started a program called mobile permitting. And basically, if the surge gets over 4 feet, then that is majority of the whole east coast of the city. So that is in their homes. So what we will do is we will dispatch 3 mobile permitting locations to help better access to permitting, to our license plan reviewers for questions, to our permit technicians for documents. There will be a station at Roberts Rec, there'll be a station at Azalea, there'll be a station at Enoch. So we figured that was a good representation, everybody can get there, and also we're not imposing on that rec center and what they do as well. So there's a lot of rec centers that help during and after storms that we didn't want to stop that. So we found some centers that they can accommodate us. But we want to be out there. We're going to be out there directly after damage assessment happens. We're going to be there to issue permits, answer questions, and also give them a lot of information for FEMA help and city help, debris and stuff like that. So it'll be a nice information center right there in the middle of flood-prone areas.
Well, thank you for sharing that with everyone, because I just think it's really important for people to know that, you know, the city hears them, they understand the challenges around all of this, but we support the importance of it, and not only how it affects this rating, but also how it affects our city and the quality of construction in our homes and how they are rebuilt also helps them be more sustainable and more resilient in the future. So thank you for thinking outside of the box, finding ways to be responsive to the residents. I so appreciate working with you and everything that you do. So thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further requests to speak, I'm not sure if we have a motion and a second.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Now that we have a motion, it's been properly seconded, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Now, seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the vote?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F4 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Repost.
Thank you very much.
Now we will move on to F5, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept a grant for $125,000 from US DOT for the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program for the Complete Streets Implementation Plan Update Project. And joining us is our transportation manager, Ms. Cheryl Stacks. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Great.
I'm very, very pleased to be able to bring this item to you today. I see it as a very exciting opportunity for us to partner directly with US DOT to improve transportation safety in St. Petersburg. So the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program was initiated in the bipartisan infrastructure law. So it began in 2021. It is a little unique in that it allows for cities and MPOs, metropolitan planning organizations, to apply directly to US DOT for funding. So typically our surface transportation dollars that come from the federal government would be passed through FDOT. In this case, it's directly with US DOT. The program is set up to support the US DOT's National Roadway Safety Program and Vision Zero, so it's aimed very much at a safety-based approach to the funding and the projects that they fund. There are 3 different types of funds available through the program: planning, demonstration, and implementation. And while there are 3 types of funding awards that you can get, at least 40% of the funding is required to go to the planning and the demonstration projects. We have applied at every cycle that's been offered. The first one was in 2022 and stretched into 2023. In that cycle, we applied for implementation funding for design and construction of projects on 22nd Street and 18th Avenue South, and we unfortunately did not get an award. Last year, when they offered the program again, we refined the application to focus on 18th Avenue South, which has a more significant crash safety issue and safety challenges. And then we also included supplemental planning within the application to update our Complete Streets Implementation Plan. And so from that grant application, we were awarded the planning request of $125,000, which requires a $150,000 city match. So a little reminder about our Complete Streets Implementation Plan. It was adopted in 2019. And following a pretty long process of community engagement and interdepartmental collaboration, it serves as our guide for the development of streets and safely and comfortably accommodate all people, all modes, all ages, all abilities. And the intent has been, per our Complete Streets Administrative Policy, to routinely update the implementation plan, and that's really to make sure that it's still adapting to changing technologies, infrastructure needs, and community, and just being overall responsive to the community. The Complete Streets Implementation Plan update, the project scope for this particular project that the grant funding would go toward would be to update the implementation plan to include an analysis of traffic crash data for our whole roadway network, including a review of human factors that are contributing to different crashes. It would also allow us to confirm what we've identified as our high injury network. Those are the roads that you see in the map to the right that we've organized. These are the roads that typically are overrepresented in severe and fatal crashes across the city. And you can see that we have some roads that are under the jurisdiction of the state, some of the county, and some that are our city roads. But we'll be able to take a deeper dive into the data and confirm that those really are the roadways that are overrepresented, and those probably should be prioritized for safety improvements. We expect that there will be considerable public engagement as a part of this effort. We need to kind of refine the goals and objectives and strategies in our current plan to make sure that it's consistent with the community needs and wants. We'll be able to update our existing conditions, kind of recognize some of the projects that we've completed, particularly those in partnership with FDOT over the last few years. We also have an opportunity to incorporate new technologies that were not around when we did the Complete Streets Implementation Plan, such as scooters. So we'll be able to develop prioritization criteria that considers equity, and that's a big deal for us because right now our prioritization of our Complete Streets Implementation Plan projects are generally driven by matching grants and other means, but this will really have us focusing on prioritizing equity as a part of determining how do we make sure that we're implementing the highest priority projects first. And then lastly, it'll also include adoption of a traffic safety plan as an element within the Complete Streets Implementation Plan, and again, that equity action plan as a part of the plan adoption. So the total cost of the project is $275,000, of which we'll have $125,000 that comes from USDOT. It's on a cost reimbursement basis, and that needs to go into our bicycle pedestrian safety funds. And then what we'd like to do is have an additional $125,000 appropriated that would come into to match that. We believe we have about $25,000 in in-kind services that would be provided by the city as well. And so some of the information that you see in the resolutions would be to move those fundings around to get them lined up so that we have one complete project at $275,000 for the Complete Streets Implementation Plan. So we will be expect that we would put this out for a consultant, to have a consultant assist us. So that would be part of our next steps, really, would be to finalize the scope of services and get that consultant underway using the $275,000. So with that, concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. You can see the requested council action there.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. If you could go back to that funding page real quick. I don't think we need to stay on it quick for very long, but this, I just want to make sure it's clear to anyone who's wondering that moving the funds from the Bicycle Pedestrian Safety Improvements Fund to the Complete Streets Implementation Plan doesn't mean that we're deprioritizing bicycle safety.
Yes.
It actually puts that in with a bigger plan.
Yes, that just helps us combine the funding from the grant into one area, and then our city matching fees from impact fees would come into the other area. They would all combine so that we're kind of leveraging our city funds with the federal funds, and it just kind of puts it in the right pots. So,
right, which
yes,
still prioritize bicycle and pedestrian safety.
Absolutely. So our bicycle pedestrian safety improvement funds, those are the home of all of our other grants that we typically get that would be directly from FDOT. So those house a lot of different projects.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. I'm glad we're finally at this point. I remember it was March when I was at the National League of Cities Congressional Conference, and they interviewed me. The USDOT did an interview with me because we had been notified that we received the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant, and they asked how it's going, and I had to say, well, we don't have the money yet, and we know we got the grant, but we haven't even been able to learn what the next steps are. So we talked about how great it's going to be, and it was a very nice conversation then. I'm so happy to see that we're finally getting on the road, so to speak, with this one.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further requests to speak, and it's being motioned and properly seconded for F5. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your votes. Vice Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair.
Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F5 passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Staggs. Now we're going to move to F6, a resolution establishing the Codes Compliance Assistance Program for eligible homeowners. And joining us is our Codes Compliance Assistant Director, Mr. Joe Wah. How are you?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of council. Joe Wah, Codes Compliance Assistance Director. So I'm excited to be here this afternoon to request approval for a new assistance program that will help homeowners that are currently facing code violations. I do have a brief presentation if you all would like to see it.
Move approval.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wah.
Okay, so just some background. Over the last couple of years, as we have directed citizens facing code violations to various assistance programs, we have found that there's been a gap and certain violations could not be addressed by programs that we have currently. During the FY24 budget cycle, we had funds that became available because we closed out our foreclosure program. And so we saw the opportunity to reallocate funds from there in the FY25 budget. And then we have $100,000 that we directed towards that. So the goals with this, again, would be to expand on available programs to ensure more residents in need can receive assistance. By expanding the use of the Accessibility Accommodations Program, we're hopeful that that's going to reduce the workload on our neighborhood team when they have ramp projects, because those can be very time consuming, and then we'll be able to redirect those resources to completing some other projects. And then, of course, it supports the housing opportunities for all by preserving existing affordable housing units for residents facing potential fines and allowing property owners to age in place. So the proposal creates a new assistance program that's going to target violations that fall outside of current programs. And we're specifically targeting driveway disrepair, accessory structure disrepair, and hazardous tree removal. They are going to also provide supplemental funding beyond the existing $5,000 that is available with the accessibility grant program. And what we're hoping to do there is remove that barrier in case there is a homeowner who has a project that costs more than $5,000 and they do not want to get into a situation where they have to enter into a loan agreement, and we'll be able to supplement these funds to eliminate that barrier for them. We are going to propose that we're limiting funding to $5,000 per property for this, but there is a potential to increase that amount to $7,500 with the approval from the administrator. There will be no repayment requirements, but there will be a 5-year period where if you've already received assistance, you would have to wait 5 years in order to get assistance again. So eligibility, the owners must be their homestead property and they cannot own any other properties. They must be at or below 100% of AMI. And again, the assistance piece there can only be available every 5 years. Work will be completed by contractors covered under the current blanket purchase agreements or by city departments if the resources are available. The owners will sign a waiver agreement that's standard with our other city assistance programs. And then specifically properties that are receiving services to remove hazardous trees. In order to continue to reach our goal for preserving our tree canopy, we will actually be replanting a tree at those properties as well. So again, the request is to approve the proposed program. Happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. Seeing no request to speak, and it has been motioned and properly seconded. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members have entered their votes, so seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F6 passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Waugh. We'll continue on to F9, a resolution approving the plat of Greenwood Townhomes, generally located at 2203 16th Street North, which was pulled from CB4 by Vice Chair Gertis. And joining us is our Deputy Zoning Official, Mr. Scott Bolyard. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good afternoon, Council Chair, Council members. For the record, Scott Bolyard with Development Review Services. The Greenwood Townhomes plat is located at 2203 16th Street North on property zone CRT1, Corridor Residential Traditional. The property previously contained 2 platted lots and is being replatted to create 7 lots and 4 tracts for the development of 7 townhomes. This is the layout of the site from the preliminary plat, showing the building footprints and vehicular access off of Greenwood Avenue North. The preliminary plat was routed to city departments and private utility providers for comments. The only substantive comments received were from engineering, who included conditions of approval to be addressed on the final plat. Their comments were related to easement documentation and easements that were shown that needed to be removed, along with the comment that issues have been addressed via the building permit. The city code requires that the preliminary plat be approved prior to the issuance of any building permits for construction, and the preliminary plat was approved on April 3rd, 2023. This is a photo of the site taken from the intersection of 22nd Ave North and 16th Street North. Here's a view of the site from 22nd Ave North looking north up 16th Street. Here's a closer view of the townhomes currently under construction. This view is looking northeast on Greenwood Ave North, which has medians limiting access to the site. The driveway for the townhomes is currently being installed, and there is an existing medical office located across from the site. Here you can see the driveway being installed that provides access to parking on the first floor of the townhomes. City code regulations for CRT zone properties requires vehicular access to parking be provided off of an alley or secondary street when present. There are no alleys abutting this property on Greenwood, or there are no alleys abutting the property, and Greenwood Avenue North is the secondary street. The final plat, which is what is before you today for approval, was also routed to city departments and private utility providers. Utility providers had no objections to the plat. Engineering provided a memorandum with standard conditions of approval for development. Compliance with engineering's conditions is included as a condition of approval within the resolution. Fire is requiring a portion of the median to be cut back to provide adequate access for emergency vehicles. Transportation provided a memo citing that per city code provisions, access is required to be provided from Greenwood Avenue North. They also cited policy T6.1 within the comprehensive plan, indicating that 16th Street North is not the appropriate access point as it is classified as a minor arterial on the city's future major streets map. And per city code requirements, no certificates of occupancy shall be issued until the final plat has been recorded with the county. This graphic shows the modifications required by fire that will be made to the medians within Greenwood Avenue North to accommodate turning radiuses for emergency vehicles. In this photo, we're looking southwest down Greenwood. Construction crews have already indicated with white paint where the median modifications will occur in the field. The yellow line shows approximately where the new curb will be installed for the median. This is a view looking northeast up Greenwood, and again with the changes to the median shown in yellow. That crepe myrtle is likely to be removed as a part of the changes. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. We have cards on this.
We have one card, Madam Chair. Trevor Burgess. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Hi, it's Trevor Burgess, 129 Bay Point Drive Northeast, and I'm just available to answer any questions anyone has. I'm the owner of the property.
Thank you. Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to talk a little bit about these townhomes and the median modifications for emergency vehicles. Let's start off with the fact, and I would just put this on the record, there was a lot of angst and anger in Greater Woodlawn about this project. It spilled into City Council, it came here, and for those that may be watching, we didn't have a say on any of it, okay? Our code actually allows all this to occur. Now, what our code did not account for, and when you look at the median modifications for emergency vehicles, for instance, how you cut that curb, what's interesting about Greater Woodlawn is literally the design of the neighborhood and all those streets and how they are made. As a matter of fact, that's part of what makes the neighborhood unique. It's part of the planning documents for that neighborhood. And because of the way our code is written, none of that was taken into consideration when these modifications were considered, because our code allows it. Now, what I would like to understand from someone in administration is, when you have lots that have been consolidated like this, originally the entrance was on 16th Street. If it would have stayed on 16th Street, you wouldn't have to cut the curb. I'm not saying all the neighborhoods would have been happy about it, but it would have been less of an impact to what makes that neighborhood unique. That is a main entryway. So I would like to have a discussion about what our code requires and how we can somehow make it a little better than what the default is right now, to take into consideration special circumstances that may arise. It could be in any one of our districts, it can be any block, it could be any neighborhood, where we can't even have the discussion to see if there's another alternative. So that's what I would like to have a little conversation about, because it doesn't mean that development's not going to happen. Development will happen. But that could have been 2 or 3 lots that have been consolidated. I don't see why the entrance would have to be through the neighborhood and why it couldn't be 16th. As it is right now, same thing. It was before on 16th. I see Corey is kind of inching forward. So Corey, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Corey Malishka, zoning official with Development Review Services. Correct. So there was a curb cut, actually on both sides of the street when it was a business. So they did a full demo of the site. So once you do a full demo of the site, any redevelopment has to comply with current code. So when we do a demo, the old curb cuts have to be removed. And so new development comes in, has to comply with current code. Current code says exactly what Mr. Bolliard said. Now, yes, you can request a variance to the code, but we can't require a developer to go through the variance process. So that's where we had to permit the access.
Right. So the way the code is written right now, it says vehicle connections, access to parking shall be designed to take advantage of the first available alternative in the following prioritized lists. Access shall be made from the alley or secondary street, and where no alley or secondary street is present, access shall occur from the primary street. And you see what my concern is.
I mean, that is something that the code probably did not contemplate in 07 when it was written.
Right.
You know, we are working again on tweaks to the code, and that's something we can take into consideration for future redevelopment of other blocks in this neighborhood or throughout the city.
Throughout the city. And not only that, there's also the design issue, the design standards issue, obviously. There is a huge difference between the commercial requirements versus the residential requirements.
And yes, and we had talked about that previously, and we're also looking into that as well.
Right. So I pulled it because I thought it was important to have the conversation, because one thing is looking at a package, and another thing is looking at pictures. And actually, it would even be helpful if you actually saw the whole neighborhood and the whole design of how the street layout is to understand what we're talking about. And that, look, this just happens to be Greater Woodlawn. It could be anywhere in the city. As far as we just had a contentious appeal here, and I do really believe that we have to have mechanisms in place to kind of take the certain considerations into fact, for the different areas that may apply. And when our hands are tied, it becomes a problem because we can't respond.
Right. And I mean, that's just adding on to the description of secondary alley or primary if none, or is there some other language such as the character of the road network, something that could be added?
Right. So those are things that we could work on. Okay. Because it really, I mean, that's a granite curb. Right. They're all granite curbs. Right. The median, the whole thing. So we somehow kind of, because of the way the lot was designed, have to change everything around it to fit it, even though the neighborhood and everyone else was like, can we work here with something that may fit better? But our code didn't allow for any of that. Okay. The other thing I want to just mention, in the memo that was attached, I mentioned this to legal, it says, the replat is required prior to development of the property with townhomes. I know that's a standard form that you guys use, but that's technically not correct. So if an outsider reads it, thinks, well, you had to approve this before, the townhomes are already built. So I'm hoping that there could be some language there to make sure that when things that are not the default come through, and maybe, you had a preliminary plat. This doesn't indicate that. So you see my situation. Somebody can come back to us and it's like, well, hold on, it came to you and you had to approve it beforehand. But the reality is, no, it went through the preliminary plat process.
Correct. And the subdivision regulations of the code speak to that.
Right.
About when permits can be issued and when COs can be issued. And if that's something that the memo itself, and legal can correct me, what is law and not law, with that regard, but COs cannot be issued till the final plat's approved, which is before you today.
Right. When somebody reads this, and I had this conversation with legal, it could be a lot clearer as to what's before us and what we're deciding, because the reality is it's a ministerial function at this point for us, right?
The guardrails and the criteria set forth in the statute in Chapter 177 are so clear and objective that largely yes.
Yes. Okay.
You would have to be able to pinpoint a dispute on one of the, I think, 28 different criteria that final plats are reviewed against, and basically say that, oh, well, actually, we think you didn't do this one right, or et cetera, that kind of thing.
Okay. I just want to put that on the record, and I appreciate you all for being here. And with that, I'll move, Councilman Gertis. No, go ahead, you can speak, and then yeah. That's all for me now.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Gertis.
Madam Chair, I'd totally welcome that discussion. If if you remember the rezoning we did on 66th, just north of Central Avenue, so townhomes could be built where there are single-family homes now. The entrances and driveways are currently on 66th Street. If they were to redevelop the townhomes, they put that entrance behind an office building on Central Avenue. And so, which that, again, same type of scenario. Why wouldn't you just keep the entrance on 66th Street, right? And so I would totally welcome that conversation about how we can make this fit a little bit better. And I appreciate you bringing that up, because frankly, that was one of the questions that I had about this and why I pulled it. That's really the only comment I have, other than I just appreciate staff and Trevor for reaching out after I had pulled this item. I appreciate all the work you went through with fire, and just really appreciate you guys putting up with me pulling this item. I think some of us had gotten all of those emails, just wanted to make sure that we had taken all the steps necessary, and I'm very glad that we have, and thanks for being good partners. I'll move approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you. I just wanted to weigh in because I remember it had to be at least a month or two, we had people coming to open forum talking to us about this issue, and a lot of people talked about access for emergency vehicles. And I understand that our hands were tied, but I was kind of confused why we are approving a final plat after the building has been built. And I'm glad, Councilmember Hanowitz, that you looked into this, and I'm glad, Vice Chair Gertis, that you pulled it, because I had a lot of questions when I read this, and I remember like it was just yesterday when we had multiple people coming from the neighborhood and addressing this exact thing that we're talking about here, and now we're going to do modifications to a beautiful neighborhood, and because of the access to the streets. So I'm glad we're going to have this discussion, and we need to make some modifications to our code. I'll leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further requests to speak, we have a motion with no second. Second. Okay. So now it's been properly moved in second. Can you please open the machine for voting? Council members have entered their votes, and so now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F9 passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Moving on now to F10, which is a resolution to change the start time of the September 5th, 24 council meeting to 3 p.m. I am asking for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Now that we have a motion and approval for F10, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F10 passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to move right along to our new business item, which is G1, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I am respectfully requesting a referral to the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee for a discussion regarding the Art in Public Places Ordinance. This is something that I have mentioned a couple of times in meetings, and I think it's just a good chance for us to review it. And I'm on the Public Arts Committee. I think that the committee has some ideas about how the ordinance could be made better, so I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Not to have the discussion now, but
Yeah.
could you provide any little detail about like what those improvements might look like? Because
Absolutely.
I've been looking at some things too, and I want to make sure I'm not duplicating your efforts.
Okay. So the first one is I can't remember the name of the report, but we got a report on the arts recently, and it suggested increasing the amount that we fund towards public works projects, pieces of arts and public works projects. There's also considerations for the committee had some issues with maintenance and maintenance funding, as well as people offering us pieces of art and the committee not having money to be able to place those pieces of art in the public collection. So increasing the funding for those few reasons. Also, considering letting developers both give to our art fund as well as create their own art as well. Right now, it's an either-or option. We were talking about letting them do both. Maybe some flexibility in locations, that'll be part of the conversation. Maybe an expansion of the geographic area where developers might have to give money for our public art. And so it's quite broad, and I have been talking with legal and Celeste about it, and we'll present like a variety of things that we think could make it better. And anything you'd include, I would love to talk about as well.
Thank you. So the part of this that I was looking at, and just to give you a heads up, and hopefully I can talk with the city attorney's office about what we're able to do. I've been wondering if there is, when it comes to the developers, either including public art or contributing, if there is something in there that can be weighted at the very least towards using a local artist for that.
We're happy to look into that.
So just while we're in the sunshine, that's the part I've been looking at, is how do we inspire developers to look at local artists first when putting a mural on the side of their building or anything like that. And then that contribution amount is, I believe it's half of the value that is required if they actually do something. And so I had wanted to look at that as well.
Duly noted, yeah.
I'm looking at Mr. Chapter 16 here.
Oh, this one, yeah.
So I really look forward to this, and I thank you for bringing it up. You just saved me a separate new business item.
Yeah, I've been talking about it in the committee for a while.
Got him good. Turn him red. I backed myself up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Dean is distracting us by flipping his hair over.
Yeah.
Professionalism 101 here,
At
folks.
its finest.
Yeah.
Red as a bee.
Okay, I'm back.
On that note.
I'm sorry, council member.
On that note, I have no more comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I've noted what you've said here, and I'll add it.
Thank you so much. And seeing no
Some of us are
further,
just having too much fun.
I know, but that's quite all right. You're supposed to be able to smile every now and then. Seeing no further requests to speak, do we have a motion and a second on this one? Okay, so can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to go into our council committee reports, which is H1, which is the May 16th, 2024 HLUT action item, a resolution requesting city administration to consider including the notice of rights language in the negotiation of affordable housing agreements and report to city council whether notice of right language is included in whole or in part or excluded in any individual affordable housing agreement. And this was brought by Councilmember Gabbard, the HLUT chair. Councilmember Gabbard.
Madam Chair, I think you did a lovely job of presenting that item. So this was actually an item that Councilmember Floyd brought forward. He worked very hard on this resolution that you all have in front of you. So as the
that it's doesn't butt into anything that we're not allowed to do. And so we're just asking administration when they negotiate housing deals to, ask the developer or or anyone that we're doing the deal with to include some language about providing tenants with their notice of rights and a list of rights that we'd like to see them include. If they can or can't get it into the agreement, we just want them to come back and tell us if they were able to or not whenever they present agreements to us. And so it's really simple, just asking administration to negotiate in the notice of rights, and if they can, and no matter what happens, just let us know how it went. And so I'll leave it there. I guess I'll move approval. Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. Could I add one thing? This process also went through a robust feedback effort, particularly with AHAC, and they were supportive of it. I brought it to members of AHAC before I ever even brought it to City Council committee, and I feel like we got good buy-in. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to thank Councilmember Floyd for bringing this forward and the work the HLUT committee and along with legal and administration. This was one of those that I thought was very well thought out. I just wanted to essentially put it on the record. We did get an email, I don't know if legal saw it, from Bay Area Apartments Association, essentially saying that this resolution, by the way, I'm in favor of it. Obviously, I just complimented it. But I just want to make sure and just have it be said out loud that this is not, we are not preempted here by asking administration to just contemplate it in their negotiations when developing housing.
Well, I can't speak to the email because I haven't seen it, but we put a lens on that from the very get-go.
Yep.
And we have acknowledged the existence of this preemption and its completeness, and that's why this resolution is decidedly non-regulatory in nature. And it only speaks to essentially a policy pronouncement to just consider it when negotiating the city's own resources, such as money or land in these types of deals, where nobody is forcing anybody to do anything. And so legal's confident that this would be the lightest touch possible, and it doesn't veer into that regulatory realm where we're clearly preempted.
Thank you. That's all I was looking for. Thank you very much.
Right, Vice Chair.
That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Chair. I have the bill before us. Bill seems very straightforward. We're clearly preempted from doing something like this upon my reading of the bill. And it seems to me that we're trying to pass an ordinance to do an end run against around state law that's preempted us to do this. I don't understand why we would even attempt to do something like this. And I'd like to ask administration what do they think of this resolution?
Councilmember Montanari, I think we provided that input at the committee level that every deal is really different. And so I think this gives your direction to us that still allows us the flexibility to, if for some reason that doesn't work to negotiate that you would have the ability to ask and see why we didn't do that, right? So we want to have flexibility in how we work with developers on every deal, but we felt like this helped accomplish that and didn't hinder us from possibly bringing you something that didn't have any of these requirements in it as well, and then would have to explain that it was because we couldn't get there with the developer.
So what I'm hearing is administration is in support of this.
Generally, yes.
Okay. That's surprising because I just look at this bill. To me, it's they put the kitchen sink in here. Couldn't be more clear. So I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. In paragraph 5 of the resolution, it says that City Council is expressly not requiring the inclusion of the notice of rights language. I don't think it gets any clearer than that. And I don't think that the preemption prohibits us from saying the word rights. And I don't see the words climate change in here, so, I think we might be all right. And I'm voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Well, thank you. Councilmember Driscoll. I completely agree. The wording to me is very clear. Councilmember Floyd, I want to thank you for your hard work on this and your dedication to your values and the reasons that you came here to protect people. And constantly, we are being put up against Tallahassee with preemption after preemption. I was just reminded earlier today of an issue in one of my neighborhoods that a resident is concerned about, that we used to have something on the books that we could have helped, yet several years ago it was preempted. And now we can't address the issue that this resident is concerned about. It happens over and over and over again. So where there is leeway for us to be able to work things into negotiations that stand by our value system, I am always going to support that. We just had a conversation about apprenticeships and disadvantaged workers last week, where we're going to have to find creative ways to work with our development community and our contractor community to stand by the people of our city. So I completely support this. I thank you for the work that you did, and I'm happy to vote yes with you today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So much. Councilmember Hanover.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to make clear, this is not an ordinance. I know it was mentioned, it's a resolution. And I've also mentioned in other meetings, there have been other councils that have passed resolutions that I may not agree with. They're not binding on me. They're not. They're just expressing what a council in, I don't know, 1980 thought, or 2000, or 2010, or 2017, or 2020. And it's brought up many times. This is a resolution of what we desire. Administration, we're not directing them. We're just desiring them to consider something. Again, not binding. And so I never have a problem with that. I don't think we're stepping on the toes of administration. And frankly, I would never want to step on the toes of administration. They have their job to do. We have our job. We can express our opinion on many things. We do it at every meeting. Sometimes we put in a resolution. Sometimes we just do it in an ask. But it's kind of the same thing. It's just in writing, and administration is going to take it under advisement like it does and make a decision at the end of the day on a case-by-case basis. And I don't feel like this rises to a level that we are violating anything in the law. And I think the language that legal has drafted is pretty clear on that. So thank you all for working on this and making sure that pretty much our ducks are in a row given the state of affairs and what we have to deal with. So, and I'll vote in favor of it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further requests to speak, I just wanted to also thank Councilmember Floyd and those that were open to being creative in ensuring our constituents that although, you know, there are some things that we are preempted from doing, that we are still reaching and looking outside of the box to further show them that we hear them and that we understand the state of affairs here in the city of St. Petersburg, and we are creatively trying to help maintain residency here in the city. And so I appreciate Councilmember Floyd for bringing this forward. And with that, like I said, seeing no further requests to speak, can you please open the machine for voting for H1? Council members, and your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, agenda item H1 passes 7-1, with Councilmember Montanari voting no, Councilmembers Driscoll, Fix Sanders, Floyd, Gabbard, Gertis, Hanowitz, and Muhammad voting yes.
Thank you. So we're now going to call a recess until public hearing at 5:01.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Back, everyone. We're going to call our council meeting back to order, and we're going to immediately go into our public hearings. And we're going to start with item J1, which is confirming a preliminary assessment for lot clearing numbers LCA 1659. And joining us is our Codes Compliance Assistant Director, Mr. Joe Wah. How are you again?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council. I believe we can take all these items at once if we would like to.
We can? Okay, very good.
Second.
Move
So we're gonna
approval
do
J1 through J4.
J3 and J4. Okay, thank you. I'm asking, I heard a motion, I heard a second. Does anybody? Oh, y'all are good?
Yeah, we're good.
No, oh my goodness.
Well, not
okay. Well, Councilmember.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Are you sure you have?
I'm fine, thank you.
Well, okay. We have seeing no further requests to speak. It's been motioned and properly seconded. Can you please open the machine for voting? And council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the vote?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda's item J1, 2, 3, and 4 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Gertis being absent.
Thank you. Well, thank you,
very much.
Mr. Wah. We
good
appreciate
night.
you being present for this quick item. Now we're going to move into open forum. Do we have any cards for open forum?
Sure, we do not.
Anyone on Zoom?
No one in Zoom.
Sounds good. Okay. We're going to close open forum. Anyone have any announcements? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Gabbard.
Well, since Councilmember Gertis isn't here, I guess, oh, do you want to do birthdays?
I
will yield my time.
You are more than welcome because we have a bunch.
We do, and I was trying to remember them off the top of my head, but if you got a postie, go for it.
I have a postie. So on the 15th, happy birthday, Mayor Welch. August 17th, happy birthday, Lisa Willer Broman. On the 17th, happy birthday, Mr. Jim Nixon. On the 19th, happy birthday, Miss Rita Wesley. On the 19th, happy birthday, Mr. Chan Srinivasa. And on August 30th, happy birthday to Liz Mikovsky. Did I say that correctly?
Sure did.
Yay! So we have a whole bunch of birthdays. None of them are out here to sing happy birthday to. But, you know, I will go ahead and allow someone to give us a verse of happy birthday for our...
To you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday,
everybody on the
everyone.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, and seeing no other announcements and no one requests to speak, we now adjourn our August 13th meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Be safe, everyone.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again. And 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
It's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're going to have some plantains in there, you know, and we're going to have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
Hi, St. Pete. Mayor Ken Welch here, coming to you with an important message about voting. The right to vote is precious. It allows you to hold your government accountable, and it's one of the clearest ways to make your voice heard. Recently, St. Petersburg has transitioned to holding municipal elections to align with national election years. That means this year, in addition to elections for president, Congress, the state legislature, and county commission, you'll also have the opportunity to vote for your members of St. Pete City Council. Save these dates for your reference later. For more information about registering, polling locations, and other important information, go to votepinellas.com. Let's vote, St. Pete. It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity. Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward, methodically. The intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand upon a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. But when it's all said and done, they're going to hold their head a little higher. They're going to leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
We want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure's huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships, and that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them, like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today. We basically trained to be a firefighter. We learned how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, so you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun.
I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Last part! Together we ignite.
Together we ignite. Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite! Woo!
2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most
Sure.
people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy
Sure.
and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry
Sure, yes,
if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this
That's
publicity.
exactly right.
My goodness.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. The It's just a thing that needs to say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the City of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut. Did it!
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of TrueFire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. TrueFire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a TrueFire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one. We are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
This is Team Accelerate Day at USF St. Pete, where we have over 70 middle school students who are taking pit stops to learn about STEM and to understand how STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, contributes to the Grand Prix.
We're fortunate to be involved with the Grand Prix, and so we are creating a STEM activity for the students. I think it's a great way for students to have ownership over their learning and for them to engage with these various technologies that will be a large part of their future.
Here we're learning about the cars, and recently, well, just now, we learned about how to 3D print, put things in a 3D printer and then screenshot it so it can be turned into something else to be made.
It's just a great opportunity to be able to partner with the school districts and to have the students engage in this fun activity where they get to create things in 3D modeling software, to 3D print, and to tie it in with the Grand Prix.
We believe in inclusive progress, and even with something like the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, there's a way even in that endeavor to make sure there's inclusive progress and that everyone benefits, even our youngest St. Pete residents. This is Ray Jack's food store in South St. Pete on MLK, and we're here for the inauguration of the Fresh Pace Healthy Neighborhood Store program.
As you know, we are in an area where we have a food desert, a food disparity, and we've had a small business owner that had the ability to step up and participate in a program that actually will provide healthy food to the residents within a walking distance of their residence.
Well, this is a community neighborhood store. You know, we provide a lot of items here, you know, from fresh meats. We're mostly known for our meats here. Before, we were very limited with what we could display. So now kind of gave them a little bit more variety with the vegetables and recipes, you know, to use.
Purchasing those items in the volume that smaller stores would purchase them at is so cost prohibitive. And so this program allows for monthly grants to store owners to make those purchases so they don't have to use their reserves to do that, and in turn can sell that food at a very affordable cost to their customers coming in.
It's a real partnership with small neighborhood stores like Ray Jack's Meat Market here in South St. Petersburg, and it's funded primarily through American Rescue Plan funds. We are allocating about $1.2 million in funding to address food insecurity in our city.
We're going to have 6 by the end of 2024. This is only phase 1, and I'm so glad that they saw this area of town, this district, to have its kickoff.
It's visually appealing, it makes sense from a business perspective, and of course the community gets what they need in terms of healthy food at an affordable cost.
It looks great, the produce looks great, there are a variety of healthy choices that would appeal to young folks through seniors. Everyone ought to have access to healthy food choices.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise. The world needs you in it.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community in the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote. or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do. Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
District 7 is located along its north end on 5th Avenue North, all the way down to 54th Avenue South, from as far west as 58th Street to 16th Street South on the east. I'm Brother John Muhammad, your council member for District 7. We're standing in one of my favorite spots in the district, Clam Bayou Preserve. This nature preserve is a great destination for anyone looking to escape the buzz of city life. The park offers walking and biking trails and a launching spot for kayakers and paddleboarders. It's easy to stay active and outdoors around here. District 7 is also home to the Thomas Jet Jackson Rec Center, Genie Hall Pool, and the Childs Park Recreation Center, where you can spot one of our most recognizable landmarks in the district, the Dream Big, Be Big mural. If those destinations weren't enough, we also have the Skyway Trail and the Pinellas Trail, offering car-free mobility throughout the district and connecting to other parts of the city of St. Petersburg. If history and culture is what you seek, then this district is also rich with options. From the Dr. Carter G. Woodson African American Museum, a stroll along the African American Heritage Trail, or a visit to the historic Manhattan Casino. Our local businesses shine in the district. Local shops and good food can be found throughout, including the Deuces Live Main Street and the 16th Street Business District. District 7's locations within St. Pete is also close proximity to just about everything, whether you're looking for access to downtown or the waterfront on the east, or the Gulf beaches to the west. There's a lot that I can say about what I love about representing this district, but what it really comes down to is the people who live here, the people who work here, and the rich history of resilience, all due to a community that has overcome barriers to progress time and time again.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and to St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, although life was very stable and all that, we wanted just to have something of our own and kind of work a little bit more the life-work balance, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Before we open, we didn't know this was gonna happen. We have a stop right here, less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Can you come in for an interview?"
We produce everything here in-house,
And you can watch us do
yeah.
it. Just enjoy coming here and being part of this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where people come to work or people come to sit on their computers all day. We do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here. They want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and everyone loves bread. Everyone loves pastries. So it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work here. This is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. So it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the resident. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught, how long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Jarlin Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent, and I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in 2008, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter Demenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter Demenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter Demenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter Demenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the Neighborhood Association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into 2 smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the Neighborhood Association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay. So they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building citywide all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender. And they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hired, so I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building and out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, "You do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas." If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Lansing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters, but you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here. And folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere, where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub, where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone, where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy, where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
You see the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your good neighbor guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burgh. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
So, Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, 2 things. When we still lived in the 1-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, "You know, Bobby," she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, "We must stay in our place." And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he